Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Boruto Became a Rogue Ninja? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What is this? Boruto felt his stomach sink into his boots as his father held his right hand aloft, the kote he had hidden under his jacket sleeve now on display for the whole crowd, the whole world. His heart fluttered in his chest as his jaw worked up and down as he tried to think of something, anything, to get him out of his current predicament. Boruto winced as his father's grip on his wrist tightened painfully. This is... Boruto said lamely. This, his father said, shaking his arm as he gestured to the ninja tool, is prohibited in the exams. His father released his arm, and Boruto struggled to resist the urge to rub away the pain in his wrist. His father loomed over him. Using a ninja tool instead of your own chakra defeats the purpose of the Chunin exams. Boruto raised his head to look at his father. He immediately dropped his gaze to the ground upon seeing the look of anger and disappointment he wore. His mouth was painfully dry as his nerves assaulted him. He was keenly aware that nearly the entire village was watching him, not to mention several hundred ninja from allied villages. He would never live this down. Boruto opened his mouth to explain. Lee, his father said, cutting off whatever he had been about to say. Boruto is disqualified. Announce Shikadai as the winner. Lee nodded and held a finger to his ear, turning on a microphone. Boruto Uzumaki has been disqualified for using an illegal ninja tool. Therefore, the winner is Shikadai Nara of the Hidden Leaf. The arena was so quiet Boruto could have heard a throwing needle drop. From the box where the Kage sat, he could just manage to hear the fourth Tsuchikage speak. She didn't even bother to whisper or speak under her breath. So this is what it's like to have an idiot son who drags the Hokage's name through the mud. Boruto felt anger and shame bubble up. The crowd erupted into cheers as the true winner was announced. Boruto's shoulders slumped and he could feel his face begin to burn from shame. He caught the screen out of the corner of his eye as his name faded to black and Shikadai's was lit up. Boruto hung his head and felt very, very small. You're disqualified for not following the rules, he heard his father explain imperiously as he reached forward with an outstretched hand. We'll talk later. Boruto's eyes widened as he realized that his father wasn't reaching out to grasp his shoulder, like he thought, but reaching out to take his headband. How dare he? Boruto reacted violently, slapping away his father's hand and taking a few steps backwards. We'll talk later? We'll talk later. Boruto screamed. His knees felt weak. He was surprised he was even standing upright. Do you even have time for that, Dad? You're always so busy with the village that you don't even have time for me. If you had been a real father, I wouldn't even be in a situation like this. Boruto was aware how weak and hoarse his voice sounded. So he was a cheater and a weakling. Didn't see his father's hurt expression. Lowering his arm, Boruto saw his father steel his resolve. Leave. We'll talk later. There are still matches to be conducted, he said. Boruto swallowed his tears and ran. He refused to cry in front of these people. He would not be a cheater, a weakling, and a crybaby. Next match, Sarada Uchiha of the Leaf versus Mitsuki of the Leaf. Boruto heard Lee announce. Boruto screamed into his pillow, even as tears ran down his cheeks. Of course, the only place he could go was home. He was 12. And his father had humiliated him in front of everyone. The entire village. All of the Kage. Their allies from the other villages. His friends. He felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole and die. There was no way he could ever show his face in the village again. He would be a joke. The laughing stock. No one would take him seriously. He would remain a lowly genin forever. Master Sasuke wouldn't continue teaching him. He was a disgrace. Boruto took a long, ragged breath. His thoughts continued to run, each more depressing and soul-crushing than the last. He was right. His father cared more about the village than his own son, his own family. It was no wonder he only sent a clone to his sister's birthday party. He didn't care about any of them. It was always the village this, the village that. His father's family came last, not second but last. Boruto gripped his headband painfully tight and slammed his fist into his mattress over and over as the despair settled in. He could hear the faint cheering from the arena as the Chunin exams continued. He wondered what Sarada and Mitsuki would think. They would probably think he was a coward Boruto supplied for himself. He could practically hear their voices. Boruto tossed and turned. He was a nervous bundle of energy. He felt the need to act. To do something, anything. He swung his legs over his bed and sat hunched over, staring at his headband and the emblem of the leaf etched on it. A single tear fell, staining the dark black fabric of the headband. Boruto brought up his hand and wiped at his face in a futile attempt to get his emotions under control. It didn't help. Humiliation turned to sadness, and sadness turned to anger. In a sudden bout of rage, Boruto stood and violently kicked his computer chair, sending it flying into his wall on the opposite side of his room. His face was beet red and his breaths came fast and short. Anger turned to hate. If his father didn't care about him, then he wouldn't care about his father. He wouldn't care about his village. He could still remember the sound of the crowd as they chuckled and snickered at his public humiliation. It wasn't all of them, of course, but it was enough that he could hear it over the thunderous applause Shikadai had been receiving. Boruto acted on impulse. He vaguely remembered his academy teacher explaining something about the events leading up to the war. How some ninja would disavow themselves from their village permanently. Setting his headband on his desk, he ran a shaking hand through a drawer that caused its contents to rumble. He found what he was looking for. A small but sharp kunai. He gripped it tight, trying to steady his hand. With his free hand, he held his headband to the desk securely. He held the kunai over the metal band and his hand stilled. He hesitated only a moment before cutting a long, jagged scratch across the emblem of the leaf. His breathing evened out as the reality of what he had just done set in. He had, in essence, just become a rogue ninja. He had rejected his village. Hate turned to fear. Rogue ninja were not treated well, nor looked upon favorably. Not that it mattered, anyway. Boruto scoffed. The whole village saw him cheat in the Chunin exams. It couldn't get much worse than that. He would be hard-pressed to get a new headband. How would he explain the state of his current one? It wasn't like people went around and defaced the symbol of their loyalty to the village. It just wasn't done. Boruto collapsed backwards onto his bed and held his head in his hands. Now he had truly made a mistake. After a few minutes of wallowing in his emotions, Boruto heard a great cheer go up from the arena. Sarada's match must be over. He missed it. That meant the semifinals were over. The finals would be next, and then his father would come for him. Boruto couldn't bear that. He ran to his closet, slamming the doors open. He found a large backpack on the floor, opened it, and emptied its contents on his bed. He quickly went through his closet, stuffing as many clothes as he could into it. Going to his desk, he grabbed several kunai and shuriken, as well as a handful of scrolls, and set them on top of his clothes in his backpack. With a moment of hesitation, he snatched up his headband and threw it in with everything else. Flinging open his door, he ran down the hallway and busted into his dad's office. Careful not to disturb anything, which was difficult with how much his hands were shaking, he sifted through the contents of the desk and pocketed a small sum of ryo. It wasn't much, but it would feed him until he could find a way to get more. Boruto sprinted back to his room and hid the money under a shirt in his backpack. Rummaging through his closet again, he found a medium-sized bag and ran downstairs. His heart beat in his chest so hard he could barely hear anything other than the sound of his own blood. He threw a few things into the bag from the kitchen, enough to last him a few days, maybe a week if he was prudent. Shoving his meager rations into his pack, he stopped for a moment to catch his breath. His thoughts raced. Was he really going to do this? Could he? He didn't have a choice. He grabbed a heavy yellow cloak out of his closet, threw it on, and drew the hood up. Grabbing his pack, he cast one last glance around his room. With a large intake of breath, Boruto turned and fled, making his way to the village gates. As he expected, security was lax. Everyone was focused on the Chunin exams. That was the last time anyone saw Boruto Uzumaki in the hidden leaf. Boruto walked through the thinning forest, basking in the light of the afternoon sun. It had been a whole day since he left the leaf, and he was nearing his first destination. Boruto had struggled to think of where he would go, or what he would do, now that he wasn't a ninja of the hidden leaf. He just couldn't make up his mind. So, the answer was obvious. He would do everything. See everything, visit every nation, learn their techniques. It was perfect. A vacation he was never planning to come back from. Light footsteps from up ahead drew Boruto's attention. An older man with graying hair was walking towards him. He wore plain clothes and a strange white sash with the character for fire emblazoned on it. The only way Boruto knew the man was a ninja was the bulge on the right side of his waist that belayed the presence of a pouch for shuriken. He put on his best innocent smile and ran up to him. "Hey, sir. Do you know which way the capital is from here?" Boruto asked excitedly. The old man looked down at Boruto and smiled. "Sure think it. Just follow the path until you get to the main road. You're only about an hour's walk from the main gate," he said, pointing back the way he came. "Thanks, mister," Boruto said, dashing off down the path. Casting a quick look back, he saw that the old man was continuing on his way. But that meant he hadn't been recognized. Upon leaving, Boruto immediately decided the first place he wanted to visit was the capital of the Land of Fire. It was a city of beauty, according to the rumors. The inner ring of the city was the picture of classical antiquity, where the Fire Lord ruled over the country, while the outer ring was a metropolis built upon the technological boom following the end of the Fourth War. It didn't take long for Boruto to reach the end of the short forest path he had been on. Like the old man had said, he came upon a large road with men and women going to and from the capital. In the distance, he could see towering walls rise up, with even taller buildings beyond them. Even at this distance, he could tell the capital was massive. Hiding behind a tree, Boruto watched the traffic for a few minutes. He found a suitable target, a young man in his early 20s with black hair and brown eyes. He looked common and had one of those faces that wasn't memorable. Hiding behind the tree, Boruto quickly flashed through the hand signs. "Transformation jutsu," he uttered, picturing the man's appearance in his mind. A wisp of smoke drifted up from behind the tree as Boruto jumped out onto the road and made his way towards the main gate. Though the old man on the path didn't recognize him, it was entirely possible the guards at the main gate would. The old man was right. It took Boruto almost an hour to reach the main gate at a brisk pace. As he grew closer, the city seemed to grow and grow until he had to crane his neck back to see the tops of the buildings. The traffic intensified the closer Boruto got, until he was shoulder to shoulder with people entering and leaving the capital. It was high noon, and the temperature combined with the mass of bodies made the heat sweltering. Boruto walked right through the main gate with a bright smile on his face and a spring in his step. The guards didn't even give him a second look. There were too many people entering and leaving to search and question them all. The capital was even more amazing than he imagined. Towering monoliths of steel and glass with bright, flashing neon lights of every color loomed over him. Signs extended over the road, each more elaborate and intricate than the last in an attempt to attract people. It was almost like a competition in a way. Store owners battling for customers with the most eye-catching advertising. The hidden leaf was great, but it was a military village, all utilitarian and no form. This was the big city. Seeing a few kids his age running down the street, he jogged over to them. "Hey, where's the nearest arcade?" Boruto asked. The kids gave him a strange look. "Aren't you a little old to be going to the arcade, mister?" one of them asked. Boruto forgot he was wearing the disguise of an older, plain man. Examining his outfit, Boruto thought he looked rather like a laborer. He was out of place in the city. One of the kids elbowed the other. "Be nice, brother," she said. "That way, mister," she added, pointing down a nearby alley that led deeper into the capital. "Thanks," Boruto said with a smile and jogged off in that direction. A few minutes later, after following several large neon signs, Boruto entered into a dark lobby filled with flashing lights, the dull roar of video games, and immense of displeasure as people lost and were forced to put more money into the machines. Grinning, Boruto exchanged a handful of Ryo for coins and went to play. "Have you found him yet?" Naruto demanded. The ANBU team in front of him stiffened. "No, sir," they answered. "We've checked the entirety of the village. He's not within the walls of the hidden leaf, we're sure. Naruto scowled as his brows narrowed in worry. Relax, Shikamaru said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Boruto is a smart kid. Maybe he found a way to hide. There's a bunch of secret passages and hideouts from the old days. Maybe he's hiding in one of them. Naruto glanced at the ANBU. It will be done at once, sir, they said, bowing as they swiftly left the room. With a heavy sigh, Naruto returned to the paperwork on his desk. I hope you're right, Shikamaru. Just in case, prepare a notice to be sent out to every village in the surrounding area. If the ANBU don't find my son by tonight, I'll send teams out tomorrow morning. Sure, Shikamaru said with a nod, leaving to ready the messenger hawks to carry the notice about Boruto's disappearance. I'll go look too. Naruto, Hinata said, leaving his side. The search will be faster with my Byakugan. Thank you, Hinata, Naruto said quietly as she left. Why had he been so hard on his son? He should have taken him from the arena before scolding him. He could have explained the situation better. Naruto let out a weary sigh as the door closed behind Hinata. It had been a long day of stress and worry since Boruto ran away. Boruto woke up late the next morning. It was nice, he had to admit, not having to be up at dawn for training every day. No one told him what to do now. He went to bed when he wanted. He woke up when he wanted. He ate what he wanted. He did what he wanted. It was perfect. Snacking on some candy for breakfast that he had bought yesterday after leaving the arcade, he contemplated what he wanted to do for the day. Boruto decided to explore the inner circle of the city and the Fire Lord's castle. Collecting all his worldly possessions, which amounted next to nothing, Boruto stood in front of the mirror and reapplied his transformation jutsu, once again taking the form of the young man he had copied yesterday. He made his way downstairs and out into the bustling city, heading towards the center. The streets were full of people, shoulder to shoulder, with barely a foot between one man and the next. Many were gawking, awkward tourists. As he walked from his hotel, the crowd slowly transitioned from city folk to wide-eyed tourists with flashing cameras. A guide was yelling at the top of his lungs as he led a train of tourists through the city and around the outer walls. And here you see the west gate to the inner city where the Fire Lord rules over our country, the guide yelled, pointing to two large, towering gates made of a dark red wood that had the character for fire etched into them. Atop the walls and in front of the gate were no less than 20 ninja. Judging from their jackets, they were all Jonin or Chunin. The Fire Lord is well defended around the clock, the greatest of his guards being the legendary 12 Guardian Ninja. Cameras flashed as the tourists took pictures of the gate. Boruto smirked and moved on. Apparently the Fire Lord was not taking visitors, and even if he was, one look at that security and Boruto knew he would have been caught. His pride wouldn't let that happen at least for a month. Boruto walked around the inner ring of the capital, admiring what he could. It was like the inner city was straight from a history book, all raised wooden structures with tiled or thatched roofs and paper walls with paintings of forests, mountains, and animals. Boruto tuned out the dull roar of the city and continued walking, enjoying the sights. The Hokage's kid? That got Boruto's attention. Yeah, it's gotta be. Boruto Uzumaki, ain't nobody else with that name, 'cept the Hokage, a man was saying to his friend as they stood in front of a large wooden board. Boruto nearly tripped when he heard the man say his name. Yep. Even them. Uzumaki clansmen in the land of whirlpools don't have that blonde hair. Gotta be him, the man's friend said. Boruto casually walked over to the board, trying his best to be nonchalant. It appeared to be some kind of bulletin board for public announcements, and his face was displayed prominently in the center of the board. He paled. Missing, Boruto Uzumaki, ninja of the hidden leaf. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 2 identical birthmarks on both cheeks. Last seen leaving the hidden leaf village 2 days prior. 1 million Ryo reward for information on his whereabouts, Boruto whispered under his breath. Time to leave, Boruto decided, as he turned and briskly walked back through the outer ring of the city. Boruto's heart pounded in his chest as he half-walked, half-jogged through the capital. He was starting to imagine ninja casting speculative glances at him as they passed him. Or maybe they actually were. He needed to calm down. He was drawing attention to himself. After an hour of nerve-wracking walking, Boruto finally made it to the entrance of the city. Swallowing his nervousness, he walked through the gates like he owned them. After a few dozen steps without the guards calling out to him, he broke into a sprint. Boruto didn't see two of the guards nod to each other before a ninja hidden in the trees began to follow after him. Boruto sighed in relief as he leaned against a tree for support. He had spent the better part of the day running through the forest as he headed east. There wasn't much to do while running through the wilderness. Just make sure you didn't trip on any stray roots or slick patches of dead leaves. That left a lot of time to think, and a lot of time to plan. His father had obviously alerted the nearby cities about his disappearance, so he was going to have to be careful about being near other people. That meant he had to hold his transformation jutsu nearly all the time. That was going to be a pain. Boruto's first thought had been to go further west. He was a good 2 days away from the border of the Land of Rivers, and from there, he could continue even further west and go to the Land of Wind and the Hidden Sand. He had always wanted to visit Uncle Gaara's village. But that was exactly the problem. His dad would have sent notice to the Kazekage that he was missing. For sure. Guaranteed. Uncle Gaara probably had ninja patrolling the borders just in case. Anyway, the Hidden Sand was the closest ally of the Hidden Leaf. The only people he didn't want to see more than his own ninja were those from the Hidden Sand. The solution? At least, he would have to double back and sneak around the Hidden Leaf, but there were miles and miles of nothing but forest after that, dotted by small, inconsequential villages. Too small to warrant a hawk from the Hokage about his missing son. Once he reached the coast, he could run across the bay to the Land of Whirlpools, and from there, barter passage to the Land of Water. Or he could try running. It was risky. He could run out of chakra and be forced to swim the rest of the way in the frigid cold waters. Maybe the boat wasn't so bad. Boruto sighed. He'd decide what to do tomorrow. Boruto Uzumaki? A voice called out from the forest. Boruto stiffened and zeroed in on the bush he thought the voice was coming from. A few moments later, a ninja walked into the small clearing he was resting in. She was a tall, thin woman with long, shaggy black hair held back in a ponytail, and her eyes were a bewitching shade of maroon. Judging from her jacket, she must have been either a jonin or chunin. Stay calm. He was just some country bumpkin camping in the forest. Boruto took a deep breath. Sorry, Boruto said, doing his best to sound confused. The woman raised an eyebrow. Your transformation jutsu dropped, kid, she said. Boruto looked down. The ground did seem a lot closer than it did in his disguise. He must have stopped channeling chakra into it while he was thinking. Boruto chuckled nervously. Look, kid, I'm just here to take you back to the village. The Hokage is worried about you, the woman said. Don't wanna, Boruto quipped, sticking out his tongue. The woman smirked. You don't really have a choice, kid. I'm just following orders, and my orders were to take you back to the village if I found you, she said. Boruto scrutinized her for a moment. Do I know you? You look familiar, he asked. My name is Mirai Sarutobi, the woman, Mirai, said, slowly shifting into a taijutsu stance. You're Kenomaru's cousin, right? Boruto exclaimed. Before Boruto could even finish his sentence, Mirai darted forward, reaching out to grab him. Boruto yelped in surprise and jumped backwards, only to back into a tree trunk and come to a stop. Sorry, kid, Mirai said, aiming a well-placed punch at his chin. Boruto saw the punch coming and slipped into a gentle fist stance. He deftly swatted away her strike, his palm barely touching her wrist. Mirai hissed and withdrew her arm. He imagined her wrist smarted like it had been stung by a bee, and not slapped away by some kid. Never had Boruto been more thankful to his grandfather for all those long, grueling drills in the way of the gentle fist. Although he didn't have the Byakugan, it still was the strongest taijutsu style in the entire village. Mirai glared at Boruto. Don't make this any harder than it has to be, kid, she warned. I don't want to have to be the one to explain to the Hokage why you're roughed up. Boruto scoffed. Bring it on, he taunted arrogantly. Mirai shook her head. Remember, kid, you asked for it, she said, sprinting forward. This time, she was light on her feet, ducking and weaving. She had no intention of finding out just how strong the gentle fist actually was. Boruto rushed in, throwing palm strike after palm strike. Mirai dodged each one expertly with practiced ease, delivering a few counters here and there. After 30 seconds of fighting, Boruto could feel bruises forming along his ribs, arms, and chest. Thankfully, she was holding back, so nothing was fractured or broken. Or she was just really bad at taijutsu, he hoped. You're just a genin kid. You're not going to beat me, a chunin, Mirai stated. Boruto frowned and his brows narrowed. No one underestimated him. He was tired of being seen as a failure. He weaved a few hand signs faster than Mirai's eyes could follow. Shadow clone jutsu, he uttered. 2 wisps of smoke erupted to his left and right, revealing 2 clones already in a gentle fist stance. No holding back, guys, Boruto instructed his clones. Right, the clones answered. The 3 of them shot forward with unspoken agreement, each flowing through different forms of the gentle fist in a graceful but deadly dance. Mirai avoided the first clone, as well as him, before striking the second clone with a well-placed punch to the stomach. She was already turning to face him when Boruto struck her in the shoulder. He could hear the hiss of pain that slipped past her lips. Boruto smirked triumphantly as he prepared for his next strike. Boruto and his remaining clone leapt at the same time, a dervish of palms and pointed fingers. Mirai expertly dodged, weaving an arm towards the clone, and a foot towards him, as she defeated both with a simultaneous punch and kick. His clone that was punched disappeared in a wisp of smoke as he flew back into a tree trunk. Boruto groaned as he blinked the stars out of his vision, his body automatically standing after years of training. Come on, do we really have to do this? Mirai asked. Boruto in a few fast, deep breaths. On the last one, he inhaled and held his breath, weaving the 4 hand signs as fast as he could. Water style, water bullet jutsu. Boruto exclaimed, shooting a thin but powerful jet of water at his opponent. Mirai weaved through the hand signs for its opposite. Fire style, fire bullet jutsu, she exclaimed, sending a ball of flame towards the jet of water. Fire met water in a hissing explosion of steam. Boruto jumped through the steam, swinging a palm at Mirai's head. She blocked, wincing, and Boruto could feel the gentle fist rattle the bones in her arm. It must have been an uncomfortable experience. The 2 of them exchanged blows for nearly a full minute. By the end of their exchange, Boruto was gasping for breath, sporting several new bruises. You lose, kid, Mirai declared, darting forward for the last exchange. Boruto landed one last strike, abandoning all defense in exchange for offense. He delivered a precise palm strike to Mirai's thigh as the chunin grappled him, smashing him into the ground and pinning his other arm behind his back. Boruto grunted in pain as Mirai tightened the hold on him. Mirai jumped backwards on instinct as she felt Boruto's arm bulge. A moment later, he exploded into a wisp of smoke. Mirai blinked several times before letting out a low chuckle. Not bad, kid. Not bad, she said, wincing. As she limped forward, nearly a mile away, Boruto smirked in triumph as the memories of his clone returned to him. Bolt sneezed, rubbing his hands together and holding them closer to the fire. It had been 2 whole days since he had met his teacher's cousin, Mirai, and she was nothing if not persistent. So persistent, in fact, that he had been unable to make a campfire for the past 2 nights. That led to a long, sleepless night of tossing and turning and shivering. The Land of Fire, contrary to its name, was not warm at night, and the small sleeping bag he had packed didn't do him much good. Not for the first time, Bolt wished one of his chakra releases was fire. He sneezed again. Bolt scowled and kneeled, taking a small pot of tea off the fire and sighing in relief as he drank it. It wasn't anything fancy, just boiled river water and some local herbs, but it warmed his insides. If Mirai found him, he'd just have to deal with it. Bolt was tired of being cold. So far, his vacation was not turning out how he had thought it would be. The journey from the Hidden Leaf to the capital had been quick, with many small towns in between. He hadn't truly needed to survive in the wilderness until now. Now that he had, he dearly missed the modern conveniences afforded to him. Running water. Warm running water. Electricity. The soft bed. Hot food. A roof over his head that didn't let rain fall on him, like the branches of this stupid tree. Bolt mentally screamed. Bolt managed to avoid the hidden leaf and any of its ninja by cutting far south, well below the village's borders, and heading due east with haste. He was actually surprised by how easy it was. He hadn't seen nor heard anyone following him, though that didn't mean anything. An Inuzuka hound could be following his scent, or a microscopic aburame bug could be spying on him at that very moment. He just didn't know. Old feelings of jealousy flared to life that his sister, Himawari, had unlocked the Byakugan, but not him. It would be so much easier to remain anonymous with the all-seeing eyes of the Hyuga. Finishing off his tea, Bolt wrapped himself in his sleeping bag like a cocoon. Morning came much too early. Bolt was awakened by a loud, intrusive sniffing sound and a soft, wet prodding on his face. "Knock it off," he said sleepily, slapping away the offending source. A low growl made his eyes snap open. He came face to face with a very large, very offended-looking panda. "Ah!" Bolt yelped, jumping out of his sleeping bag and flying into the tree he had been sleeping under. The bear seemed to laugh at him before turning and rooting through his pack for a few moments before tearing out a large plastic bag of assorted candy. "Hey, that's mine!" Bolt yelled, his brain's higher functions quickly rebooting. He was a ninja. This was a bear. He had already taken down one before, for a stupid D-rank mission. Dropping to the ground and landing on the ball of his feet, Bolt weaved the hand seal for the shadow. Clone Jutsu. 2 flashes of smoke later, Bolt and his 2 brothers sprinted forward. The bear, seeing that its target was not a normal human, ummed in annoyance before turning and galloping back through the forest. "After him," Bolt ordered, both him and the clones picking up their pace. The 3 of them burst through the underbrush after the bear, following the trail of fallen candy. One of the clones tripped over a protruding root and fell face first into the ground, disappearing in a plume of smoke. Bolt growled, "Water style, water." Bolt screamed as he felt something tighten around his ankle as he was violently thrown skyward. He saw the rush of wood coming at him, and then he knew nothing. "Oi, you think you gonna be aight?" Bolt heard a voice ask. He was faintly aware of something poking him in the belly. "Yes sir, he comin' round now," another voice commented. Bolt groaned as his eyes fluttered open and the harsh glare of the sun burned his corneas. "Can we seat him?" Bolt heard another voice ask. Adrenaline began to flood his system. "Nah, he don't look too tasty," a voice answered. "I am not food," Bolt declared indignantly, as loud as his hoarse voice would yell. His eyes fluttered open to the sight of 3 men surrounding him, one poking him with a stick. He was hanging several feet in the hair, a rope wound tightly around his ankle that ran into the treetops. The 3 men took a few steps back as Bolt regained consciousness. Bolt blinked a few times as he examined them. There was an older, balding man with a long white beard who had the stick and was poking him cane, Bolt amended. Flanking him were 2 younger men, both wearing working clothes that were stained with sweat and dirt. None of them appeared to be ninjas, much to Bolt's relief. "Can you get me down?" Bolt asked a bit impatiently. His head felt swollen and heavy, and his thoughts were sluggish. Probably from hanging upside down for so long, Bolt thought. The 3 men shared a look with each other. "Ain't you a ninja?" "Get yourself down," one of the younger men said, pointedly looking at the pouches of shuriken and kunai on his belt. Though he hadn't worn his headband, his weapons and manner of dress still gave him away. Bolt scowled before taking a deep breath and pulled himself upwards. His abdominal muscles ached from the sudden exertion, but he persevered. Grabbing the rope for support, Bolt reached into one of the pouches on his belt and withdrew a kunai. A quick slash cut the rope, and a deft mid-air twist left Bolt standing on his feet as he fell to the ground. The 2 younger men clapped like they had seen a circus animal perform a trick, wide smiles adorning their faces. Bolt felt a headache coming on. He wasn't sure if it was from being hung upside down for so long or because of the locals. The old men stepped forward and prodded him in the stomach twice with his cane. "Can you not do that?" Bolt said, gently knocking away the offending stick. Sorry. The old man apologized. He didn't sound like he meant it, in Bolt's opinion. With a slight scowl, Bolt began to walk back through the brush towards where he thought his camp was. Memories of how the bear had gotten away with its theft came flooding back, and Bolt felt his face heat up in embarrassment. If this had been a mission, his friends would have never let him forget that night. Bolt was aware that the three men were following him through the underbrush. He ignored them. Maybe they would go away. A few minutes later, Bolt found his camp, and thanked whatever gods there may be that nothing more was damaged or stolen, though it did look like some small woodland creature had made a nest in his sleeping bag. Quickly going about packing up his camp and gathering his things, Bolt sighed as he heard the brushes part and 3 sets of footsteps stepped into his camp. "Well, I'll be," one of the younger men said. "He done been campin' in the Demon Bear's woods." The old man hummed and nodded. Bolt rolled his eyes. "Demon Bear, right?" he thought. "Can I help you?" Bolt asked with thinly veiled politeness. The 3 men's eyes got big and began to water. "You'd really do that?" one of the young men asked. No, it means," Bolt began to explain. Clearly they had misunderstood him. The old man hobbled over to him, vigorously shaking his hands. "Please, come to our village. We desperately need a ninja's help," he croaked. Bolt opened his mouth to tell the old man to get lost, but couldn't find it in his heart. He sighed wearily. "Fine," he reluctantly agreed. He was tired of roughing it in the sticks anyway. A soft, warm bed would do him some good. His clothes were far dirtier than he ever allowed them to get, and his hair was in desperate need of care. The 2 younger men broke into cheers and dancing, causing Bolt's headache to worsen. "Lead the way," Bolt prompted, urging the 2 idiots to stop making so much noise. Together, the 4 of them headed farther east, into the valleys and gulches that separated the land of fire from the ocean. The village the 3 men called home was barely a village. It was a grouping of hovels that were built on the mountainside, miles away in every direction from civilization. There wasn't even a road leading to or from the village. Bolt wasn't even sure it was on the map, because the villagers didn't have a name for it. It was simply home. There were perhaps 100 people living there in total, dwelling in wooden shacks and shanties with roofs made of straw. The people were all older, in their late teens at the very youngest. There were no children. They were all thin, and their clothes were old-fashioned and threadbare. Bolt could tell they were very poor. "This way," the old man said, guiding Bolt towards the largest and most well-made of the shacks. It was taller and wider than most of the other shacks, and seemed to have been built with some degree of skill. The wood was stained and treated to endure the elements and rot, and the straw roof was woven and packed tightly to keep out the rain. The inside was plain, with only 1 room. In the center was a great pit with a roaring fire and several men and women gathered around, all elders from their appearance. As Bolt and the old man entered, they all turned to look at them. Their gazes drifted from Bolt's face to his appearance and then back to his face. Many smiled, coming to the same conclusion the older man did in the forest. He was a ninja. One of the men sitting around the fire stood up, a wide smile adorning his features. "Excellent job, elder. Where did you find him?" he asked the older man next to Bolt. The old man chuckled. "He was caught in one of the traps in the forest," he explained. Bolt fought to keep his blush down. "Excellent, excellent," the man declared. "Greetings. I am Satoshi of the Land of Frost," Satoshi said in greetings, bowing ever so slightly at the waist. "Bol Mitsuki, my name is Mitsuki," Bolt said, returning the bow. Best not to use his real name. Hopefully Mitsuki wouldn't mind, if he ever found out. "And you're from the Hidden Leaf? Where is your headband?" Satoshi asked. "I'm not on active duty at the moment," Bolt said, dodging the question. "You said you were from the Land of Frost? What are you doing so far south?" Satoshi and the others in the room frowned. "Our home was destroyed in the 4th Great War, and the country has yet to recover enough for us to return," he explained. Bolt said. The fighting was heaviest in the lands of Frost, Hot Water, and Sound. They were still redrawing the maps to adjusting borders where Madara Uchiha and the tailed beasts had done battle. Entire mountains were crushed, whole forests were burned, and rivers ran red with the blood from the battlefields. Many people were displaced and forced to become refugees. "Do not pity us, young ninja," Satoshi said. "We have been brought closer together as a people due to our struggles. And while we miss our homes dearly, we all survived the war. That is all that matters." Bolt just nodded. The Land of Fire had been mostly untouched by the war, except at the very northernmost edge of its borders. Let us not dwell on such unpleasant things. Come, we were about to have supper, Satoshi said, gesturing for Bolt to join them around the fire. Bolt did so, sitting down at the space that was made for him. An elderly woman scooped a few spoonfuls of white soup into a large wooden bowl and handed it to him, before moving on to serve her fellows. Bolt dragged a spoon through the soup. It was some sort of watery rice porridge that was more water than rice. Judging from the envious looks he was receiving from some of the others, he had clearly gotten more than his fair share. Bolt guessed that the reason everyone was so thin in the village was because of their lack of food. What they had given him was probably more than most people at all day. Not wanting to appear ungrateful or rude, quietly ate his meal. It was bland and tasteless, more hot water with the occasional starchy chunk of rice than an actual porridge. But it was all these people had. The mood around the fire was quiet and somber, and it made Bolt feel restless. "So," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "What did you guys need my help for?" Something about a Bolt hesitated. What was it? Demon bear? Yeah, demon bear. Demon bear? If anything, the mood in the shack got worse. "We've been attacked by a large creature," Satoshi explained, clearing his throat. "It appears similar to a bear, but is much larger. A fully grown man could walk under its legs without bending his knees. It comes at night from the forest and destroys our fields, eating what little we have grown. If it is not stopped, we will not survive." Bolt frowned, but thought that the villagers were over-exaggerating. No animal grows that large. "How come you haven't put a request into a ninja village?" Bolt asked. The villagers averted their eyes in shame. "We have not been able to raise the money to request such assistance. Given that the nature of our problems would almost certainly elevate our request beyond D-class, we would be unable to pay for services rendered," Satoshi said. "Oh," Bolt said, mentally berating himself. "Of course they can't pay for official village assistance. They can barely feed themselves," he thought. Seeing the downtrodden faces of the elders around him, Bolt spoke up. "Well, don't worry. I'm here now, and I'll take care of this demon bear and whatever else is in that forest." Bolt's grin widened as small smiles and happy, unshed tears gathered in everyone's eyes. This was what being a ninja was about, whether he was part of the hidden leaf or not. Helping people. After everyone finished eating, Satoshi led Bolt to a small hut near his that he was to spend the night in. It was the same high quality as the hut he had been previously in, obviously made for the village leader's use. They were giving him their nicest dwelling because he was helping them. Looking around, Bolt could tell that someone was living there before him. They moved out, albeit temporarily, for him. That night, as Bolt fell asleep, he vowed he would help the people from the Land of Frost before he moved on. Bolt didn't get much sleep that night. He woke early, rising with the dawn, and went through the forms of the gentle fist that his grandfather, Hayashi Hyuga, had taught him and his sister. Ever since fighting Mirai back at the capital, he had dedicated himself to staying in top form. If he ever had to fight another ninja, the gentle fist would be his greatest weapon. It was relaxing in a way. It was more of a long, complicated dance than a series of forms for taijutsu. He could get lost in the stances, long sweeps of the legs, flowing strikes of the palms, piercing moves of fingers. Bolt simply let his body run through the motions as his mind wandered. That was how Satoshi found him. "I see the village is in good hands," the elder commented, drawing Bolt's attention. Bolt immediately stopped and straightened his clothes, making himself presentable. "Good morning," he said with a nervous chuckle. "Good morning, indeed," Satoshi greeted with a slight bow. Bolt thought he seemed to be more cheerful than he was last night. Bolt noticed a gathering of villagers a few huts down. "If you feel up to it?" Satoshi said, almost conversationally, as if he didn't know how to approach the subject. "We've formed a hunting party which will lead you into the forest." Bolt just nodded and let Satoshi lead him down to the assembled men. They were young compared to the rest of the villagers, between the ages of 30 and 40. They wore the same threadbare robes as the rest of the villages, with their loins girded and a length of white cloth holding their hair out of their face and eyes. On their backs were quivers of crude arrows with even cruder bows in their hands. By the grim looks of determination they wore, Bolt knew that either the demon bear would die, or they would. This was the only home they had now, and they had nowhere to go. They would fight for their homes. "Let's go," Bolt said, tightening the belt that held his shuriken pouches. The men from the village led Bolt through a rough path hewn into the underbrush. It looked like it had been an animal trail at one point, but had been adopted for human use. Their path led them up a steadily rising gulch between two mountains. A small creek ran down the middle, providing a source of fresh water for the village. Bolt noticed that the higher they climbed, the less animals he saw. There were no squirrels jumping from branch to branch overhead, and no birds were singing their songs. It was eerily quiet. When the sun was highest in the sky, the group finally took a break. Resting near the creek, men dropped their bows and cupped both their hands, taking long drinks of the cold spring water. Bolt was kneeling over the water, washing the grime from his face. He hated hiking through the woods. The sound of bushes being pushed aside drew the attention of everyone. A large, black nose pushed its way into their clearing, attached to a snout covered in shaggy black hair. "It's here! The demon bear!" one of the men shouted as he fumbled with his bow. One of the more prepared men knocked an arrow and set it loose. Bolt watched as it hissed through the air and pierced the bushes. There was a pained yelp followed by a loud roar as the bear galloped into the clearing, roaring in anger and pain. It was a large bear, Bolt gave them that. But it was no demon bear, and it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Hell, the panda bear he and his team subdued before the Chunin exams was bigger than this. The men shot a hail of arrows at the bear as it charged them, most missing completely and bouncing off rocks with soft clicks of metal striking stone. Bolt sprung into action, sticking both hands into the pouches hanging. At his side and withdrawing them, 3 shuriken held between his fingers in each hand. With practiced ease born of hundreds of hours of practice, he threw them with expert precision. The first barrage maimed the bear's shoulder, forcing it to turn away. The second sunk deep into the animal's body, burying themselves in soft flesh. The bear ummed in pain and the men cheered, forgetting their bows. Bolt dashed forward, using the agility born from years of harsh tutelage under his grandfather. He was upon the bear in an instant, and struck it in the neck with an open palm strike, channeling his chakra into the blow. Bolt heard the bones snap, and the bear fell dead. More cheers. Men ran up to him, patting him on the back and exclaiming their thanks. Bolt smiled and said it wasn't a problem. "We'll have to take it back," one of the men said excitedly. "This will be the first time we've had meat in a long time." Bolt smiled sadly at that. "Shadow clone jutsu," he uttered under his breath, weaving the necessary hand seals. 2 clones of Bolt emerged from the smoke and jogged forward. One went into the forest and cut down a small tree, while the other procured some rope from one of the other men. Together, they lashed the bear to the tree and hoisted it between them. "Ready to go?" Bolt asked, while the men looked at him in wonder. Really, they shouldn't be so amazed by a simple clone jutsu. His dad could summon a veritable army of them. Skilled users could make clones out of elements that created effects when they died. This was basic stuff. The hunting party gave one last cheer before heading back down the mountain. The entire way, Bolt's thoughts kept wandering back to the bear. It wasn't nearly large enough to warrant the name Demon Bear. He was right. They returned to the village later that night, to the waiting crowd of Satoshi and the other village elders. 2 members of the hunting party presented the bear that Bolt's clones drag into the center of the village. "You fools!" Bolt heard Satoshi yell. "That is not the demon bear. This is a cub compared to that monster." One of the elders stepped forward, the one that had found Bolt on the mountain. "Peace, Satoshi. This bear will feed our village for a week, and at least one of the dangers of the mountain has passed. We will send the hunting party out tomorrow and try again," he said. Bolt smiled reassuringly as his 2 clones vanished in a plume of smoke. A butcher and 2 of his sons came over and began to haul the bear to their hut when a bellowing roar pierced the silence of the evening. It boomed through the village like thunder, shaking some of the hut's foundations. What is that?" Bolt asked. "It's the demon bear," a man screamed. Everyone turned in the direction they thought the roar originated from. Bolt could see trees swaying in the wind, displacing frightened birds. Only there was no wind. A few moments later, the largest animal Bolt had ever seen wandered into the village. This was a demon bear. It stood taller than a house and Bolt barely came up to the beast's knees. Its shaggy, brown fur was dyed crimson in some spots, and its beady black eyes belied a bestial intelligence as its gaze flickered between each of them. The beast's eyes found the bear that Bolt had killed earlier in the hands of the butcher and his sons. It stood on its hind legs and roared in bestial fury before dropping into a mad charge. The butcher and his sons immediately dropped their prize and fled in fear. "Men to arms!" Satoshi commanded, picking up a bough that someone had dropped in the panic. Others did the same, knocking and loosing arrows at the beast. The arrows hissed through the air and caught in the beast's fur. The demon bear only roared in anger. "Its fur is too thick, it's like natural armor," Bolt told them, quickly weaving hand seals. The creek was little more than a small stream running through the village, but it was better than nothing. "Water style, water dragon jutsu," he hissed. A mighty dragon made entirely of water erupted from the stream, enhanced by Bolt's chakra. Its sinuous body writhed in the air as it righted itself and thundered towards the beast. The demon bear turned and fixed Bolt with a furious glare that no animal had the right to possess. The water dragon slammed into the bear's side and wrestled with the beast as Bolt channeled more and more chakra into the jutsu. The water dragon simply made the beast angrier. Shaking off the water's pressure, the bear began galloping towards Bolt. Seeing that it wasn't having any effect, Bolt terminated the jutsu. Bolt began to run, weaving more hand seals. "Lightning style, thunderbolt," he intoned, holding out his right palm. Arcs of electricity surged between him and the puddles of water that lied between him and the bear. The beast howled as lightning coursed through its body, but never stopped in its mad charge. Bolt increased the amount of chakra he was putting into the jutsu, raising the voltage. Still, the demon bear kept coming. Cutting off the jutsu, Bolt ran, weaving the familiar hand seals for the clone jutsu. 2 puffs of smoke erupted behind him, his clones automatically shifting into gentle fist stances. The demon bear charged, rearing back and swiping with one giant arm that was longer and thicker than a tree trunk. The first clone misjudged the reach of the beast and was harshly dismissed. The other clan moved in, striking 3 times with the gentle fist, pumping his chakra into the monster's shoulder in an attempt to cripple it. The bear roared and swung its head at the clone, snapping its jaws closed around Bolt's head. The clone vanished instantly. Bolt winced and struggled to contain the memories of his clone's deaths. The feeling of his skull caving in was not a pleasant one. Withdrawing a handful of shuriken, he began peppering the bear, aiming for its eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Bolt saw the villagers rallying, picking up bows and taking pot shots. "It's the thought that counts," Bolt thought sardonically. If anything, the villagers were as likely to hit him as the bear. The bear came charging at him again. Bolt stood his ground, his chest heaving for air. His previous 2 jutsus had taken a lot of his chakra. Withdrawing another handful of shuriken, he continued aiming for the beast's eyes. He was rewarded when one of them caught the demon bear's nose, causing the bear to stumble and shake its head to clear the pain. The bear recovered, barely daunted. If anything, it was more determined to kill him now. Shifting into a gentle fist stance, Bolt readied himself for the battle to come. From the experiences of the clones, he knew the bear's reach was longer than it appeared, and he knew the safe distance to avoid being bitten. That was all he needed. Dodging the first swipe with the grace of the gentle fist style, he brought down his palm on the bear's elbow, moving as much chakra as he could spare into the beast's joint. The bear took a single step back and roared in pain before lunging forward and snapping its jaws closed around the space where Bolt's throat had been only a moment earlier. Dropping to his knees, Bolt avoided a second swipe and rolled forward before springing up. He withdrew a kunai and moved it deep into the demon bear's belly, only to cut fur. Its coat was too thick. The bear galloped with more speed than an animal its size ought to have and swiped at Bolt again. Bolt dashed forward, trying to keep inside the beast's guard to minimize the advantage of its reach. He weaved hand seals faster than he had ever done before in his life before jumping and grasping the demon bear's thick fur with both hands. "Lightning style, thunderbolt," He hissed through gritted teeth, channeling raw lightning through both hands. The scent of burning hair wafted into his nose, causing Bolt to gee. The demon bear whimpered in pain, dropping to the ground and flailing back and forth in an attempt to dislodge Bolt. Bolt gasped in surprise as the bear suddenly rolled over. He released his grasp, canceling the jutsu. It wasn't quick enough. He scrambled to his feet only for the full weight of the bear to come crashing down on his left arm. He could very clearly hear the snap as one of his bones was broken like a brittle twig. Bolt screamed in pain, scooting away from the bear and dragging his broken limb with him. Bolt blanched as he saw a small stream of blood erupted from his arm like a fountain in timing with his heartbeat. He could see the unnatural whiteness of bone as it protruded from the wound. He felt sick to his stomach and very faint. "No!" a voice screamed, drawing Bolt's attention. He looked up, and his eyes met the demon bear's. Beady black dots full of malice and hate that pierced his very soul, and they were only a hand's length away. He could smell the putrid breath of the beast, the foulness of decay and carrion. The bear winced as a rock impacted its skull. The women of the village stood a few paces away, several large rocks in her left arm while her right held one aloft. The bear looked at the woman for a moment before wincing as another rock was thrown at it. The woman had surprisingly good aim. The bear roared in anger and charged. Time slowed for Bolt as the bear bore down on the woman, whose face was warped with fear. With a mental clarity he had never before experienced, he stood and moved with speed he didn't know he had. He held his good right arm aloft at his side, his fingers curled back in an open fist that displayed his palm as he channeled chakra into his hand. His chakra coalesced as he condensed it, and began to rotate it, the speed increasing at an alarming rate. A high-pitched whirring pierced the dull roar of the battlefield, drawing the beast's natural sense for danger. It turned and only had a moment to see Bolt make his attack. "Rasengan!" Bolt roared, slamming the ball of volatile chakra into the demon bear's scorched fur. Bolt slammed his eyes shut as his world exploded into light and pressure. He grit his teeth and held his ground, wincing as he heard the sound of flesh being torn asunder and bones being ground to dust. The villagers watched in awe as the demon bear, larger than even the largest of their huts, was sent spiraling away from Bolt and its body torn to pieces from the sheer power behind the jutsu. The bear was bodily thrown through the forest, tearing up trees and digging a trench 2 feet deep in the ground. It collapsed in a heap of bloodied flesh and burnt fur before whining pitifully before stilling, forever. Bolt drew in a long, ragged breath as the enormity of what he had accomplished set in. "I did it," he thought. "I used the Rasengan." That was his last thought before he fell unconscious. Bolt groaned as his eyes fluttered open and a dull ache throbbed in timing with his heart. "Oh God! Easy there, child," a soothing voice cooed. "You're safe." Bolt struggled to move his eyes in the direction of the voice. It was an older woman, dressed in a white apron that was stained with blood. "You had us worried for a moment, there. Thought you wouldn't pull through," she said. Who are you?" Bolt managed to gasp out. His tongue was painfully dry. As if understanding, the woman held a bowl of water to his lips, which Bolt drank greedily. "My name is Chie, Satoshi's wife. I'm a doctor. Though I haven't used my skills since leaving the Land of Frost, I managed to patch you up," the woman, Chie, explained. Bolt chuckled, which sent him into a coughing fit. "Thanks," he managed to get out, taking deep gasps of air. The old woman smiled kindly and patted his cheek. "Don't you worry, my dear. Just rest. The village is safe, thanks to you," Chie said. Bolt sighed and closed his eyes, all too happy to obey the doctor's orders. It was nearly 3 weeks before Bolt was ready to leave. Chie, the old hag as Bolt had grown to know her, insisted he stay longer. Bolt assured her that he was fine. He and his sister healed faster than most people. It was something his dad said ran in the family. Chie had none of that, and demanded he rest until she was sure their savior wouldn't die in the mountains because his arm broke again. The village was much livelier than Bolt had ever imagined it could be. The people wore bright smiles and weren't looking so malnourished after Bolt had slain the demon bear. The bear itself provided enough meat for the entire village to survive off of for a month, And without the threat of the beast lurking in the mountains, hunting parties were once again safe to venture out. The butcher had mounted the skull of the beast on a post at the entrance of the village, and, much to Bolt's embarrassment, the carpenters had created a sign that hung below the skull. Mitsuki Village was what they were named. Bolt prayed that Mitsuki would never find the village named after him, or he would never live it down. He'd brag about it just to irritate him. "Are you sure you have to leave?" Satoshi asked, worry clear on his face. Bolt nodded, being careful not to jostle his arm that rested in a sling. "Positive. I was on my way to the land of water before I stopped here. I need to resume my journey," he explained. Satoshi nodded sadly. "Here, we want you to have this," he said, handing Bolt a large leather pack. "We don't have any money, but we've all pitched in a little. Supplies for the road. Chia might be a poor doctor, but she makes delicious jerky." Bolt smiled as the old woman elbowed Satoshi in the ribs, hard. "Thank you," Bolt said, a few unshed tears threatening to spill. Though they lived in conditions that the Hidden Leaf Academy would have instructed them in for survival, the people here opened their homes to him and shared what little they had. He grew up surrounded by wealth and modern conveniences, and yet he couldn't deny that the people here lived lives as full as anyone in the Hidden Leaf. "Know that you'll always have a home in Mitsuki Village," Chie said, stepping forward and handing him an object wrapped in blue cloth. It was his headband. The scratch through the leaf symbol blatantly visible. "Even if you don't have a place to call home," she added softly. Bolt smiled and nodded, taking the headband and tying it around his forehead. "Farewell, Mitsuki," Satoshi called out as Bolt turned and went on his way. The men of the hunting party cheered and called out his name. It was a hero's farewell. "Ugh, Konohamaru, are we almost there? I hate this stupid forest." Sarada yelled as she kicked the offending root she had just tripped over. Mitsuki had the audacity to laugh at her atop the snake he had summoned to ride through the forest. "Yeah, just keep laughing, Mitsuki. When we get back to the village, I'm getting the Hokage to teach me how to summon toads. We'll see how funny it is when I summon the toad boss on you while you're sleeping." Sarada yelled, hurling a stick at her only remaining teammate. Now, Konohamaru said, trying to defuse the situation. "We're almost there. This village hasn't been sent aid because they aren't able to pay the fee, but the Hokage has been hearing rumors about an animal that lurks in these mountains. It's a long walk, but it's for a good cause." Sarada grumbled to herself but continued walking nonetheless. She really was going to get the Hokage to teach her how to summon toads when she got back. That was not a threat. It was a promise. As Konohamaru stepped between two trees and waded through a tall bush, he sighed in relief. "We made it," he said. "Thank God," Sarada swore. Mitsuki just kept laughing at her. The three of them emerged into a large clearing, with a rough path that led up the village. Two large poles had been erected with a sign that hung between them. Below the sign was a massive skull that Sarada could have walked through without having to bend over. Then she read the sign. "Sarada," Mitsuki said, drawing her attention. "They've named their village after me." Konohamaru chuckled at his student. "I'm sure they didn't name it after you, specifically," he said, trying to calm Sarada down. Really, their antagonism was going to drive him to smoking like his uncle. A young man saw them emerge from the forest and waved them over. "Hey, it's rare to see ninjas out this far. What brings you to our part of the woods?" he asked. Konohamaru smiled reassuringly. "We've been sent by the Hokage to help you with your pest problem," he declared. "You mean you're here to kill the demon bear?" a man asked from behind them. Konohamaru turned to face the new man and bowed in greetings. "Yes," he said grimly. Demon bear didn't sound very friendly. "My name is Konohamaru, and these are my students, Sarada and Mitsuki," he added, gesturing to each in turn. The older man shrugged indifferently. "My name is Satoshi, I'm the village chief. We found a ninja last month who was kind enough to dispatch the beast for us. Its skull hangs below his name," he said, pointing back to the hanging skull. Sarada paled. "No way, we're sent here to kill that thing?" she asked, pointing at the demon bear's skull in disbelief. Konohamaru's eyes narrowed. "You named your village, Mitsuki, after the ninja who helped you?" he asked, for clarification. He didn't know of any other ninja named Mitsuki, other than the one standing next to him. Satoshi nodded. Yes, he is our village's hero. We can never repay him for saving our home. The least we can do is honor his name, the chief answered. Can you describe this Mitsuki for me? Konohamaru asked. Satoshi frowned slightly. Sure. He was about the same height as your students. Same age too, I guess. Blonde hair, blue eyes. 2 scratches on both his cheeks, some kind of birthmark, he said warily. Sarada gasped. The 3 of them shared shocked and excited looks. Bolt! They all exclaimed as one. Sarada squealed in happiness. She couldn't contain it. Since Bolt had ran away, she had been in a poor mood. When reports came in that Mirai had fought him outside the capital, she had been so hopeful that he would be found. She couldn't even begin to imagine what he was going through. The happiness of both her and Mitsuki being promoted to Chunin seemed meaningless without Bolt there to celebrate with them. I'm sorry, do you know Mitsuki? Satoshi asked, fearing that he had said too much. He and his wife were the only ones to see his scratched headband after going through his things while he was unconscious. If these were ninjas sent to hunt him down, they'd have to torture him if they wanted his location. Sarada shook her head. He's not Mitsuki, his name is Bolt. That, Sarada said, pointing at her teammate, thing is Mitsuki. Bolt is our friend. He ran away from home and he probably used Mitsuki's name to avoid being discovered. Satoshi looked at the girl's hopeful eyes and knew she was telling the truth. Please, Konohamaru said, if you know anything about where Bolt has gone, anything at all, please tell us. Bolt is my student, and the son of a man I consider my brother. Satoshi sighed. He was here perhaps 6-7 weeks ago. Said he was going to travel the world before he stumbled across our village and helped us. I believe he said he was going to the land of water next. He said, a little guilty about betraying their hero. Sarada's beaming smile told Satoshi that he had done the right thing. These people were Mitsuki's Bolt's friends. They didn't mean him harm. Thank you, Konohamaru said seriously, his voice heavy with appreciation. He weaved several hand seals faster than Satoshi's eyes could follow. Shadow clone jutsu, he said. A clone appeared in a puff of smoke. Return to the hidden leaf. Inform the Hokage about what we've learned. We're heading for the land of water, Konohamaru instructed. The clone nodded and sprinted off. Thank you for your help, Sarada said. Her smile was infectious. It was nothing, little girl, Satoshi said with a smile. I do hope you find your friend. He is a good young man. Sarada nodded and broke into a jog, following after Mitsuki and Konohamaru as they headed further east. They were a month and a half behind Bolt, and he was headed to a land they weren't familiar with. And yet, for the first time in a long time, Sarada had hope. Satoshi sighed heavily. Oichie, tell Atsushi to bring his tools. He's going to have to redo the village sign. The kid gave us the wrong name. Bolt is 12, Himawari is 10, for those asking last chapter. I hope this chapter wasn't too boring. I decided to go back to the roots of the series and start dealing with the D and C class missions, only they aren't missions, they're just part of living in the Naruto world. One thing that I always found strange was that if you had a problem that required ninja assistance, and you didn't have the money to hire them, what happened? Surely there was some kind of assistance the village would offer, even if there wasn't money involved. Anyway, we'll be dealing with these kinds of mini-stories every few chapters, where Bolt and his friends or companions deal with various problems in the ninja world as he travels. From here we head east. We will be exploring the geography of the Naruto world a bit in this story, so a quick look at the map might help you better understand this chapter. Bolt is currently heading east towards the coast of the Land of Fire, and the Land of Frost's refugees are living in a village built in the mountains that separate the Hidden Leaf and the rest of the country from the coast. One thing I hope the Boruto manga touches on is how the people dealt with the after effects of the war. Landscapes literally were changed by some of the battles, with Madara, the 5 Kage, the tailed beasts, Naruto and Sasuke and Kagaya fighting, all of which was in the northern part of the continent, cloud, hot water, frost, sound, and the unnamed peninsula where Obito's base was. We touch a little on that in this chapter, and it will be a recurring theme as the story goes on. Guest, Arya, Updates will be weekly bi-weekly, most likely weekly, give or take a few days, with an average of 5k words per chapter. Guest, Naruto, what pairing would you suggest? There's only two canon girls his age, Sarada and Chocho. Personally, I find Sarada's and Bolt's interactions cute. I'm always hesitant to make OC pairings, because I always feel like canon characters are stronger literarily, as in literature. Hey, could you possibly take me to the land of water? I'd be willing to pay, Bolt asked for the 8th time that day. The fisherman he had asked looked up from where he was repairing his nets, laughed heartily, and then shook his head. Bolt felt his eye twitch uncontrollably as he was denied, again. After the longest hike in his life, he finally reached the coast of the Land of Fire and found a moderately populated fishing village near a small bay. There were no less than 20, perhaps 30, fishing vessels docked in the village, and after approaching each of the captains in turn, he was denied passage. He offered to pay them. Denied. He offered to pay and work for them. Denied. He offered to pay and work and guard them as a ninja. Denied. It was beyond infuriating. No one was traveling between the Land of Fire and Water. Every time he asked, they just laughed or scoffed at him before sending him on his way. It was beginning to wear on Bolt's already frayed nerves. Sighing heavily, Bolt gave up on the captain of the Water Dragon's bride and went into the town proper to find something to eat. The docks reeked of dead fish, anyway, Bolt told himself. It was going to seep into his clothes. He'd never get the smell out. Wandering through the village market, Bolt found an old woman manning a stall that sold, of all things, cinnamon rolls. They were a guilty pleasure of his mother, and he'd always managed to beg one off her whenever she brought them home. Fishing around his pockets, he withdrew a few Rio and purchased a box. Finding a scenic spot on the end of a pier, Bolt sat down and treated himself to a feast of sugar, savoring the sweet pastries. His mom wasn't here to tell him not to eat the whole box of 6 in one sitting, but he knew he'd probably be sick if he did, so he abstained. Placing his pack on his knees, he sifted through his clothes until he found the wad of Rio he had stolen from his father. He was running dangerously low on money. In fact, counting the money he just spent on his treat, he probably didn't have enough to barter passage to the Land of Water. Sighing deeply, Bolt ate 2 more pastries while kicking his legs back and forth, watching his reflection in the water below the pier. Folding the box and placing it and the remaining 3 cinnamon rolls reverently at the top of his pack, Bolt stood and began to concentrate, focusing his chakra into the soles of his feet. Taking a leap of faith, he jumped from the pier and landed on the water. There was one gut-wrenching moment where he felt himself sink, then it passed as his chakra took hold and held him above the water. He bobbed with the tide, getting his bearings. Bolt had excellent chakra control. It was required to be a practitioner of the gentle fist, and all Hyuga had a natural finesse in the skill. His was the best of anyone in his team except, maybe, Sarada. Her mother was teaching her a few things about medical ninjutsu, which arguably required more control than even his gentle fist. The gentle fist was all about expelling chakra from your chakra points and blasting your opponent with them. Medical ninjutsu focused on repairing even the smallest damage at a cellular level. Here we go, Bolt declared, eager to get on his way now that he found his sea legs. No one would take him to the Land of Water, and he didn't have the money for a boat anyway. While he didn't really want to run the whole way, that was his only choice. But it did give him one rare opportunity. He could visit the Land of Whirlpools, the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan. It had been raised in the Third Great War by the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist, fearing that the Hidden Whirlpool would come to their longtime ally, the Hidden Leaf's aid. Supposedly it was nothing but ruins now, but there were rumors that after the Fourth Great War some of the remaining Uzumaki clansmen had returned and were attempting to rebuild their clan. If it was true, Bolt had to investigate. He could just make out the fuzzy outline of an island on the horizon, and knew that there was only one island off the coast, the Land of Whirlpools. It wasn't even noon yet, and he had plenty of time. Bolt huffed as he wiped the sweat from his face. He was exhausted physically and had spent a large portion of his chakra running over the bay that separated the Land of Fire and Whirlpools. He was soaked from the ocean spray, and his clothes stuck to his body like a second skin. Luckily, his pack was water-resistant. Standard issue ninja gear. That meant his delicious cinnamon rolls were safe. It was the only thing that kept him going as he moved closer and closer to the land of whirlpools. One might think that, after being able to walk on water, running over large bodies of water would be easy. They would be wrong. The constant rocking of the ocean, combined with the occasional large waves, forced Bolt to zigzag across the bay, avoiding the worst of the turbulent waters. And, of course, because I'm never lucky, the waves just keep getting worse and worse, Bolt cursed. Bolt felt the hairs on the back of his neck raise. Snapping his head up from his reflection in the water, he came face to face with a towering wave of water that slammed into him. Inhaling on instinct, he sputtered when he breathed water. A moment later, the wave passed and Bolt crawled onto the surface of the water, channeling his chakra into his arms and legs. Seeing another wave coming and it was moving sideways across the ocean, Bolt quickly stood and weaved a series of hand seals. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Bolt took a deep breath as water surged around him, forming a sphere of water that levitated a few inches off the surface of the water. The next wave impacted his watery prison and quickly passed. Releasing the jutsu and taking a gasping breath of air, Bolt cast a few quick glances around. More waves were coming. Bolt turned and ran, putting as much distance between him and oncoming onslaught as possible. He just managed to get out of the reach as the wave crashed past him, tumbling and dying. Panting, now thoroughly exhausted and soaking wet, Bolt berated himself for ever thinking it was a good idea to walk to the land of whirlpools. Now that he had some distance, he could make out the subtle flow of water as it circled and drained into a series of massive whirlpools that surrounded the island, acting like guardians. Looking back, he was easily several miles out to sea. Even if he turned around, he would run out of chakra before he reached the fishing village again. He didn't fancy swimming the rest of the way as exhausted as he was. Using the water prison jutsu only compounded his already waning chakra reserves. Turning back to the island, which was only a few minutes of brisk running away, he steeled his resolve. Through the whirlpools it is, Bolt thought sardonically. He moved closer to the whirling waves, staying just out of their reach. When he was as close as he could get without being in their sphere of influence, he bent his knees and waited. The moment the next wave in the cycle passed him, Bolt took off at a sprint, kicking up water and leaving vague footprints in the sea. He weaved through the whirlpools, trying to stay out of the stronger currents as much as possible. Easier said than done. Bolt could feel the ocean shift beneath his feet as the whirlpools raged and churned beneath the waters. Surface. He knew that if he ever sank below the surface, he'd drown. His life would be cut tragically short. Adrenaline burned in his veins as his legs pumped faster and faster, sprinting across the surface. He could feel the tide shift as another wave began to descend upon him. Looking up, Bolt could see the beach of the land of whirlpools in the distance. He was so close, yet so far. He wouldn't make it. Bolt blinked rapidly as he felt an unbearable, painful pressure begin to build behind his eyes. Weaving through the hand seals, he formed another water prison and took one last deep breath of air before the whirlpool broke upon him. His heart fluttered in his chest and the pain in his eyes doubled as he was dragged beneath the waves, cast around like a rag doll. The ocean was power. Nothing was stronger than the pull of the tide, dragging him deeper into the depths. His lungs burned for air as he was thrown mercilessly around the whirlpool. Channeling more chakra into his jutsu, he began forcing his way forward, trying to fight his way out of the whirlpool's influence. Bolt was fighting a losing battle. And then, as suddenly as it came, he was released, thrown violently forward and free of the whirlpool. He could see the sandy floor of the beach as he approached the shore, and the pressure in his eyes dissipated. Bolt blinked away a few tears of relief, thanking whatever powers may be that he would live to see another day. Directing his body upwards, Bolt broke the surface and in a gasping breath of air that soothed the burning ache in his lungs. He could still feel his heart beating out of his chest at the near-death experience. With languid, pained movements, Bolt swam to the beach, crawling across the sand and collapsing in an exhausted heap near a washed-up log. Too tired to object, he fell asleep. Bolt groaned as his eyes fluttered open. The first thing he saw was a tiny crab staring him down, clicking his pincers menacingly. Laughing and shooing away the offending crustacean, he sat up and looked around. "I made it! I made it!" Bolt exclaimed. "Congratulations," a voice said. Bolt turned around. A young man with striking crimson hair and piercing amber eyes was sitting on the log next to him. He wore a dull green jacket and a black headband around his neck. In the center of the silver plate was a stylized emblem, some sort swirling pattern. It was the same one he had seen on the Jonin jackets that the Hidden Leaf wore. No sooner had he finished the thought did the man punch him square in the jaw, and then Bolt returned to his dreams. Blinking away the blackness, Bolt woke up with a feeling of soreness in his jaw that made him wince. He was strung over someone's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Said person was currently jogging through a sparse forest. "Struggle and I'll knock you back out, kid," the voice, a man, instructed. Bolt stiffened as memories of what happened came rushing back to him. Realizing now that the man was a ninja, Bolt reluctantly obeyed. His mind whirring as he began to imagine all sorts of horrible things these ninja could do to him. He was a foreign combatant on their soil. He just didn't know which village used the spiraling symbol as their crest. Bolt raised his head and glanced around, hoping the red-headed man wouldn't take offense. Just as he did, the two of them broke through the forest and out onto a hill that overlooked a sprawling, grassy valley with a wide river running through the middle. The valley was surrounded by hills on all sides, and the sun just barely crested the peaks, painting the landscape in beautiful hues of oranges and yellows. It was breathtaking. Then Bolt noticed the ruins. In the middle of the valley, built around the river, was a sprawling metropolis of ruins. All crumbled stone and rotting wood, it was the corpse of a forgotten city. In the very center, much smaller than the ruins, stood a few buildings. They weren't tall, but they were dignified. Each one crafted with meticulous care, swirling emblems the same as his captor's headband adorned the stone pillars that held the buildings off the ground and out of the reach of the raging river. "Welcome to the Hidden Eddy, kid. For your sake, I hope you have a good excuse for being here," the ninja said, readjusting and tightening his grip on Bolt. Bolt swallowed. His tongue was suddenly dry. As they neared the center of the ruins, and closer to the village proper, he could see other people milling around. There were a few down by the riverbank, hoisting great nets across it. A few stray, unlucky fish were caught and pulled in. More were scattered through the ruins, though at seeing the man and Bolt, they began to return to the tiny village. A handful of women and children gazed down at Bolt from the windows of their home, looks of suspicion and curiosity adorning their features. And they all had the same striking crimson hair as his captor, Bolt noted. There were a few heads of black here and there, even another blonde, like him. But the overwhelming majority were redheads. Bolt let out a groan as he was roughly deposited on the ground. Looking up, an older woman loomed over him. She had a strange hue of pink hair, almost like it was the faded crimson that the others had. Though the lines of her face spoke age, the strength of her postures spoke power. Around her neck was a white length of cloth with a silver plaque attached. It had the same whirling symbol the other ninja had. Her eyes were her most striking feature. They were a deep, fierce crimson, even more so than the hair of those around her. They seemed to see through him. It was unnerving. Hi," Bolt said with a nervous chuckle, scratching at the back of his head. The old woman turned to the ninja who had brought him to the village and nodded once. A quick, bird-like motion. Bolt didn't even see the man weave the hand seals. He was so fast. The earth below him opened up and swallowed him whole before spitting him back up, allowing his head to rest above the stone. Bolt yelped in fear and discomfort as his prison held him in its grasp, his heart fluttering again. The same painful pressure in his eyes returned in full as tears threatened to spill. The woman approached him with a powerful, steady gait and kneeled. She parted his bangs gently, confusing Bolt, before withdrawing her hands and weaving several hand seals. She placed her palm on Bolt's forehead, and he stiffened as he felt foreign chakra invade his system. "Oh God," Bolt swore. "They're going to torture me." He waited for the burn of fire, or the shock of lightning, or the smothering of water. None came. The woman removed her hand and patted him twice on the cheek before standing. "My name is Akane, and I am the third Uzukage," the woman said. Bolt nodded. It was a very apt name. Brilliant red. I'm going to ask you some questions, and it would be in your interest to answer them honestly. Who are you? Bolt swallowed, trying to wet his dry tongue. Mitsuki, Bolt said, crying out as a searing pain scorched through his skull and down his spine. Akane looked down at him sadly. Try again, dear, she instructed. Bolt, he managed to say, gritting his teeth. The pain stopped, and he gasped in relief. He could feel the foreign chakra pulsing in his forehead, thanks to his natural chakra control honed from years of gentle fist training. It has to be a seal, Bolt realized. It made sense. If these people really were the Uzumaki of the Hidden Eddy, everyone knew they were gifted in sealing jutsu. Surname? Akane questioned. Uzumaki, Bolt admitted quietly, not wanting to experience whatever the seal did to him again. His answer seemed to both shock and excite the gathered crowd. Akane nodded sagely above him. That explains how you passed the barrier, she commented. What are you doing here? I was looking for passage to the land of water. No ships were making the journey, so I ran here, Bolt explained. Do you bear any ill intent towards the Hidden Eddy, the Uzumaki clan, or any who call this land home? Akane continued her questioning. No, Bolt answered quickly. His eyes flicked over to the man who had brought him to the village. He was holding his pack, shifting through the contents. He seemed to discover something that made his eyes widen. Bolt knew what it was before he even took it out. He handed his headband over to Akane, who gazed at it and him imperiously. Are you a ninja of the Hidden Leaf? She asked with a raised, curious eyebrow. Yes, no, maybe? Bolt said. He was, technically, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf. He was also, technically, a missing ninja. He didn't know how the seal would interpret his answer. Luckily, the seal remained inactive and Akane just nodded. Would I be correct to assume that you are the missing son of the Hokage? Akane asked. Bolt just nodded. Let him out, Kahaku, Akane instructed. His captor, Kahaku, weaved a few hand seals and placed his hand on the front. The earth opened its great maw and spat Bolt back out. Bolt shivered at the feeling of freedom again. Being trapped on all sides by solid stone was unnerving in the greatest degree. I apologize, dear. Hold still and allow me to remove the seal, Akane said soothingly. Bolt stilled and allowed the older woman to part his bangs once more and removed the seal. He sighed in relief as the foreign chakra left his system. Her hands lingered, glowing with a shade of green light. Bolt felt the muscles in his neck and shoulders relax as the mystic palm soothed away the aches and pains that the seal had inflicted upon him. After a few moments, she withdrew her hands. We can never be too careful with our security, I'm afraid. There are many who would take great pleasure in seeing our clan perish from this world forever. We take intruders very seriously, the Yuzakage explained. Bolt nodded. He understood, really. Casting a few looks around, he noticed more and more people were coming out of their homes to see him. Now that they knew he wasn't a threat, their expressions had changed from one of anxiety to one of excitement. You're free to stay as long as you wish. Kahaku, show him to the guest quarters, will you? The Yuzakage instructed. Wait! Bolt called, stopping the Yuzakage. Akane turned and eyed him. You're not going to turn me in? You know the Hokage is looking for me after all? He explained. The woman just chuckled. You're an Uzumaki, and we protect our own. We here are the very rare few, the last of our clan in existence. Your father has made generous donations to our village over the years, but if he expects us to hand you over to him, he has another thing coming, Akane explained, chin raised proudly. Bolt was humbled by the unbridled display of loyalty the Yuzakage showed him simply because they were family. Not in blood, but in name. It was a rarity in the world these days. Come on, kid, Kahaku said, pulling him to his feet, but not unkindly. A few of the other villagers gave him small smiles and welcoming nods as Kahaku led him to an unused house. Sorry about being so rough on you, by the way, he said conversationally. I'm one of the few ninja we have. It's my job to make sure everyone is safe. Can't take any chances. Bolt looked around. It was true. Other than the Yuzakage and Kahaku, there were only a handful of men and women with headbands. Bolt could count them on one hand. Wow, he said. I never imagined there would be so many people here. There are rumors on the mainland that the land of whirlpools was being rebuilt, but nothing like this. Kahaku nodded sadly. After the end of the Fourth Great War, the Uzukage began to travel the world looking for the scattered remains of our clan. Anyone she found, she sent here. It's been slow progress, but we're rebuilding. Our greatest weakness is the lack of ninja. After the destruction of our country, the surviving clansmen went into hiding and didn't pass their skills down to the next generation for fear of discovery, he explained. Who is she? Akane the Uzukage, Bolt asked. Kahaku eyed Bolt, trying to understand why he wanted to know. Chalking it up to curiosity, he shrugged. She's the granddaughter of the first Uzukage's brother. You would know her better as the niece of your first Hokage's wife, the daughter of the first Uzukage, he explained. No way! Bolt exclaimed. The Uzukage was someone distantly related to Mito Uzumaki, wife of Hashirama Senju? The most powerful ninja to ever live? Founder of the Hidden Leaf? That made her practically royalty in Bolt's eyes. Kahaku nodded in appreciation of the respect apparent in Bolt's eyes. She is very wise, and the strongest Uzumaki alive. Not counting your father, of course. But then again, he hasn't cared much about the clan and his heritage, he said. Yeah. How come he hasn't said anything about this place? We could be helping you guys rebuild. Bolt exclaimed. He visited once, shortly after the war. The Hokage and the Hidden Leaf make very generous monetary donations every year, and for that we are grateful. As far as defending us, the Uzukage has a Teta barrier around the island that prevents any except those of Uzumaki blood to pass. It was agreed that it would be safer if no Hidden Leaf ninja were to be stationed here, Kahaku explained. Here we are, he added, gesturing at a tall wooden house with stone pillars holding it above the raging river below. It was as well built as it looked. The Uzumaki clan built their new homes like a fortress. It seems I've been assigned as your watcher during your stay here, Kahaku said as Bolt walked up the steps to his new home. I imagine I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Keep out of trouble, kid. Bolt opened the door to the house. It was nice, he supposed. It was a different style of architecture compared to what he was used to. The bed. He hadn't slept on something soft and warm in weeks. He couldn't even remember how many days. After laying down for a moment and just enjoying the feeling, Bolt sat up and cupped his hands. Like he did every night, he began to go through the steps of forming a Rasengan. Rotation. Power. Containment. Release. Rotation. Power. Containment. Release. He was rewarded with a medium-sized orb of pure chakra. Releasing the jutsu, he performed the steps again and again and again until he fell asleep. Morning came all too early. Get up, kid, Bolt heard someone say. A moment later he was hoisted out of bed by the ankles and deposited on the ground. What? Bolt yelled. What could possibly warrant his attention so early? It wasn't even noon yet. He was not accustomed to being up at this hour after weeks of freedom. Uzukage wants you, Kahaku said simply. Bolt grumbled but quickly got dressed. If a Kage wanted him, he'd go. Unless it was his stupid Hokage of a father. Walking through the village in the daylight, Bolt noticed more people out and about. It was clear to him, now that they were slowly clearing away the ruins, salvaging what they could of their culture and history while trying to survive day to day. They didn't have to walk far. Kahaku pointed to the door of a large building. Bolt assumed it was where the Uzukage worked and did her day-to-day business. Bolt quickly realized the building was not, in fact, the Uzukage's office. It was a school. Long rows of desks and chairs filled the room, and at the front, there were 10 kids eagerly listening to the Uzukage speak. At Bolt's entrance, they all looked up and shot him beaming smiles. He guessed they didn't get visitors often. Ah, our newest student. Take a seat, Akame said, pointing to one of the free chairs. The kids, ranging from ages 5 to 15, as far as Bolt could tell, parted and allowed him to join them. So long as you weren't leaving today, this would be a good opportunity to continue your education, the Uzukage told him. Bolt shrugged. He really wasn't one for studying. He never let school get in the way of his education. Now, where was I? Akane pondered aloud. A little girl in front of Bolt raised her hand, practically jumping up and down. "You were just telling us about how old you were," she exclaimed. Bolt looked at the girl like she was insane. "Very good, Asuka," the Uzukage chided. "We of the Uzumaki clan naturally possess a strong vitality. That means we live long, long lives. So long, in fact, that we were once known as the Village of Longevity. There were other benefits too. We healed from injuries faster, and we recovered from exhaustion quicker," she explained after seeing the confused look of some of the younger children. Suddenly, things clicked for Bolt. The reason he and his sister and his dad healed so fast was because they were Uzumakis, though the Nine Tails probably helped his dad more than his heritage did. He was immensely thankful for that family trait. His arm was still sore from where the demon bear had broken it. "It also means we naturally have large reserves of chakra," she added, which seemed to excite some of the older students. Bolt guessed this was the new generation of ninja. Who better to teach them than the Uzukage herself? Of course, our strength earned us many friends, but also many enemies. For a long time, we Uzumaki did not marry outside of the clan. We lived so long that it was an inevitably that we would outlive our spouses. That all changed when we became allies with the legendary Senju. They were the only other clan whose vitality rivaled our own. We had finally found our equals, the Uzukage explained with a nostalgic look on her face. Generations of marriage between our two clans resulted in children that were stronger than both, and our two clans profited greatly from our alliance. Ironically, that was when our enemies' fear began to overrule their reason. During the height of the Third Great War, an alliance of Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist ninjas snuck into our village and slaughtered our clan in the night, the Uzukage said, her voice hard and cold. After that, our clan was scattered to the four winds, she added sadly. Now, enough of that, the Uzukage declared. Our clan was renowned for our sealing jutsu. Has everyone been practicing their enclosing and unsealing jutsu? The students nodded, pulling our scrolls, brushes, and jars of ink. Bolt looked around helplessly. Thankfully, one of the older students took pity on him and handed him a spare set of tools and a blank scroll. "Good," Akame said with a nod. "Since we have a new student today, and you need the practice, we shall review what we learned last lesson. Please take a kunai and draw the characters on the scroll like so." Bolt didn't know how truly difficult sealing jutsus were at the time. By the end of the day, however, his wrists and fingers ached, and he was painted inky black from the tips of his fingers to his elbows and running dangerously low on chakra. The third Uzukage was a SLV driver. "What do you mean he is going to the land of water?" Naruto yelled. A visibly shaking clone of Konohamaru chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Well, like I said, we found that village you sent us to help, and when we got there, their problem was already solved." Bolt wasn't very careful about hiding his tracks, and from questioning the village leader we discovered it was him that had helped them, Konohamaru explained, trying to calm down his older surrogate brother. The village leader said that Bolt had mentioned he wanted to travel the world, and mentioned he wanted to go to the land of water. Naruto stood suddenly and began to pace the Hokage's rather small office. In the process, he spilled a small cup of instant ramen had been eating. To Konohamaru, that spoke volumes as to the Hokage's worry. Naruto never wasted ramen. It was sacrilege. Blasphemy. The original and his team are currently en route to the land of water as we speak, Konohamaru's clone said, trying to reassure him. They would find Bolt. He was their friend. The teammate. Sarada, especially, since she and Bolt had been close friends since childhood, Konohamaru thought. Naruto still paced, a deep frown on his lips. Sarada has her Sharingan, and Mitsuki has his Featlings. I'm sure they will find him. No problem. Konohamaru declared, a confident smile adorning his features. He held his fist aloft with his thumb up. It didn't appear to have any effect on the Hokage's mood. "Cat," Naruto demanded. Before Konohamaru could question Naruto's sanity, a figure emerged from a shadowy corner of the room, causing his heart to flutter in surprise. He was a tall man, with spiky brown hair that hung loose outside of his animal mask, a cat, with 2 red crescent moons and 4 green claw marks, 2 above the eye and 2 below. He wore the standard issue wardrobe of the Umbu, black slacks, shirt, gloves, and boots, with a dull gray jacket and vambraces. Sir, the Umbu said, standing at attention, awaiting his orders. Remove your mask. Konohamaru, memorize his features. He will rendezvous with you in the land of water, Naruto instructed. The Umbu nodded once before reaching up and removing his mask, revealing pale skin and bland features with dull black eyes. This is Yamato, Naruto introduced. Continue searching for Bolt in the land of water. He will find you. Konohamaru nodded, lifting his arms to form the hand seal that would release the clone. Wait, Naruto said. The land of water has had some unrest these past few years. Mercenaries taking advantage of the peace to do jobs that the hidden villages have refused to take. Be careful and make sure Bolt is safe. Don't worry, we'll find him, Konohamaru reassured. Nodding to Yamato, the clone released itself, transferring its memories to the original, who was currently arguing with a ship's captain about passage to the land of water. Turning his attention to his former team captain, Naruto sighed. You're the only one I trust for this, Yamato. Good luck, he said. Yamato smirked knowingly. His former may put up a strong front, but inside he was as soft as any father was for their child's safety. I'll find Bolt, don't worry. He can't be much worse than you as a kid, right? Yamato said with a laugh, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. The two shared a nod before Yamato left the office, using the door since he was no longer an Umbu. Outside, he nearly stumbled as he turned and met, face to face, a very thunderous-looking wife of the Hokage. Trailing behind her was a small girl with a trembling chin and wide, teary eyes. Nodding in respect, Yamato shuffled out of the Hokage's office with haste. No one wanted to be present when a wife chewed up and spat back out her husband, doubly more so when it was the Hokage and his wife. Naruto looked up, a smile forming as he saw it was Hinata and Himawari who had come to see him. One look at his wife and daughter's faces wiped the smirk off his face. Clearly they had heard the last discussion he had with Konohamaru and Yamato. Hinata crossed her arms. I thought you said you had everything under control, she said firmly. Naruto could tell she was upset. Sometimes he really missed the nervous, shy girl she was when they first fell in love. That Hinata was never this scary. I do, Naruto corrected himself. Yamato is the one of the best Umbu agents we have. One of the most powerful too. If he can handle me and Kurama, he can handle Bolt. Kurama scoffed inwardly at his vessel's comment. No puny human could handle the 9 tails. You said he would be found within the week. You said there was no way he would get outside the Hidden Leaf's borders, let alone the Land of Fires, Hinata continued on. Are you sure I said that? Naruto asked with a nervous laugh. From Hinata's narrowed brows and tight frown, she didn't think it was that funny. Daddy, Himawari called with a sniff. She looked up at Naruto and Hinata, unshed tears in her green eyes. She was wearing one of Bolt's black and red jackets, clutching it tightly. Of all the people affected by Bolt's disappearance, she was the most affected. Where did brother go? Why did he run away? Naruto practically leapt over his desk. He picked up his daughter and held her close, like he did when she was younger. Though Himawari was only 10, she was old enough to understand what had happened to her brother. Don't worry, Hima, Naruto cooed. Bolt will come back, you can count on it. Kurama and I will go ourselves if we have to. I never go back on my word, remember? Himawari sniffled and wiped away her tears on her brother's jacket sleeve. Hinata smiled. She couldn't stay mad at Naruto. Hey, Naruto whispered, his voice low and quiet so Hinata couldn't hear him. How about I teach you a few things? That way, when he does get back, you can beat him up, teach him a lesson, Himawari beamed. Ever since she awakened her Byakugan, she had become the pride and joy of the Hyuga clan, and one of the best students the academy had ever seen. She was quickly becoming as much a prodigy as her brother. With a few eager nods, she agreed. Satisfied that his daughter would be okay, Naruto let her down. Turning his attention back to Hinata, he mulled over a few options in his head. Though he could tell that she was placated for now, it was best to please her. I'll assign an Umbu watch in every town on the coast, and ask if the land of hot water would keep a watch on their coast as well. I'm sure Bee and Yuki would be willing to watch out for Bolt in the land of lightning for us as well, Naruto said. What about sending a message to the hidden mist? Hinata asked, though she had a small, pleased smile on her lips. She always got her way when she really wanted it. Naruto's frowned in thought. The hidden mist has their hands full with the civil unrest they've been facing lately, but I'll send a personal message to Chojuro and ask him to be on the lookout. I need to inform him of Konohamaru and Yamato's presence in his country, anyway, he said. Hinata nodded, pleased with the outcome. Come on, Himawari. Let's go get a cinnamon roll. Your dad needs to work, she said, holding out her hand. Naruto waved goodbye to his wife and daughter, before returning to the mountains of paperwork looming over his desk on all sides. He groaned as he realized several scrolls were stained with ramen. The harsh whip of a brush came down the sensitive flesh of the back of Bolt's hand. No, 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 the Uzukage yelled. This character is all wrong. Bolt sighed. He had decided that sealing jutsu was simply not his favorite DSPLN. Long sessions of reading over archaic characters and messy paintings on scrolls left him drained, physically and mentally, after each lesson. And yet, he couldn't deny that the lessons were, for once, useful. The first day, he had learned how to seal items into scrolls. It was elementary. So easy even he could pick it up after a single day of instruction. He went home that night, unpacked his belongings, and sealed them all in a scroll he had been given by one of his classmates. Now he had significantly less things to carry on his journey. And the best part was that even if the scroll got wet, the chakra-enhanced ink wouldn't smudge, meaning the seal would remain intact. His third lesson had been making explosive tags. That was fun. If he ever went back to the hidden leaf, he was going to plaster his dad's face on the Hokage monument with the tags. His current lesson, on the other hand, was a pain. It was a simple seal, according to the Uzukage. He and his classmates thought otherwise. It revolved around preparing a scroll that would seal an incoming attack of a specific element. Useful for defending oneself, or, in Bolt's case, attacking. He favored the water style, and the main weakness of the element was that if there wasn't a natural source of water nearby, the user was forced to generate their own with chakra. That was taxing. Having a seal that carried a large amount of water would be invaluable. The only problem was it was tedious. Layer upon layer of ink that was enchanted with his own chakra. The slightest mistake, and boom! His scroll would explode into scraps of paper and pulp. With a shaky hand, Bolt carefully corrected the character he had just drawn. It was his 38th attempt at this particular seal. Thankfully, nothing seemed to go wrong. Channeling his chakra into it, the seal glowed blue for a moment before fading back to black. Excellent! Akame exclaimed. Now, all you need to do is inscribe the character for the element you want to seal in the middle. Bolt sighed in relief, his shoulders visibly relaxing. He didn't know how much more he could take. The Uzukage had taken a liking to him, as the others called it. She was determined to teach the errant son of the Hokage his birthright that his father never received. Carefully drawing the character for water, Bolt pressed his index finger to the ink and channeled chakra into the entire seal. Sealing jutsu, water seal, he whispered. The entire scroll visibly glowed blue before fading to black. Well done, the Uzukage praised, patting his back reassuringly. Some of the other students had stopped to watch him and gave him nods of encouragement and acknowledgement. If you don't mind, Uzukage, I'd like to take a break, Bolt asked respectfully. Certainly, dear. You've earned it. I'll just have to crack down on these slackers, Akame declared, looking around the room for her next victim student. Rolling up his scroll and stashing it in one of his pouches on his belt, Bolt hastily retreated outside the small academy before the Uzukage could change her mind. Outside, the villagers went about the same routine they did every day: find food and water, clear out the ruins, recover their culture and lost sealing. Seeing several burly, crimson-haired men struggling to lift a large stone pillar off of a crumbled house, Bolt weaved a few hand seals. A cloud of smoke surrounded him, and when it cleared, where once there was only one, now there were 7. Bolt smiled, quite pleased with himself. Before, he had only been able to make, at most, for shadow clones. Now he could make 6. He chalked his improved chakra reserves up to his nightly practice of forming, dispelling, and reforming the Rasengan. "Alright guys, help them out," Bolt declared, pointing at the struggling men. The clones nodded and took off, rushing to their aid. With Bolt's help, they managed to remove the pillar and clear the house for searching. Deciding he could do more good, Bolt sent his clones out to help with anything in the village. The villagers welcomed the help with open arms and warm smiles. Sighing wearily, Bolt made his way to what he had dubbed his corner of the village. His temporary residence was on the outskirts of the village, clearly one of the new houses that had been constructed on top of the old dilapidated ruins. It was nice, really. No neighbors, no one to bother him. The river bent just before his house, creating a tiny inlet of calm water, which proved to be invaluable for his planned journey. The idea had come to him as he pondered his situation. The Uzumaki clan had precious few boats, not ships, boats that they could spare. While he hadn't asked the Uzukage, he was certain that they wouldn't part with one. Not that it was a problem, really. He didn't know how to sail. The boats, dinghies really, weren't even fit to sail on the open ocean. One rogue wave and they'd sink. They were made for traveling to and from the land of fire, across the calm waters of the bay. So, he was stuck until he could develop the chakra reserves necessary to run the entire distance to the land of water. Therefore, his morning routine of going through the gentle fist stances and forms had changed. Instead of performing them on land, he performed them on water. It had the added benefit of honing his chakra control. He had to focus on keeping afloat, and at the same time, focus on pushing chakra into his gentle fist forms. Two birds with one stone. By some unknown sixth sense, Bolt felt an object fall behind him and plunge into the water. He still yelped like a girl when a tendril of cold water splashed onto his foot. He turned and glared at Kahaku, who had a few small pebbles in his hand. "Not bad, kid. Forms can only get you so far, though. How about a real spar?" Kahaku said haughtily. It was an arrogance born of confidence in one's abilities. "Sure," Bolt said with a smile. Hand-to-hand combat was one area where he knew he excelled in. Kahaku didn't stand a chance. The redhead raised a brow when Bolt didn't move from his spot. Bolt just smiled and held up his hand, gesturing with two fingers for him to join him on the water. Kahaku jumped down, his feet causing ripples to explode across the water's surface. He sunk down, lowering his center of gravity, and adopting a foreign stance which Bolt didn't recognize. Bolt smirked, inched forward, and took the first strike. A guarded open palm strike that Kahaku deflected with his forearm. He went with the flow, like his grandfather taught him, bringing up his other arm gracefully to caress Kahaku's exposed shoulder. He saw it coming, and leaned back out of the way, careful to not let himself be touched. Clearly he knew that Bolt was a gentle fist practitioner. Even the smallest of touches was dangerous. Kahaku twirled, bringing the back of his fist up in a backhanded slap that left Bolt's cheek smarting. Bolt was a dervish of palm strikes and pointed fingers, pressing forward against his opponent. Each time his strikes would close in on Kahaku, and each time Kahaku spun away in a whirling, circular motion that seemed to always place him inside Bolt's guard. After a few exchanges, Bolt could feel fresh bruises forming on his ribs, forearms, and thighs. And he had nothing to show for it. Kahaku was surprisingly slippery. Growling in thinly veiled frustration, Bolt took a few steps backwards to orient himself. Bending at the knees and waist, Bolt raised his right arm behind his back, and lowered his left arm below his waist. It resembled a mock bow. Kahaku inched forward, a cautious brow raised. Bolt took in a deep breath, his body tensing and his muscles coiling. 8 trigrams, Bolt declared through grit teeth, chakra surging through his arms and legs. Kahaku backpedaled wildly, trying to get out of range. 2 palms. Bolt surged forward, both his left and right palms thundering towards Kahaku. They struck him dead in the chest, heavy as rocks. 4 palms. Bolt whirled, striking with pointed fingers that struck Kahaku's shoulders and waist, 2 each. Kahaku hissed in pain as the blows continued to rain down. 8 palms. Bolt hissed, feeling the strain in his shoulders and back. Without the Byakugan, his mastery of the gentle fist was incomplete. His blows were little more than chakra-enhanced strikes that rattled bones and tore muscle. He was incapable of blocking a person's chakra points, and that meant his form was off. Since his form was off, it strained his body. Kahaku weaved a series of hand seals. Water erupted from his feet, cascading outwards in large waves. Bolt yelped in surprise as his form was shattered, ending the chain of attacks that the Hyuga clan was famous for. Bolt struggled to channel his chakra into his feet to prevent him from sinking under the waves. "Hey!" Bolt yelled indignantly after the water cleared. "You said this was a spar. No ninjutsu." Kahaku smirked. "I said it was a spar. I never said we couldn't use jutsu," he said. Bolt growled, a sound very much fitting the source of the chakra scars on his cheeks. "Water style, water bullet jutsu." Spears of water hissed through the air as they left Bolt's lips. Ka dodged. His taijutsu was the same infuriating swirling pattern that evaded his gentle fist. Bolt channeled more chakra into the jutsu. Spears of water turned into long pillars that caused wakes to erupt across the surface of the water they stood on. Bolt changed his pattern of attack, weaving hand seals even as he continued to spit bullets of water. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Kahaku's eyes widened as Bolt performed the A-rank jutsu, something that should have been far beyond the kid's capabilities. A torrential blast of water erupted from the river, almost as if the whole body of water was at Bolt's command. The river thundered towards Kahaku like a great sinuous serpent. Kahaku weaved seals, calling forth the riverbed. An earthen dome erupted and encased him, shielding him from the blunt force of the attack. When the water died down, he released his shield. Bolt charged forward, swinging open-palmed strikes at his opponent. Kahaku could tell that Bolt's strength was waning. He went on the offensive, whirling across the surface of the water like the whirlpools of his home. He struck Bolt cleanly in the chest, knocking him to the water's surface. Kahaku watched as Bolt shuddered and then turned into a pool of water. A hand shot out of the river and grasped his ankle tightly. Bolt smiled through the water as a sphere of liquid erupted and encased his opponent. He was running low on chakra. This attack would be his last. He watched as Kahaku visibly struggled against the watery prison that now held him fast. He was glaring at Bolt furiously, though Bolt knew he had taken a deep breath of air before being imprisoned. Bolt smirked arrogantly and tipped his head in a direction further down the river. Kahaku looked up. Bolt was charging him, and there, in the palm of his hand, was a glowing orb of pure chakra and emitted a high-pitched whir. Kahaku's eyes widened. "Rasengan!" Bolt yelled victoriously as he threw his arm forward, intending to shatter his water prison and deal the finishing blow. Kahaku's brows narrowed and his lips were drawn into a tight, thin line. He held his right arm out, palm displayed, and braced it with his left arm. His palm glowed with chakra, and before Bolt could even blink, a single chain of pure chakra had erupted and pierced him through the chest. Instantly, the water prison and Rasengan dissipated to nothing, and his chakra control failed. Bolt fell into the river helplessly. Bolt flailed in the water, and the knowledge needed to make his body swim seemed to evade his mind's grasp. He gasped, breathing in water, as a hand grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and hauled him out of the water. Sputtering and gasping for breath, Bolt spat back out the water he had inhaled, coughing harshly. "You all right, kid?" Kahaku asked. He didn't seem mad. In fact, he seemed almost pleased. "Yeah," Bolt gasped, still sputtering and coughing. "Good," Kahaku said with a decisive nod, hauling Bolt to the riverbank. I should apologize. I didn't come over here to fight you because you were practicing. I wanted to test you, make sure my grandmother wasn't wasting her time with you," he said sheepishly. Your grandmother?" Bolt asked, not understanding as he patted his chest and checked for wounds. He winced a few times as he touched the bruises Kahaku had given him. "Yeah, the Yuzukage," he clarified. Bolt's eyes got big as he looked up at Kahaku in awe. The older man was suddenly reminded why he didn't tell the kid his relation to the Yuzukage yesterday after seeing his reaction to learning the Yuzukage's relation to the first Hokage's wife. He was all wide-eyed childish innocence and awe at the mention of any of the Kage. Bolt couldn't hold it in. "That's so cool," he screamed. What was that chain jutsu you used? Was it a secret technique only the Uzukage and her family know? Will you teach it to me? Kahaku snorted. A kid like you won't ever be able to master our clan's greatest sealing technique, he commented. Unless you actually take your lessons with the Uzukage seriously instead, he added at seeing Bolt's look of thunderous determination in the face of adversity. Ha, Bolt scoffed. I'll become the greatest master of sealing jutsu you've ever seen. It'll be you begging me for training when I'm done. Kahaku watched as Bolt scampered off and returned to his room. He heard the distinct pop of an ink jar being opened, following by a long stream of curses as Bolt apparently spilled the ink. Good luck, kid, Kahaku uttered under his breath before turning and going about his duties in the village. Becoming a master of sealing jutsu was easier said than done, Bolt thought. Days became weeks in a blur. Bolt rose with the sun, performing his morning ritualistic practice of the gentle fist on the inlet behind his guest house. He then created several clones to help the villagers with their day-to-day tasks, and then joined the rest of the children in the academy for their daily lessons. The Uzukage was a strict but good teacher. Each day, she began with a lecture on the history of the Uzumaki clan or the Land of Whirlpools, beginning with the time before hidden villages and ending in present day. After that, there would be a brief review of the material covered in the previous lesson. Anyone who hadn't mastered the previous seals were given extra practice to do outside of class. Following the review, the Uzukage worked them to the bone to master their current seal, each of which was more tedious and intricate than the last. After 6 long, grueling hours, the students were released. Their fingers and hands were sore, and more often than not they were covered in black ink, but they were happy to be progressing in their art. Bolt then returned to his home, sparred briefly with Kahaku though none of their mock battles were as intense as their first, and then practiced forming, dispelling, and reforming a Rasengan until he fell asleep. That was Bolt. Found himself in his current lesson. The students were far enough along in their studies that the class had begun to split into 2. The younger, weaker students practiced and mastered their basics, while the older, stronger students who had more chakra and self-control pressed onwards, learning more intricate and powerful seals. The Uzukage loomed over Bolt and 4 other older students like a specter. This is one of the most useful seals in an Uzumaki's arsenal, she began lecturing imperiously with a deadly seriousness. Bolt and his comrades listened raptly, unblinking. After the Uzukage had actually spanked a 16-year-old boy for daydreaming, none of them dared lose focus. It was one of the seals we were feared and respected for, the chakra-draining seal. When our already sizable reserves of chakra were depleted, an Uzumaki could take a prisoner of war and siphon their chakra from them, restoring themselves. Watch carefully, the Uzukage instructed, before weaving a long series of hand seals. At the end, she slammed her fist on the ground, startling Bolt and his classmates. A pattern of inky black characters crawled out from beneath the Uzukage's palm, forming a large circle with a swirling pattern that coalesced into a single point in the center. It was almost reminiscent of the summoning jutsu that Bolt had seen his dad perform on rare occasions. Stepping out of the circle, the Uzukage formed several seals and created a shadow clone. Wordlessly, the clone entered the circle. The Uzukage formed a single seal snake activating the seal. The entire seal glowed an eerie blue color, and the clone became cloaked in its own chakra as it was slowly extracted and absorbed into the seal. After a few moments, the clone despawned in a plume of white smoke. The Uzukage ended the seal, the characters fading to nothing. The Uzukage returned her focus to her students with a deadly seriousness. You must use the utmost caution when using this seal. If you drain a person's chakra too much, you risk killing them, she said. Now, summon a clone and practice. Under no circumstances are you to perform this seal on a living person without my supervision. Bolt and his classmates nodded several times to assure their teacher that they would adhere to her rules. They each summoned a single clone, most using water. Only Bolt could create a shadow clone. Stepping forward, Bolt began to slowly move through the hand seals that the Uzukage had showed them. Slamming his hand down theatrically, Bolt expected the same inky black characters to crawl out from beneath his palm. Nothing happened. I think that last series of seals was ox hair boar ram, not ox boar hair tiger, Bolt's clone commented as he watched the original go about his work. Bolt gave his clone a withering, petulant glare before doing the seals again, this time ending in ram, not tiger. He was rewarded with a swirling pattern of characters that created a seal resembling the Uzumaki clan. Both Bolts nodded at their work, something that unnerved the other students. Stepping back, the original formed the snake hand seal, activating the jutsu. The seal glowed blue. Bolt's clone stiffened and then erupted into a plume of white smoke as its chakra was drained. Bolt felt some of his chakra return to him, though he could tell most of it was lost during the jutsu. Bolt looked at his classmates to see if they had also succeeded. One of the older boys had managed it, his water clone now a growing puddle on the classroom floor. The Uzukage loomed over them, watching and judging their every move. Determined not to draw her ire, Bolt and the other student formed the seal again, summoning another clone to practice on. This time, Bolt focused on the seal. When his shadow clone vanished, he was rewarded with an even larger return of chakra. Bolt recognized the lesson the Uzukage was trying to teach them. It was their control over the seal that made it dangerous, not the seal itself. The more he tried to leech from his clone, the more chakra was retained. Bolt summoned another clone and began weaving seals for his third attempt. The doors of the academy slammed open, admitting a jonin with scuffed clothes and windswept crimson hair. He wore his headband proudly across his forehead. "Uzukage, sir. We've found it," he reported formally. The Uzukage waved her hand, dismissing the man, before turning to raise an eyebrow at her students. "Today is your lucky day. You'll get to see firsthand the power the Uzumaki of old wielded," she said. "Follow me." Bolt followed the Uzukage dutifully. What had the jonin discovered? Clearly the Uzukage considered it worthy enough to cancel their lessons early. Something she never did. Whatever it was, it had to be pretty important. The Uzukage led them through the village, weaving through ruins and dilapidated houses until they reached the approximate center of the old hidden eddy. There, a small gathering of workers and what few ninja the village had to spare were gathered around a moderately sized house. Pillars of stone intricately adorned with the hidden eddy crest lay in an organized pile to one side of the house. Clearly the workers had been intent on clearing away the rubble on this particular house, Bolt deduced. Looking around, Bolt could tell that the house had once been the host of heavy fighting. There were rusty kunai and shuriken littering the floor, as well as scorch marks that charred the wood. In several places, the stone was dyed crimson. The house had, quite literally, been razed to the ground. All except one tiny corner of the house, in what appeared to be an old study. On the floor, etched into the stone, was a series of characters that formed an intricate, ever-increasingly complex seal that spiraled into a single point in the center that was larger than Bolt's fist. Around the seal, the house was untouched and flawless. Clean as the day its previous owner inhabited the house. This, the Uzukage explained, is the residence of the first Uzukage prior to the destruction of the hidden eddy. The first was a descendant of a long line of Uzumaki clansmen who were heralded as the greatest geniuses of our family. Before he died, he sealed all knowledge he was tasked with defending during the invasion. It is my belief that these secrets are sealed here. Stepping forward, the Uzukage kneeled and placed her open palm atop the center of the seal. "Today, we will recover these secrets and restore our clan to its former glory," she said, before channeling chakra into the seal and turning her hand clockwise. The seal glowed blue as it spread through the characters, slowly activating. The air became heavy with chakra, tinted a light blue color. Bolt leaned forward to see what the Uzukage was doing more clearly. Next to him, Kahaku did the same. The ground began to rumble and shake, causing a few of the ruined houses to collapse around them. Bolt watched as the formerly blue characters began to turn an eerie red color, spreading and consuming the seal. The rumbling intensified. Is that supposed to happen?" Bolt asked. "I don't think so, kid," Kahaku murmured, casting worried glances at his grandmother. The Uzukage was hunched over, sweat beading on her forehead, her brows narrowed in concentration as she continued to pour chakra into the seal. No, Bolt decided this was not supposed to be happening at all. A wall of solid wind erupted from the seal, nearly knocking Bolt from his feet. The Usukage collapsed backwards. Kahaku dutifully caught his grandmother, already assessing the situation. The seal erupted outwards, unraveling and snaking outside the confines of the first house. The ninja and assembled men and women watched in awe as a great bubble of raw, angry red chakra surrounded them, enclosing the house and much of the village square of Old Hidden Eddy. Bolt squeaked as a hand erupted from the floorboards near where he was standing. It grabbed at his ankles, but he had already backpedaled a safe distance away. Seeing as its victim had eluded its grasp, the hand tore at the floorboards, hoisting itself up as the rest of the wood gave way. A strange creature stared down Bolt and Kahaku. It wore little more than rags, and its body appeared to be composed of a black liquid with a thick consistency. On its head, if you could even call it that, Bolt thought there was an ornately decorated porcelain mask of a bird with a long beak. The creature stared at them, almost as if it was confused. Its gaze was drawn to the Usukage and the broken seal. "Defend yourselves, you fools!" Akane commanded Bolt and her grandson. The creature rounded on them, its beak parted threateningly. Bolt and Kahaku weaved their hand seals in perfect unison. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Spears of water erupted from their lips, hissing through the air towards the masked beast. Bolt saw, out of the corner of his eye, that the other ninja and the villagers were also fighting masked opponents of their own. The beast with the bird mask squawked, unleashing a gust of wand that reduced their water attack to a fine, harmless mist. It continued forward, crashing into both men and sending them tumbling across the floor and falling outside the house. The Usukage stood her ground, not weaving even a single hand seal. She held her closed fist to her mouth. The creature drew in a deep, rasping breath. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The fire fed upon the masked beast's wind, devouring it and empowering itself. The liquid body of the creature boiled and bubbled, popping with loud hisses. The creature didn't even make a sound as it was utterly incinerated in the flames of the Usukage's jutsu. Bolt and Kahaku recovered, leaping to their feet just in time to see the Usukage dispatch the first masked beast. Turning, they faced the others that had appeared. Counting the one that Kahaku's grandmother had just slain, there were 5 in total. 3 burly men with crimson hair from the village fought one creature, who wore a mask of what Bolt could only assume was a mole. Charging forward, he reached into the pouch he carried on the small of his back, withdrawing a fistful of shuriken. He hurled the throwing stars, smiling as he was rewarded with the solid thunks as metal met creature. One of the villagers took advantage of the opening, swinging a pickaxe at the midsection of the beast. The tool pierced the soft flesh of the monster. The man tried to draw the pickaxe back for another strike, but it held fast. That was the last thing the man ever did. The creature swung its arm down, engorged and 5 times the size of normal, and made of solid stone. The man was crushed into a fine, meaty pulp. Bolt felt bile rise and coat his tongue. It was the first time he had ever seen a person die, and it made his stomach churn. The ease at which the man had been killed was sickening. He was just snuffed out by this monster that had crawled out of the ground. "You bastard!" Bolt roared, weaving hand seals. Water release, exploding water shock wave. A wave of water erupted from Bolt's lips. Fueled by anger, Bolt had channeled an impressive amount of chakra into the jutsu. The wave of water slammed into the masked creature with enough force to shatter bone, and Bolt was rewarded with the sound of spongy flesh being ravaged by the impact of his jutsu. Bolt maintained the jutsu even as he weaved more seals. He was determined to see this particular creature destroyed. Lightning release, wave of inspiration. Lightning coursed through the water, crackling through the stunned and battered creature. It squealed in pain, its mask shattering into countless pieces. Bolt terminated both jutsu. The creature did not rise. Panting heavily, Bolt turned to assess the battlefield. The 2 remaining burly men had assigned themselves as Bolt's bodyguards, one wielding a sledgehammer, the other a shovel. The Usukage was fighting the bird-masked monster while Kahaku had moved to defend a group of men and women against 2 creatures, one with a fox mask and one with a fish mask. Another creature, wearing the mask of a grimacing man with a large, yellow painted nose. Bolt's eyes met Kahaku's. Through unspoken agreement, Bolt ran to the group being attacked by the grimacing man. Bolt's two bodyguards trailed behind him, their tools raised menacingly. Bolt charged the creature while its back was turned. Learning from the mistake of the last man, he was careful not to touch the spongy black flesh. He struck with the gentle fist, allowing his chakra to make the strike for him. Once, twice, thrice. The creature turned on him, its jaws cracked open with lightning rumbling in its maw. Bolt's eyes widened. One of the Uzumaki men struck the creature in the chin with his shovel, causing the blast to be diverted upwards, safely away from any who would be harmed. The bolt of lightning dissipated against the barrier in the far distance. Wisely choosing to avoid using water jutsu, Bolt weaved a few hand seals. He took in a deep breath, feeling its superheat in his chest. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. He parted his lips, releasing a spear of lightning that thundered towards the beast faster than it could react at such close range. The jutsu tore a gaping hole through the creature's chest, sending it flying backwards from the sheer force. The group of Uzumaki clansmen he had just saved cheered. Their victory was short-lived. A bolt of lightning shot through the small crowd, instantly incinerating one woman with rosy red hair, charring her skin black. Bolt whirled on the creature he knew he had just destroyed. It was standing once more, the hole in its chest gone. As if it had never even been there. The creature's maw was already splayed open, electricity crackling. Bolt reacted faster than he thought possible. Though he disliked using his wind nature, since it reminded him of his good-for-nothing father, it was the only element he could use that was strong against lightning. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Blades of compressed, razor-sharp wind spewed from Bolt's lips, piercing the creature and riddling him with holes. The masked beast released the bolt of lightning, only for it to be shredded and dissipated by the assault of Bolt's jutsu. A stray bullet ricocheted into the creature's head, shattering its mask. The monster dropped to the floor, its spongy black flesh melting. It did not rise. That's it, Bolt thought. The masks. Conjuring a clone, he sent it off to inform the Yuzakage. You had to destroy the beast's masks to put them down for good. Bolt himself took off at a run towards Kahaku, who, by the looks of things, had figured out the same. The creature with the fox mask lay in a puddle of black goop, while he did battle with the creature with the fish mask. Bolt saw the masked beast unleash lances of highly pressurized water at Kahaku. He began to weave seals as he flanked the creature, intending to strike it from behind. Kahaku saw him coming, and began to weave his own. He unleashed a wave of water, high in volume but weak in pressure, thoroughly submerging the masked creature and much of the surrounding land. Bolt leapt high. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Two arcs of lightning hissed through the air, making contact with the water Kahaku had created. The monster gave a high-pitched, furious and pained scream as its body was racked with electricity. Eventually, the voltage proved to be too much, and its mask shattered. The beast fell, never to rise. Bolt landed on a small, dry patch of land that the water had not reached, being careful not to step in any of the still sparking water. Wheezing, he gasped for breath. He had never experienced such levels of chakra exhaustion as he did at that moment. Using such powerful ninjutsu in such a short PRD of time had all but drained him. Good job, kid! Kahaku yelled, from the small outcropping of rock he had leapt to for safety. An explosion of light and heat drew their attention. They turned and watched as the Yuzakage incinerated the final masked beast, turning it and the mask to ash. She hadn't even broken a sweat, and her clothes were untarnished. The creature hadn't even managed to touch her. Pillars of muddy earth erupted in front of Bolt, making a makeshift pathway back towards the house of the first Yuzakage. Bolt saw Kahaku give him a thankful, appreciative nod. He jumped forward, easily avoiding the electrified water with Kahaku's jutsu. Report, the Yuzakage commanded, the moment the both of them reached the house. Bolt noticed there was another ninja making his way towards them. No civilian casualties, but Jun gave his life to make it so, sir, Kahaku informed his grandmother grimly. The Yuzakage nodded gravely before turning to Bolt. He swallowed weakly. Two of the workers, he said lamely, hanging his head, unable to put their deaths into words. The Uzukage placed a reassuring hand on his shoulders. You did well, Bolt. You defended our people at great personal risk, and managed to defeat 2 of these masked beasts on your own. Many more of our people would have died had you not been there, she assured him. Bolt felt only slightly better about the situation. He nodded, and the Uzukage removed her hand. Turning, she made her way back into the house to examine the seal. Bolt and Kahaku followed her. I should have known better, she thought aloud. The first would have realized there was no saving our village. He placed the seal as a trap, designed to kill any who would search for the Uzumaki clan's secrets. There was no way you could have known, grandmother. The ground began to rumble, causing the ruins around them to collapse. Several workers and villagers screamed in panic, scattering. Some of the hardened, grizzled men that had guarded Bolt, however, stood their ground. The floorboards of the first house began to groan and bend upwards. Bolt, Kahaku, and the Uzukage leapt from the house mere moments before the boards exploded into splinters. As the dust cleared, a great masked beast, far larger and stronger than the ones that they had just defeated, loomed over the ruins of Old Hidden Eddy. Bolt felt his jaw unhinge at the sheer size of the creature. Easily 30 feet in height, it had no head or neck, just one large, solid body with 2 muscular legs and 4 great arms. Embedded in its body were 5 masks, for porcelain men, all grinning or frowning with bared fangs and wild eyes, and in center, an ancient wooden mask with no mouth and eyes that were painted black, with a circle on its forehead. Everyone could tell that this creature was far stronger than the previous ones. What's the plan? Kahaku yelled, pulling out a kunai for all the good it would do him. Destroy the masks, of course. Bolt yelled, slipping into a gentle fist stance. He was too low on chakra to use more than 1 or 2 more jutsu. He could only hope that a gentle fist strike would shatter the mask. The masked beast moved 2 of its arms in front of it, lacing its fingers together, almost as if in prayer. It was so out of place that only the Uzukage recognized it as the snake seal. Bolt and Kahaku leapt forward to do battle with their final foe. They both went still in solemn fear as the giant spoke. Would release, cutting spears, it rasped. Its body bubbled, raining down spears of wood on Bolt and Kahaku. They stumbled backwards, with Kahaku kneeling and slamming both palms to the ground. An earthen wall erupted between them and the oncoming spears of wood. The spears pierced the wall, the wooden tips of the projectiles coming out the other side. They were stopped, but only just. Get back, you fools, the Uzukage commanded. Bolt and Kahaku were all too happy to obey as more wooden spears rained down upon them. As they retreated, an arc of lightning tore through the earthen wall they were hiding behind, incinerating the spot they had been standing at mere moments earlier. The Uzukage covered their retreat with a massive fireball that engulfed the sky. One of the masks unleashed a wave of water from its open maw, overwhelming and extinguishing her fire. Even as the water continued to spew, another mask opened its maw, lightning arcing between its fangs. It rushed forth with an audible, thunderous crack, striking the water. Bolt, Kahaku, and the Uzukage jumped, landing atop the ruined houses that were still standing. Wood release, tree bind burial, the wooden mask rasped. Great writhing trunks of wood erupted all around them, taking in the water released by the other mask to fuel its growth. How the hell can this thing use wood release? Bolt yelled. No one had the wood release bloodline. It was extinct. For this thing to have it was impossible. The limbs of the tree closest to Bolt opened up, seeking to ensnare him. Lightning release, false darkness. A lance of white-hot lightning shot from the tips of Bolt's fingertips, cutting through and felling the tree in one motion. He collapsed to his knees, empty with exhaustion. His chest heaved with great, rasping breaths. He had maybe 1 jutsu in him. After that he'd be utterly spent. Useless on the battlefield. It's the wooden mask. The first Uzukage and the first Hokage were good friends in life. It makes sense that they would help safeguard each other's secrets, the Uzukage yelled. Bolt was only barely aware of the flash of fire and stream of water that she and Kahaku were unleashing upon the trees, seeking to crush them alive. The Uzukage looked to her left. Bolt, on his knees and clearly exhausted. Her right, her only living family, quickly running himself ragged as he was overwhelmed by the wood release. Grasping her hands in front of her and lacing her fingers, she weaved a seal identical to the masked beast. Secret art, adamantine sealing chains. 2 incorporeal chains, forged of pure chakra, erupted from the Uzukage's back, slicing through the air, one going left, the other right. They pierced the trees created by the masked beast's wood release, causing them to erupt into showers of splinters, their chakra forcefully snuffed. More chains erupted from the ground at the beast's feet, wrapping around its 4 arms and both legs, forcefully restraining it and its chakra. It howled in fury, the 4 elemental masks setting their gaze on the old woman. The lightning one opened its maw once more, lightning arcing, thought it was not as powerful as it was before. A chain hissed through the air, piercing the mask. The lightning instantly dispersed. Kahaku held his right arm, a chain extending from his palm. His face was scrunched in concentration as beads of sweat ran down his forehead. The chain was pulled painfully taut as the beast struggled against its binds. "Now, Bolt!" Kahaku yelled. Staggering to his feet, Bolt reached deep with himself, tapping into what little chakra he had left. Holding both hands cupped in front of him, he began to channel his chakra. Rotation. Power. Containment. Rotation. Power. Containment. In moments, he had a small sphere of whirling raw chakra that emitted a low whining sound. It was a pitiful comparison to what he had managed during his nightly practices, but it was all he had. Bolt leapt from the safety of his perch. The Uzukage and Kahaku watched him sail through the air. So did the masked beast. He wasn't going to make it. In a last-ditch effort of desperation, Bolt hurled his pitiful excuse of a Rasengan. The orb of spinning chakra sailed through the air in an arc, heading straight for the wooden mask. As it flew, it began to shrink, failing without the constant control provided by Bolt. Bolt's face fell in shame and fear as he plummeted to the ground. The Rasengan puttered out of existence. An explosion of pressure and gusts of wind rocked the battlefield as the wooden and porcelain masks were shattered, the upper body of the masked beast turned to finely minced meat. It ummed in defeat, collapsing in on itself, coalescing into a large cylinder. Bolt smiled, scoffed, and promptly collapsed into unconsciousness. The Uzukage shuffled over to Bolt, making sure that he still drew breath, before moving to inspect the corpse of the masked beast. Instead of a husk of a body and the splinters of masks, she found a scroll nearly as tall and wide as she was. Not a trap. The Uzukage whispered in realization. A test. Drawing up the sleeve of her right arm, she unveiled a tattooed seal. A few hand seals and the masked beast scroll was stored within her body. Returning to her most prodigious student, the Uzukage favored his sleeping form with a small smile. Kahaku limped over to his grandmother, a few splinters of wood sticking from his left leg. "What a kid," Kahaku commented. "What a kid," the Uzukage agreed. She foresaw great things in the future of Bolt Uzumaki. Bolt spent his time wasting away the days. After recovering what the Uzukage had dubbed the Scroll of Secrets, lessons at the academy had been cancelled. The Uzukage was far too busy deciphering the scroll to teach them personally, so Bolt had little to do but train himself and help the villagers with their day-to-day tasks. He had become somewhat of a celebrity in the village for his role in preventing the masked monsters from destroying the clan. The workers, especially the burly Uzumaki men that had taken it upon themselves to guard Bolt, had been all too happy to spread word of his tale. And then one day, it all came to an end. Bolt was standing around with a group of younger Uzumaki men, their crimson hair gleaming in the afternoon sun. They were taking a short break from clearing the rubble when Kahaku found him, a grim expression adorning his features. Bolt knew something had happened. Something bad. "The Uzukage has requested your presence, Bolt," he informed him, seriously. Bolt just nodded weakly, waving unceremoniously to his previous company. Kahaku led him to a smaller, more utilitarian house. Burned into the wood over the front door was the Uzumaki crest, its swirling pattern clearly visible. This was the Uzukage's office, Bolt knew. He was right. Inside, Akane sat behind a desk of wood that had been stained red, as close to the color of the Uzumaki hair as possible. Numerous scrolls, maps, and letters were scattered across the office, paperwork piled high on her desk. It was eerily reminiscent of the Hokage's office, though smaller and more humble, befitting of the smaller village. A window was open to the Uzukage's right, where a tall wooden post was standing in the corner of the room. Perched upon the post was a hawk, a small black metal tube lashed to one of its feet. Bolt recognized it as the Hidden Leaf's messenger hawk instantly. His insides began to twist and cramp, and he felt his heart began to beat faster. The Uzukage lifted her head, her hands stilling from the letter she had been writing. Though watched her with a keen intelligence. She favored Bolt with a small, reassuring smile before finishing her letter with a flourish. Rolling the letter up, she withdrew a stamp and placed a wax seal with a swirling pattern on it before entrusting it to the hawk. Bolt watched with a heavy heart as the hawk squawked and took to the skies through the window. As you no doubt have guessed, the Uzukage began, drawing Bolt's attention. Events are in play that I cannot halt. The Hokage has written me and informed me that he will be visiting the village in a week's time as part of the Hidden Leaf's yearly contribution to our village. He has also asked me if I have seen his son. The Uzukage fixed him with an apologetic stare. I can hide you no longer, she said. You told him, didn't you? Bolt asked, horrified. He had trusted these people. He could have died for them. And they sold him out. The Uzukage nodded slowly. I told him that a young boy had came to our village and claimed that he was of our clan's descent, she said. Bolt's shoulders slumped and he hung his head. I also told him that he fit the description of Bolt Uzumaki, she continued on. Bolt felt anger welling up inside him, and a pressure behind his eyes that threatened to spill tears. This couldn't be happening, not again. I also told him that, whoever that boy was, he had left last week without saying a word of where he was headed, the Uzukage explained with a small, playful smile. Bolt looked up, clear disbelief written on his face. He felt the shackles of his previous life come undone. The Uzukage hadn't given him up. We protect our own even from our own, the Uzukage told him. But I have others I must protect, an entire village that relies on me to rebuild our clan and our way of life. We depend on the Hidden Leaf, and I cannot jeopardize their aid just to spare you. When your father arrives, he will no doubt question me thoroughly and come to the conclusion you were here. Therefore, you will leave the Hidden Eddy tomorrow morning, the Uzukage said, her voice firm and clear, leaving no room for argument, yet it was not unkind. Akane lowered her head and returned to her paperwork. Her dismissal of him was clear. Bolt swallowed. He felt a hand rest on his shoulder comfortingly. Kahaku gave him an understanding, encouraging nod. Bolt returned it half-heartedly. He shuffled from the Uzukage's office, his eyes fixed on the ground. He had grown to like the village. The people. Although he knew it was naive, he thought that maybe, just maybe, he could stay there. He was wrong. He made his way to his guest house, keenly aware that it was just about to become a guest house, not his guest house. Collapsing into bed, he quickly fell asleep, despite the sun still being high in the sky. He awoke early the next morning, before the sun had even risen. It was dark, and the moon still crested the horizon. The first rays of the sun were lighting up the sky, opposite the moon. It sat in bed, melancholy about losing a home he never really had. Eventually, the sun rose, and the new dawn came. A soft knocking at the door roused Bolt from his stupor. He stood and dressed in a methodical fashion, gathering up what meager worldly belongings he still had. It didn't amount to much. A worn backpack, a scroll that held his clothes, some sets already threadbare from travel, a scroll that held his spare kunai and shuriken, and another that held his camping gear. Bolt was thankful that he had learned sealing jutsu. Instead of a heavy pack, now all he had was a light burden of paper scrolls. As an afterthought, he packed some food from the pantries. Walking with sullen steps, Bolt answered the door. A grim-faced Kahaku met him, with a somber Uzukage behind him. Bolt nodded, nothing needed to be said. Following them, they made their way down the river, into Old Hidden Eddy, and through the sprawling grassy hills that made up the land of whirlpools. They passed through a small woods, before the dirt turned to sand, and Bolt was standing on a beach once more. The land of water is a dangerous place these days, the Uzukage said suddenly. That is where you were planning on going next, right? Bolt nodded. Yeah, he said simply. The hidden mist had some of the most powerful water release masters in the entire world. If he was going to truly master, that element, then there was no other place to go than the land of water. The Uzukage nodded. Very well. Ever since the end of the Fourth Great War, the nations have slowly begun to cooperate with each other. The first thing they did was to set rules for the operations of their ninja. Many missions that were once common were outlawed. Assassination, espionage, interrogation, kidnapping. Yet there are certain people, she spat the last word, as if they weren't even worthy of humanity, who still require such services. Mercenaries have sprouted up, and not just in the land of water. In every country, offering these services to the highest bidder. The other countries have cracked down hard on them, but the land of water is little more than chains of islands, sparsely populated and stretched out over thousands of miles of rough sea. The mercenaries hide, moving from island to island. The hidden mist has had trouble breaking them. You should be careful, the Uzukage explained, her voice thawing with genuine concern. I will, Bolt said with a reassuring nod and a small smile. Akane nodded, a wry smile on her lips. In that case, we bring gifts, she declared. Hold out your arm. Bolt did so. The Uzukage slipped the sleeves of his jacket back, exposing pale flesh. She turned his arm over, caressing his forearm. Before Bolt could ask what she was doing, she pressed a finger into the soft flesh above his wrist. Inky black markings flowed across his skin, making a small seal that Bolt recognized as an enclosing and unsealing matrix seal, the extra characters denoting that it was designed for flesh, not paper. The Uzukage released him, reaching into the folds of her robes and withdrawing a long, ornate scroll. The paper was a pleasant shade of sky blue, capped with silver metal at both ends that was fashioned to resemble the Uzumaki clan crest. She held it out to him expectantly with a triumphant smile. The next time I see you, I expect your mastery of your clan's jutsu to be superb, she said imperiously. This scroll should guide you through the rest of your education, and even teach you a few things that the others won't learn, she added. Bolt couldn't help but smile as he took the scroll, fumbling as he tried to work the seal on his forearm. Akane sighed, taking the scroll and pressing one end to the seal before tapping a character. She handed it back to Bolt, who repeated her actions, this time channeling chakra into the character. The scroll disappeared in a plume of smoke. Bolt marveled at the seal. He didn't feel anything, but a sixth sense told him he could call upon the scroll at any time if he so chose. Clenching and unclenching a fist, he raised his head, swiveling between the Uzukage and Kahaku. Thank you for everything, he said, inclining his head respectfully, before turning on his heel and making his way to the water's edge. Kahaku coughed once, clearly false, yet catching Bolt's attention all the same. He turned and felt cold metal slam into his nose. Catching the falling object on instinct, he immediately raised his hands to cup his smarting face. What was that for? Bolt screamed. Thankfully, nothing was broken. Kahaku rolled his eyes, nodding at the scrap of metal and black fabric in Bolt's hands. Bolt realized, with no small amount of amazement, that he held a hidden Eddie headband. You're going to have to defend yourself at some point. Better to have an explanation when people start asking which village you're from. Rogue ninja aren't viewed favorably in any country. Consider yourself an honorary member of the Hidden Eddie, for services rendered, he said nonchalantly. Bolt beamed. Yeah. Just keep the other headband hidden. And if you disgrace our name, I'll hunt you down, Kahaku warned. Bolt's smile widened. What rank am I? He asked enthusiastically. Kahaku scoffed. Of course. Considering you didn't beat me once in all of our spars, that makes you a chunin, he said. That was good enough for Bolt. He had failed one chunin exam only to succeed in another, more important one. I'll be back to claim my title as strongest jonin of the Hidden Eddie one day, you know. Bolt declared with an arrogant grin. Yeah. Sure you will, kid, Kahaku said, waving him off. Bolt grinned in feral amusement as he turned, kneeled, grabbed a fistful of sand, and flung it at Kahaku even as he sprinted towards the water. He heard muttered curses and sputtering and spitting as Kahaku tried to get the sand out of his mouth. Bolt smirked in victory. Channeling chakra into his feet, Bolt transitioned from sand to water, bobbing up and down with the waves. He felt the spray of the sea hit him in the face, and knew that by his journey's end he was going to thoroughly hate the ocean. It was not how Bolt expected to spend his 13th birthday. Holed up in a small cove on a tiny speck of an island, he waited out the storm. It was the third day since he left the hidden eddy, and mere hours into his journey, dark storm clouds began to form in the sky and a light rain drizzled down. Now, it was thundering and the rain came down sideways. Sniffling, Bolt rubbed his hands together, trying to stay warm. He nibbled on a small piece of jerky that he had packed during his rushed exodus from his house. He felt his sweet tooth ache for a good cake, preferably one his mother made herself, like she did for Himawari's birthday. The thought of his family made his heart ache. He missed his home, his room. He missed his mother. Grudgingly, he even missed his father. But most of all, he missed Himawari. His sister was probably taking his disappearing the hardest. They were close, and Bolt watched out for her since their father was too busy for them. Now, he felt guilty and homesick on top of being cold. It was the worst birthday ever. Standing, he made his way back onto the water. His chakra reserves had recovered enough to continue on, and the storm had calmed. Dodging rogue waves, Bolt made his way towards a large island on the horizon. It was one of the few named islands in the land of water. There were only a handful. The rest were tiny and inconsequential, atolls, reefs, and spits barely large enough for a single home to be built upon. The afternoon sun shone through the PRDNT storm clouds, warming Bolt slightly. He sighed in relief. It seemed as if the storm was finally, after 3 days, breaking. By the time the clouds cleared and the clear blue sky shone down on him, he was already walking through the black sand of the beach. Feeling solid land under his feet after so long at sea was a bigger relief than Bolt expected. He managed to drag his weary body into town, the villagers eyeing him with clear distrust. He found the nearest inn, a small, shoddy building that looked like its roof leaked. He reached into his pockets, pulling out a few ryo. He didn't have enough to buy food, let alone a room. Sighing, he walked into the inn and purchased a steaming hot bowl of soup. The soup warmed him, driving away the cold. He passed the hours by listening to the other patrons talk and tell stories, stifling his giggles every time they erupted into laughter over a joke. Then night came, and the patrons retreated to their rooms, while the night crowd poured in, ordering strong drinks. Bolt could smell the sharp bite of alcohol from where he sat. Bolt watched as the men drunk themselves into a stupor. One of the larger ones, clearly heavily intoxicated, had the audacity to grope their waitress, but she slapped him hard. The man fell backwards out of his chair, unconscious and drooling. His friends picked him off the floor and took him home. Bolt decided to excuse himself. He wandered back through town, making his way to a covered alleyway he had seen on his way in. With a defeated sigh, he withdrew a thick blanket from one of his scrolls and collapsed on the ground, wrapping the fabric around himself like a cocoon. Within moments, he was asleep. He awoke to the sound of fabric on metal. Blinking his eyes to clear the sleep, he saw that 2 children, no older than 5, had managed to steal his backpack and were now rifling through its contents. Bolt shot up, reaching out and snatching the pack before they could steal anything. He noted, sadly, that it was lighter than before. The kids took off at a sprint, disappearing into the maze of alleys. Bolt knew he would never catch them. Taking stock of what he had lost, Bolt was relieved to find that they had only taken food. All of his food. Now he wasn't so relieved. Those little sheets. Bolt roared, slinging his pack over his shoulders and sprinting through the alleyways. He'd wring their necks. He ran in circles, never finding a trace of the kids. Bolt felt his chakra bubble as he seethed with anger. Stalking out of the alleyway he was in, he muttered under his breath. He was broke, cold, homeless. And now he was starving. Just great. Emerging into a small dirt road, Bolt stilled as he heard 2 distinct pairs of footsteps echo down the road. Lingering in the shadows, he waited. 2 men ninja, he amended, strode down the road. They wore dark pants and heavy jackets, their faces bland and average. Wrapped around their skulls was a long length of red fabric that ran just past their shoulders. Shiny metal plates, both depicting the hidden mist crest, were sewn to the front, protecting their foreheads. Most telling of all, however, was that one of the headbands was different than the other. One had a long scratch through it, marking the ninja as a rogue. Bolt swallowed and calmed his breathing. He had no reason to be afraid of these men. It was just odd that a hidden mist ninja would associate with a rogue. But the cloth they used wasn't standard issue. Perhaps friends? Family? From the same clan? Old teammates? The two men strode past Bolt, never noticing he was there. Bolt sighed in relief, pulling out his blanket and wandering back into the alleyway. He found a spot underneath a large awning that would keep him dry. Curling up, he went back to sleep after making sure no stray kids could rob him. A long, grueling, hungry week passed by in the blink of an eye. Bolt held his stomach as it rumbled. He'd spent the first few days looking for work. Odd jobs, mainly offering services as a ninja occasionally. He sported the hidden Eddie headband proudly. It was not a crime for a foreign ninja to be in another country after the end of the Fourth Great War, but it was still an odd sight to behold. Especially when you were supposedly from the hidden Eddie. He got a lot of speculative, disbelieving looks. That, combined with his young age, earned him exactly 0 prospects. The people of the Land of Water didn't trust him, and no one was kind enough to give him a helping hand. For the first time, Bolt realized how truly alone he was in the world. He had been lucky. He lived his sheltered life in the Hidden Leaf, then relied on the generosity of the people of the Land of Fire to make it as far as he had. The hidden Eddie only helped him because he was family. These people owed him no such loyalties. Now, to his great shame, he had sunk lower than he ever thought possible. He was about to become a thief. Bolt was 100% certain he would drop dead tomorrow if he didn't eat. Maybe. So he was going to steal some food. Not a lot, he reasoned. The shopkeeper would hardly notice that it was missing. The place he was watching from the rooftop across the street was the largest and most successful stand in the entire village. Everyone shopped there. They had the widest selection of fruits and vegetables on the island, and the freshest product. There was so much food that it couldn't possibly even be sold. Especially at the prices the shopkeeper was charging. He knew now why the little kids had robbed him. They couldn't afford to eat either. Thinking back on that night, he should have known something was off. The kids were young. Too young to be thieves by choice. Their clothes were baggy and threadbare, and he remembered that their arms and legs were almost comically thin. That cemented in Bolt's mind that there was something fishy going on in this village. He resolved to help these people solve their problems. Right after he himself was no longer starving, of course. Night came. The sun slumbered and the moon rose. The shopkeeper flipped the sign from open to closed, and hung his white apron on a hanger near the entrance before strolling cheerfully down the dirt road to his home. Dropping from the roof with practiced, silent ease, Bolt darted across the road and over to the shop. Casting a few quick glances down the road to make sure he was alone, he grasped the doorknob and twisted it. The door did not open, locked. Bolt wasn't surprised. Reaching into one of the pouches on his waist, he withdrew 2 small metal instruments, a torsion wrench and a hook pick. Lockpicking was standard survival training in the academy. He never had a reason to use those skills until now, but he was forever grateful Professor Aburaim had forced him to learn. Bolt fumbled with the lock, clumsily trying each of the tumblers of the lock with his pick while the wrench held everything in place. He thought he felt one of the tumblers click into place, so he moved on to the next. After 5 minutes of uncomfortably kneeling in front of the door, the lock clicked, and Bolt turned the doorknob and quickly darted inside, stowing the tools of his trade back in his pouch. He was rewarded with the sight of row upon row of food. Helping himself to a plastic bag, he quickly shuffled through the store, shoving fistfuls of apples, peaches, and oranges, plus a few bananas into it. Taking his fill in under a minute, he shrugged off his backpack and stowed the stolen goods. Making his escape, he peered out the front window, sighing in relief as no one had seen him or sounded the alarm. Locking the door, he shut it quietly and darted back into the alley he had come from. Plopping down, Bolt unzipped his backpack and took out a rosy red apple. Biting into it, he ummed audibly. It was the first thing he had to eat in longer than he could remember. He devoured it greedily, savoring the sweet juices. Reaching into his bag, he took out an orange. Low chuckles interrupted his feast as he went still, his senses on high alert. Two men, the ninja he had seen nearly a week ago with the red hidden mist headbands, were perched on the roof above him, watching him like hawk-eyed mice. Bolt could see it in their eyes that they had known what he had just done. Bolt hurled the orange like a kunai. It sailed through the air with an audible hiss, striking the ninja who had the scratched headband in the face. Slipping his backpack on and closing it all in the same motion, he ran. Bolt's heart hammered in his chest and his breaths came fast and deep as his legs pumped, propelling him farther and farther away from the mist ninja. Casting an uneasy look over his shoulder, Bolt nearly had his eyes gouged by the outstretched hand of one of the men who had been grabbing at him. Adrenaline coursed through his veins and his heart beat even harder. He channeled chakra into his legs, increasing his speed. These men were experienced. Veterans. Easily high chunin or jonin ranked ninja. He didn't want to find out what his odds were in a fight. Bolt flew across the land, a blonde blur in the night. The hidden mist ninja on his heels the entire way. When Bolt felt his stamina begin to wane, and the men behind him showed no sign of giving up the chase, he knew he would have to either surrender or fight. He chose to fight. Leading the men to a small inlet near the edge of the island he had seen on his way in, Bolt began to rattle off strategy after strategy in his mind. He was outnumbered, likely outpowered, likely had less experience. He didn't get a good look at their faces, so he didn't know their age. Possible veterans of the Fourth Great War. He dropped down over the ledge and onto the sand, turning to face his pursuers. They followed him mere seconds afterwards, panting and slightly breathless, a sheen of sweat on their foreheads. Both sides stared the other down. Now that Bolt could get a good look at them, they were young. Younger than he thought. Perhaps in their early 20s. Too young to be veterans of the Fourth Great War. Their faces lacked the baby fat that sheltered ninja had, and their bodies were thin with wiry muscle. They lived hard lives, Bolt deduced. Nothing like the ninja of the hidden leaf. He saw their eyes move from his face to his headband, then back to his face. The one whose headband was unmarred straightened, smirking cockily. "You've got some ball, brat. Stealing from the great crimson tide. Do you know what we do to thieves, little boy?" Bolt swallowed, shaking his head. "Who are you two?" he managed to ask, his nerves screaming for him to attack and get the battle over with already. "We are members of the illustrious Crimson Tide, the most powerful mercenary company in the land of water. And we are the rulers of this here little sheet of an island, and the owners of that shop you just stole from," the same man explained, while the man with the scratched headband glared at him murderously. Mercenaries, Bolt thought with dread. The Yuzukage had warned him, and he still managed to get himself in trouble. "I'm going to cut your effing hands off, you little the man with the scratched headband snarled. Bolt paled. He definitely didn't want to fight the rogue ninja now. Both men smirked and lowered their bodies. Bolt mirrored them, slipping into the first stance of the gentle fist. The rogue ninja leapt forward, roaring savagely. He fought like a brawler, swinging his fist wide. It was all power and no speed or precision, but Bolt could tell he would be hurting if he took a single hit. The strikes sailed wide, missing him by a foot or more. Bolt took the opportunity to land 2 quick open-palmed hits on the man's exposed ribs. The rogue ninja stumbled back, wheezing. His friend was right behind him, already fighting Bolt. His taijutsu was classical and technical, all smooth practice strikes with no inefficient movements. Bolt ducked and weaved as he evaded punches and kicks. He saw, out of the corner of his eye, that the rogue ninja had recovered and was waiting for a chance to jump in. His face was warped with rage. Bolt caught a glancing punch to his face that tore at his ear. He felt warm blood run down his cheek. Taking a few steps backwards to right himself, Bolt brought his hands together. He weaved hand seals. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Lances of water spewed from his lips as the 2 mist ninja danced between his jutsu. They laughed. He saw them raise their hands as one, forming a single seal. They didn't even say a word. Thick mist began to spew from their lips, obscuring the beach. The two of them disappeared without a sound. Bolt released his jutsu and sunk into a defensive gentle fist stance. He strained his ears, listening for the two ninja he knew lurked in the mist, but could not see. Bolt felt the whisper of wind against his skin. He turned on instinct to face his opponent. Out of the mist came the technical fighter. He met his punch with the open palm of the gentle fist, lancing his chakra through the man's hand. He saw him wince in pain and reel back. Bolt had momentarily forgotten he faced two opponents. He remembered as the rogue ninja savagely kicked him in the gut, bodily sending him crashing into the cliff of the cove with an audible crack. They circled him like wolves, and Bolt struggled to get to his feet. The very real fear of having his hands cut off for theft kept him from surrendering. His eyes danced between his two attackers, looking for weaknesses. They smirked, and the mist consumed them once again. A thought arced through Bolt's mind. The mist. He couldn't see them. They couldn't see him. Cupping his hands, he began to channel his chakra. Rotation. Power. Containment. They came for him again, both at the same time. Using the same strategy. The technical fighter came in first, with the rogue ninja trailing right behind him. Instead of meeting his fist with the gentle fist, he met it with a roaring Rasengan. The man screamed and exploded in light and pressure that caused the mist to dissipate. Holy shit! Bolt heard someone utter. He turned and came face to face with the rogue ninja's fist. Bolt felt his nose break. Or at least he hoped it was his nose. And not something more important. Like his face. Collapsing onto his back, Bolt cradled his face with both hands, miming in pain. He saw two wet spots in the sand where his Rasengan had obliterated the men. Water clones, he realized. The rogue ninja grabbed him by the throat, squeezing and lifting him off his feet. Bolt felt the rock of the cliff dig into his back as the man choked him ruthlessly. The man's visage swam in his eyes. Bolt unleashed weak, feeble gentle fist strikes against the man's arm as he continued to throttle him. He saw darkness begin to creep into his peripheral vision and felt the man's fingers squeeze tighter. He wasn't going to cut off his hands. He was going to kill him. Bolt felt his eyes bulge at the realization, and a sudden pressure overwhelmed him. The world faded from his eyes, washed in hues of blue. Blue. Not black. It felt like he had been living his life through a haze, a mist. Like the mist the two ninja used. Now it had dissipated. He saw more clearly than he ever had before in his life. He felt the rogue ninja's chokehold relax. Bolt looked into the eyes of the man, and he saw clear surprise adorning his features. Bolt's eyes lowered to the man's chest. He saw a flaming ball of fire in the man's gut. With grace he didn't know he had, he reached out and gently poked the man's belly. He dropped like a sack of rocks, clutching his abdomen in pain and breathing through labored, hissing breaths. Bolt turned to face the other man. He saw the man's eyes stare deep into his own, examining his every feature. "That is," he uttered, taking in Bolt's eyes. Bulging veins that thrummed with the beat of his heart. Wide eyes with pale violet irises. To the uneducated, they would have appeared sightless. That could not have been further from the truth. "The Byakugan," a voice finished. Bolt experienced the very unnerving sensation of seeing behind his body without having to turn his head as an older man flickered into existence and knocked him unconscious. "Ugh, I'm so tired of this boat," Sarada complained. Mitsuki was staring off into the distance, quiet and antisocial as always. Kanomaru was asleep, his head rocking with the motions of their small craft. Their Umbu escort, Yamato, was very green in the face, trying to quell his motion sickness. Sarada made sure to keep an eye on him. She wasn't even sure if Yamato was his real name. Probably not, she decided. She also had a second, more base motive, making sure he didn't pass out. They were currently in the middle of an ocean in the land of water, sailing a small sailboat made from Yamato's wood release. It was sturdy and light, but would disappear in an instant if the caster fell unconscious or asleep. "Don't worry, I'm sure," Yamato said, pausing as his cheeks puffed up. He swallowed his rising bile before continuing. "I'm sure we'll be there soon." Sarada hoped so. For Yamato's sake, if not her own. The Mizukage had granted them permission for an extended mission in the Land of Water, as well as support from local operatives across the land. In exchange, they were to assist in quelling the civil unrest that had been plaguing the region whenever possible. Due to the geography of the Land of Water, consisting mostly of long island chains, centralized ninja support was sometimes hard to come by. It took days, sometimes an entire week, to reach the farthest islands. That was where they came in. Whilst searching for Bolt, they would help the locals. They were currently en route to a small island chain, the largest of which was the furthest western island of the Land of Water. Their mission? Investigate claims of a mercenary company that had, allegedly, claimed the island for themselves. "Hey, Yamato," Sarada said, getting the Umbu's attention. "What was the name of the mercenaries we're going after again?" Yamato sighed. "The Crimson Tide," he answered. Bolt winced as the first whispers of consciousness came back to him. He felt uncomfortably warm and stiff. His eyes fluttered open, only to close as the harsh glare of sunlight burned his pupils. Rolling out of the sun, his eyes opened again. He was in a room. Small and barren, with wooden crates stacked to the ceiling. A single window, barely larger than Bolt's head, was behind him, the source of the sunlight. Bolt flailed as he tried to stand, only to fail. His arms were tied securely behind his back, and his feet were bound together. Memories of what happened came flooding back. The two mercenaries. The middle-aged man knocking him out. The Byakugan. Despite the situation, he couldn't help but feel elated. He hated it, but it always made him feel jealous whenever Himawari stayed behind for extra lessons with their grandfather because she had awakened the Byakugan. For a while, after she had awakened her own eyes, Bolt thought that, maybe, just maybe, his would awaken too. They never did. He always left those lessons bitter and angry, resenting his sister. And he hated to feel like that, because he loved his sister more than anything or anyone in the world. He didn't want to feel jealous of her. And now he wasn't. He was her equal. He could stay with her and they could snicker at their grandfather as he explained how to use their clan's eyes in his stiff, archaic way of speaking. Tentatively, he reached for his chakra. It felt different, as if the flow of it had changed, fitting him better. It flowed easier, more fluid. Bolt felt a pressure build behind his eyes. It wasn't painful, nor was it overbearing. It was just there. Bolt knew, instinctively, that if he channeled chakra into his eyes, the pressure would increase and his Byakugan would manifest. Bolt smiled. He had the overbearing urge to find a mirror and just stare into his new eyes. But he couldn't. He was a prisoner. No sooner did he think it, the door of the room burst open. Four people strode in, the middle-aged man who had knocked him out last night, the two ninja he had fought with, and a woman with a frightening porcelain mask covering her face. The middle-aged man smiled broadly as Bolt took in his features. His skin was the color of bronze, stained from the sun, and his natural skin tone. Thick, sandy blonde hair framed his face, and a trimmed beard with stray white hairs hung from his chin in a goatee. He had piercing blue eyes that seemed to stare through Bolt, as if he knew everything about him. Everything screamed that this man was from the Land of Lightning, possibly former Hidden Cloud. He was dressed in forgettable fatigues, but there was one thing he wore that stood out, his headband. There, on the man's forehead, was a scratched and tarnished steel band with the character for ninja etched into it. It was scratched out, a large X, scarring it forever. Bolt didn't know what that meant, but it couldn't be anything good. Had he forsaken being a ninja? Had he become sworn enemies with every ninja? Every hidden village? Looks like Sleeping Beauty is finally awake, the middle-aged man boomed, his voice deep and baritone. Commanding. Powerful. Bolt swallowed. "You gave my boys here quite a lot of trouble, you know that?" he asked. Bolt remained still, laying indignantly on the floor. The man sighed heavily, as if holding a great burden. He nodded his head at Bolt, a quick bird-like motion. The rogue ninja he had fought the previous night, if it had even been a single night, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles menacingly. He hoisted Bolt up by the collar, pinning him against the wall. "Show some respect," the rogue hissed through gritted teeth. "You stand before the great Age Yagami of the lightning armor, leader of the Crimson Tide." The rogue drew Bolt back, before slamming him into the wall again. Bolt saw stars. He was dropped unceremoniously to the ground. Bolt looked up, meeting the eyes of this man AG, and stared at him defiantly. "You know," AG said, almost conversationally. "I've seen some shit in my life, brat. Lot of shit. Seen men cut to ribbons. Seen men turn to ash. Seen trees SCK the life out of my friends. Know what else I've seen? Seen men get their hands cut off. But boy, that sure doesn't sound awful nowadays, does it? Medical ninja can put bodies together like jigsaw puzzles. Hell, I seen a pretty pink-haired girl stick a man's heart back in his chest after a goopy white monster tore it clean out. He was right as rain in a few days." AG paced the room, making a very crude gesture with his hand of ripping a man's heart from his chest. "But the hands, man. The hands. Seen a lot of men get their hands cut off in my day. And yeah, them pretty little medics can stick 'em back on. But you know what? They never quite work the same. They fumble with tasks they did with ease before. They slower. Never quite as fast as before. For ninja? That's a death sentence. Hand seals don't work. The fingers ain't agile enough to make the intricate gestures. Seen men go into the battlefield like that. Never seen him again," he said, eyeing Bolt's wrists. Bolt felt his heart hammer in his throat. He swallowed, trying to get it to go back down. "I have half the mind to let Takeo here carve off your hands," AG said, nodding over his shoulder and the rogue ninja that Bolt had fought. Takeo grinned ferally, gripping the hilt of a kunai so hard his knuckles were white. "But," AG drawled, turning to face the two men. "Leave us," he commanded. Takeo growled, but bowed low and left the room. Only the woman with the porcelain mask remained. She stood by the door, a silent guard, her hands clasped behind her back. Through the tiny black slits of her mask, Bolt could see cold, hard green eyes boring into him. "But I know a lot of things," AG continued on, taking a ragged piece of paper from the pocket of his fatigues. "For example, I know this. I know you ain't really a hidden Eddie ninja. You ain't got that red hair, dead giveaway. Them eyes of yours ain't no Uzumaki got them. No Hyuga on that island fortress of theirs. And that hair of yours, too blonde. Too bright. Only ever seen one brat with hair like that. Strong son of a beach, heard he bagged himself a pretty lil Hyuga wife after the war." Bolt grit his teeth, almost growling at the man. No one talked about his family like that. No one. AG kneeled, grasping Bolt's chin painfully tight, his thumb digging into his cheeks. "And them scars, man. Them scars. Only one brat you could be," he said, nodding his head in agreement with himself. "The BSTRD son of the Hokage." AG held out the piece of paper in his hand, showing a crude drawing of Bolt. "My boys found this here flyer in the Land of Fire. Says here you worth, 'bout 1 million Ryo to the Hokage, alive," he said. "So here is what I'm thinkin'. I call Takeo back in here, I have him lop off yo hands at the wrist for stealing from me. Then I send you back to your daddy in a crate and collect my million Ryo." The flyer said alive, not unharmed. Sound like a plan? Bolt felt every muscle in his body tense. He was sure that more adrenaline was in his veins than blood as his heart hammered in his chest painfully. His eyes were sore with pressure, his Byakugan making its presence ever known. "No?" AG asked, a wicked grin on his lips. He hummed in thought. "I'm a merciful man, brat. Real kind, you know? Can forgive a lot of things. I don't want to see a little sheet like you be crippled. So how about this? I forgive you for stealing from me, you keep yo hands, and I don't ship you off to your daddy. In return, 3 years. AG fixed Bolt with a piercing stare. 3 years of servitude with the Crimson Tide, and at the end, you walk free. No strings attached, he promised. What do you say? Bolt's shoulders slumped and he hung his head in defeat. It wasn't really a choice. Work for the crazy whack job, or be crippled and sent back home in a box. Fine, he whispered, his voice hoarse and cracked. AG smiled, clapping him on the back a few times. Good. You've got a bright future with us, brat. Don't worry, it ain't all bad. I run a tight ship. Takeo is a real BSTRD, But he won't touch you now that you're one of us. In time, you'll think of us like a second family. Eiji boomed, laughing heartily. Bolt doubted that. The middle-aged man wrapped his arm around Bolt's neck, putting him a chokehold without applying pressure. Bolt stiffened as his head was directed to the woman standing by the door. Meet Hikari, my lieutenant. She's your new master. She says jump, you ask how high. Don't make her job any harder than it already is. Girl has a mean temper. Former hunter ninja. She can cut the ball off a fly at 50 yards with her throwing needles. Don't piss her off, he said, barking with laughter as he released Bolt. He left the room, laughing down the hallway. Bolt felt like crying. The girl Hikari strode over to him with quiet, lithe strides. She kneeled, withdrawing a kunai from somewhere within the folds of the fatigues she wore. In a quick, practiced motion, she cut the ropes binding Bolt's hands and feet. His eyes flickered from the shadows of her green eyes under her mask to the small bob of black hair pinned behind her head, held by 2 long metal needles. He could see that the tips were not blunt and rounded, but sharp and pointy. They were throwing needles. She might have been pretty, under that mask, Bolt thought, if she wasn't part of the band of heartless brigands that had kidnapped him. Let's go, she commanded, her voice lilting and soft. Bolt rose, standing on shaky legs as he followed her out of the room that had been his prison cell. Sarada and Kanomaru wandered through the winding alleyways and dirt roads that made up the small, and only, town on the western edge of the Land of Waters territory. They had split into pairs to search the island for the mercenaries that had been plaguing the islanders, the so-called Crimson Tide, as they liked to dub themselves. The villagers hid in their homes, shutting the windows and closing blinds as they passed. Sarada thought that was peculiar. Kanomaru seemed to pick up on it too. It was as if the villagers were afraid of being seen, or worse, afraid of seeing foreign ninja. Walking the market street, they found a dango stand and slipped inside. The owner turned to welcome them, a smile on his face, but his eyes instantly gravitated to their headbands. The smile slipped. Other customers, seeing that they were foreign ninja, quickly stood and left. They didn't even pay. Most telling of all, the owner of the shop didn't care. We'd like the special, Kanomaru said with unease, pulling out a few ryo. The shopkeeper didn't even make eye contact with Kanomaru as he took his money, before darting into the kitchen. He returned, moments later, with 2 trays of skewered dumplings and shooed them out of his shop before closing up for the day. How rude, Sarada scathed. She and Kanomaru walked and ate, keeping an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. They hadn't seen anyone resembling mercenaries in the town so far. Up ahead, Sarada could see a few kids hassling an elderly woman who was struggling to carry a load of bagged groceries. Scowling, she threw her box at Kanomaru before angrily stomping forward. Kanomaru whispered a silent prayer for the kids. Sakura should never have taught her daughter her inhuman strength at such a young age. Hey, you brats! Sarada roared. The kids stilled, turning. They took one look at her, saw her headband, and bolted down a nearby alleyway. One of them ran straight into a trash can, knocking it over and flailing through the garbage. Turning back to the old woman, Sarada saw that she was quaking in fear. Sorry about them. Some brats have no respect for their elders, she apologized. Here, let me help you. Sarada held out her hand to help carry some of the woman's groceries. Instead of a bag, she was handed a wad of ryo. Please, the old woman cried. This is all I have. Sarada shook her head. No need for payment. Scaring those kids was enough for me, she said, not taking the woman's money. The old woman stared at her with wide, disbelieving eyes as she took in Sarada's features. You're not one of them, are you? She asked. Sarada looked confused. One of them? She questioned. The old woman looked around frantically, down the streets, between the alleyways, in the shop windows, on the roofs. Sighing wearily, she whispered, "The sea crimson tide." Sarada's eyes widened. This was what they had came here for. No, I'm not, she said resolutely. I'm from the Hidden Leaf. The Hidden Mist asked us to investigate the island and deal with any of the mercenaries we found here. What can you tell me about the Crimson Tide? The woman sobbed with visible relief. They took over the town, perhaps 2 3 months ago. They told us we had to pay protection fees. At first, no one listened to them. Then when people didn't pay them, they took what they wanted. Entire shops went out of business. Anyone who resisted was beat within an inch of their life. She gushed, speaking rapidly. Sarada could tell she had been under heavy duress during the occupation of the town. Then they started taxing the people. Anyone who didn't pay the tax, or couldn't afford to. The old woman choked up. I understand, Sarada said reassuringly. Can you tell me where they are now? The old woman looked up. I don't know. They left in the night sometime last week. There was this boy that came to the town, she said. Sarada's breath caught in her chest. He was looking for work. I could tell he hadn't eaten in some time, but everyone was too afraid to hire him. Afraid he was a member of the Crimson Tide. A spy. They captured him. Hauled him into town during the night, dragging him by his feet. They left the next night. No one has seen them since. Sarada swallowed her nerves. Can you tell me what this boy looked like? The old woman nodded. Your height and age, blonde hair. Thank you. Sarada exclaimed, dashing off. That was all she needed. It had to be Bolt. It just had to be. She found Kanemaru talking to a few teenagers that had been loitering in an alley. They had their heads hung in shame as he loomed over them, his wallet in his hand. If Sarada had to guess, they tried to pick his pocket. Bad idea. I found Bolt. Sarada exclaimed, running up to her teacher. Kanemaru gave a stern glare at the teenagers that sent them skittering off. Where? He asked. She quickly informed him of what she had learned. Kanemaru nodded. Let's go meet up with Yamato. It didn't take long to find Yamato and Mitsuki. The town was small after all. They had no luck in finding any information about the Crimson Tide or Bolt. Where would they go? Mitsuki pondered aloud. Depending on the size of their company, they could hide on any of the small islands in the Land of Water. They would be impossible to find. Yamato nodded his head. They could be hiding on any number of small islands used by pirates or smugglers. They would have hideouts all across the Land of Water. If they captured Bolt, however, they would need a place to contain him. That would rule out many of the smaller islands, leaving only medium to large land masses. If they go to any of the islands watched by the hidden mist, we'll know. We should search for medium-sized, unmarked islands. Look for coves and atolls that could hide their base of operations, he explained, his Umbu training kicking in. There was now a search and rescue. Umbu lived for these missions. Sharing nods of agreement, the four quickly set off, heading north. An arcing chain of islands spanned from the furthest western borders of the Land of Water, all the way north to Nadeshiko village. They all agreed that none of the islands they had seen previously were fit to hide a band of mercenaries. That left the large island to the east, watched by the hidden mist, or the island chain to the north. They chose the north. They didn't even stop to let Yamato make a ship out of wood. They simply channeled chakra into their feet and ran. As Sarada ran, her eyes bled red, one tomo in each iris. Her Sharingan looking for any trace of her missing friend and his captors. The first island was little more than a bar of sand that pierced the waves at low tide. The next was an atoll, a ring of coral reefs that had no visible landmass. The one after that was a small island that Sarada could walk the length of in 15 paces. They chose to rest there, recovering their chakra. I'm going to send a wood clone to the Hokage, Yamato declared, weaving several hand seals. His flesh seemed to bubble as a wooden copy of himself tore its way from Yamato's shoulder. Sarada could only describe it as unnerving. The wood clone took off, sprinting west towards the Land of Fire's shores. They searched for the rest of the day, and well into the dusk. By the time Kanemaru forced Sarada to rest for the night, they had discovered and searched no less than 15 islands and covered over 50 nautical miles. They found no trace of Bolt or the Crimson Tide. Himawari's eyes darted from the large cake in front of her to the doorway that led into their dining room. Any minute now, she was sure her brother would walk through, an arrogant smile on his face as he waved off his family's worries. He never came. Staring into the 13 flickering candles, she wiped away the unshed tears gathering in her eyes. Her brother wasn't coming home. Hinata lurked nervously in the kitchen, watching her daughter wait for her son. She couldn't help but imagine what Bolt was doing right now. It was his birthday. His first one away from home. She wasn't ready to let him go yet, not so young. Hinata watched as Himawari stiffened and leaned forward. She blew out the candles with a strangled sob. Hinata could make out the barest whisper of a wish. "I wish brother would come home," she said. Hinata felt her heart break for her youngest. Himawari leaned forward, pursing her lips and blowing gently on the candles. The wicks smocked as their fire was extinguished. It was just as the candles died that Naruto came home for the evening, exhausted from what he called hard labor, otherwise known as paperwork, to normal people. Himawari looked up, expecting her dad to be as tired as he always was on the rare occasions he came home from work. He wasn't. He wore a wide, infectious grin that made her mood evaporate instantly. He just had that effect on people. He didn't appear to be wearing his Hokage cloak or hat, which was a strange sight for Himawari. Her father almost never parted from the ceremonial garb of the village leader. Instead, he had a large scroll, taller and wider than she herself was, wrapped in a strap of leather that he wore around his chest. Himawari dropped from her chair and padded over to her father. "What is that, Dad?" she asked, a hint of excitement coloring her voice as she circled Naruto, examining the large scroll. Naruto laughed, kneeling at eye level with his daughter. "I told you I'd show you a few tricks. This way, when Bolt gets back, he'll be jealous of you and never dare leave his sister's side again." Himawari was bouncing up and down in excitement. "This," Naruto declared, flinging the scroll out of its leather bag with a dramatic flair, "is the summoning contract for the great toads of Mount Myaboku. My master taught this to me when I was just a little older than you are now." Naruto unfurled the scroll as Himawari scampered back into her chair, this time standing on it so she could see. Her eyes danced over the scroll. The scroll was partitioned vertically, each box having a person's name written inside. At the bottom, a large handprint sealed the contract. "There's my name," Naruto said, pointing to the most recent name. "Your grandfather," he added, pointing to his father's name. "And my master, Jiraiya," he finished, his voice cracking slightly as he said the name of his deceased master. "And," Naruto continued on, his moment passed. "Here you can sign your name," he said, unrolling the scroll a little bit more, revealing an empty box. "If you want, that is," he added hastily. Himawari was bouncing up and down, nodding furiously in excitement. Naruto could see the veins in her forehead pulsing, a sign that her Byakugan was manifesting. He chuckled under his breath. "Since it's a summoning contract, you sign it in blood," he instructed, pulling out a kunai. Himawari snatched it from his hands and ever so gently poked her index finger. She scribbled her name and then rubbed her palms together, pressing one to the paper beneath her name. There was an almost imperceptible flash of chakra as the contract was signed. "And now the hand seals," Naruto said, slowly showing his daughter the seals. "Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. You need a little blood for each summon, but what you have on your hands now should be enough." Himawari nodded eagerly, practicing the motions of the seals. They hadn't quite covered anything this advanced in the academy yet. "Dear, perhaps you should go outside," Hinata suggested nervously, suddenly remembering the size at which Naruto's toads could be. Their house was big but not that big. Naruto laughed, scratching the back of her head. "Don't worry, I'm sure she won't summon anything that big. I only summoned a newt on my first try," he assured her. Hinata didn't look convinced. Himawari flashed through the hand seals with a fervor. "Summoning jutsu," she screamed, slamming the palm of her hand on the wooden floor, putting as much chakra into the technique as she could muster. Naruto regretted not following his wife's advice instantly. A torrential cloud of white smoke erupted from where her palms struck the ground. The sound of wood splintering and breaking echoed through the house. When the smoke cleared, a large toad with hide the color of cherry blossoms sat in Hinata's dining room, its head nearly touching the ceiling. The wooden floors beneath the toad had shattered into splinters under its weight, and the dining table was knocked in roughly 4 pieces. Naruto choked on his laughter as he felt, more than saw, Hinata glare at him. You forget our children are more talented than we were at that age, dear, she said with false calmness. But who summoned me? A distinctly feminine voice called out. I did. Himawari squealed. She was seated upon the toad's head, her legs dangling over the sides. Well, get down here and let me take a look at you, brat, the toad declared impatiently, her bulbous eyes rolling in their sockets as she tried to spy her summoner. Himawari jumped off the toad, landing nimbly on her feet. She stared up at her summon with wide eyes, practically bursting with energy and excitement. Himawari quite liked her toad. She was a pleasant color, not the ugly greens, reds, and browns that her father's were. She looked strong too. 2 horns erupted from her skull, just above her eye sockets. They were long and sharp, good for poking her brother, Himawari decided. Bulbous, orange-colored eyes with oblong black pupils studied her with the same intensity that she studied the toad. Himawari quite liked them. They reminded her of sunsets. So, this one of your brats, Lord Naruto, the toad said. Lord Fukasaku warned us it was only a matter of time. At this, the toad sighed. Naruto just laughed. Hey, hey! Himawari cried, jumping up and down in an attempt to catch the toad's attention. What's your name? Gamami, the toad said with a heavy sigh. Himawari smiled brightly. I'm Himawari Uzumaki, she introduced herself. Just don't summon me inside someplace so small next time, Gamami complained, being careful to not let her horns puncture the ceiling or break the light fixture. Himawari nodded in agreement, and then the toad disappeared in a flash of smoke, returning to Mount Mayaboku. Naruto, Hinata said, grabbing her husband's attention. I expect this to be fixed in the morning, she said with a cheerful smile that she obviously didn't mean. Bolt was laying on his bed, staring at the ceiling. There wasn't much else to do. The Crimson Tide had immediately packed up shop and moved on, leaving the tiny island behind. It seemed odd to Bolt how quickly they just left. From what he could tell, the town had been under their thumb for many months. It didn't make much sense for them to just up and leave. Maybe because they captured me, Bolt thought. Maybe they feared retaliation from the Hidden Leaf? He was the son of the Hokage as much as he hated it. His dad probably had some sort of team searching for him. Maybe Umbu. Maybe nobody, a dark voice in Bolt's head whispered. Maybe his dad was glad to have him gone, finally. The family that he never had time for was finally diminished by one. By one, the greatest embarrassment to their family. Bolt tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, especially with his dark thoughts. Sighing heavily, he stood and made his way over to the small porthole window in his cabin. The ship rocked with the waves as they sailed through the night. He stared out over the water, watching as waves rolled by. The candlelight danced in the reflection of the window, giving him just enough light to see his face. Alone, and without the constant watchful eye of Eiji or Hikari, he finally took the chance to channel chakra into his eyes. Bolt felt a pressure build behind his eyeballs, not uncomfortable, but they're all the same. He felt the skin on his forehead and temple writhe, as veins he didn't even know he had bulged and pulsed with every beat of his heart. His eyes, the vibrant sky blue that Sarada had complimented him on, faded to a pale shade of lavender. His pupils faded entirely, leaving his eyes eerily blank, almost as if he was blind. And yet he wasn't. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was not unseeing but all-seeing. The world was aflame with azure fire as everything turned blue. He could see every minute detail and flaw in the glass he stared through. Every pore in the imperfections the glassmaker had made. There was a dizziness that came with the Byakugan that Bolt didn't expect. The sensation of, quite literally, having eyes in the back of his head made his mind spin. Without turning, he could see the entirety of the rest of his small cabin. The bunk bolted to the floor on the wall opposite of him. The door opposite the bed. The small desk and chair bolted to the floor next to him. It wasn't just the range of his vision that disturbed him, but the acuity of it. He could see the grains in the wooden floor on the opposite side of the room. He could clearly make out the scuff marks on the doorframe where it had been opened and closed one too many times without a fresh layer of lacquer. He could see the wear and tear on the doorknob, once a golden color, now worn down to steel after countless years of hands turning it. Dropping his gaze to his hands, he examined himself. There was a ball of fire roaring in his belly, the distinctive hue of chakra. Thin veins extended from the fire, circulating and connecting his body. Every once in a great while, a small nodule of fire broke up the veins. Bolt knew that what he was seeing was the chakra pathway system. He had learned about it extensively, thanks to the academy and his grandfather. This was the true target of the gentle fist. To attack an opponent's chakra directly. To cripple them and leave them unable to fight back. He had learned the gentle fist from a young age, along with his sister, but he could never apply the fighting style as well as her without the aid of the Byakugan. Now, he could clearly see the chakra points with his Byakugan, where with the slightest touch of the gentle fist, he could close. Bolt could see a silhouette through the walls, walking down the hallway towards his cabin. The silhouette opened his door, without even knocking. It was Hikari. Her chakra was interesting, Bolt decided. Calm, like a pool of water. Yet, underneath, raging like the tide. He got the distinct feel of both water and lightning from her. Hikari took one look at his back, before her eyes drifted to his reflection in the window of the porthole. Instantly, 3 throwing needles appeared in her hands, held lightly between the tips of her fingers. Had Bolt not had his Byakugan activated, he would have missed the slight twitch of her fingers as the needles fell from somewhere inside the sleeve of her fatigues. "What are you doing?" Hikari demanded. Bolt could see, through the slits of her hidden mist hunter mask, cold, hard eyes staring at him, watching for any hint of movement. Bolt sighed, and let his Byakugan fade. Instantly, the world returned to normal. When he turned around, Hikari had returned the needles to wherever they had come from. She threw a bag at him that she had held in her free hand. "Change into these," she said. "You're a member of the Crimson Tide, now. You should look the part," she added, eyeing his threadbare black jacket and slacks. Bolt caught the bag. Looking inside, he found a set of fatigues similar to what Hikari herself wore, matte black, trimmed in red. At least they have good taste, Bolt thought, thinking back to his favorite outfit he wore in the Hidden Leaf. He pulled the clothes out, examining them. They looked like they would fit. Bolt started to unbutton his jacket when he noticed that Hikari hadn't left yet. Do you mind?" Bolt asked. "No," Hikari responded flatly. She had her hands held behind her back, standing at rest in a military fashion. Bolt thought he saw the silver gleam of throwing needles hiding between her knuckles, ready to be thrown at a moment's notice. Turning away from her, cheeks flaming, he quickly stripped out of his threadbare traveling clothes and into the Crimson Tide fatigues. He resolved to never again practice his Byakugan in front of her, if this what was going to happen. Hikari nodded to him as she took in his appearance. "But landfall is in approximately 30 minutes. Be ready to disembark then," she commanded, before turning on her heels and stalking out of the room. Bolt tied his Eddie headband right around his skull, before packing up his meager belongings. The Crimson Tide had searched his pack and the scrolls within, but had taken nothing. His scratched leaf headband, that marked him as a rogue, was sealed on a scrap of paper that he hid in his boots. They hadn't found it. Not that it mattered much. Eiji and Hikari knew he was the son of the Hokage and a leaf ninja. The others, however, didn't. He would prefer to keep it that way just in case. A bell tolled in the distance, and through the porthole, Bolt could see a flash of bright light every few seconds. There was a dull roar above deck as feet pounded on wood, running back and forth. Shrugging on his backpack, he slipped out of his cabin, noticing that there weren't any guards posted. Meekly navigating the narrow halls, he made his way above deck. "Furl the sails, it's scurvy bilge rats." Bolt heard Eiji's distinctive, booming voice roar. Men and women scurried across the deck, taking the sails down. A rogue wave rocked the boat, sending misty spray across the deck that soaked the crew. Eiji's laughter boomed over the roar of the ocean. Bolt saw a burly man struggling with a length of rope as the wind threatened to drag him skyward, along with the sail. The man's head turned on a swivel, his eyes locking with Bolt. "Help!" he barked. He didn't even seem to realize that Bolt was a new recruit. Jogging across the deck, avoiding other members of the Crimson Tide, he helped the man secure his rigging. Another huge wave rocked the ship. Bolt's stomach lurched as he wrapped his arms around the mast of the ship, along with his newfound comrade. They got an eyeful of the raging ocean for a brief moment before the ship righted itself. Thunder boomed in the distance as lightning crackled through PRGT storm clouds. The weather was getting worse. "Where the hell are we going?" Bolt yelled to the man he had helped earlier. "Shipwreck out." "Not much farther now," the man yelled in response. "Great," Bolt thought. "Shipwreck out." "Shipwreck. Just where we should go." "In a ship. Hard to port." AG boomed, his voice roaring over the thunder. Through the darkness, a massive spire of rock erupted from the waves. Around it were the carcasses of ships from ages past. They avoided it by no more than a few yards. Bolt could have jumped and landed on it. AG's laughter boomed over the deck. Bolt didn't think it was that funny. No more than 10 feet away from them, a sudden gust of wind ripped a woman off the deck of the ship and cast her into the night. She screamed, and then was silent. "Man overboard!" the man he helped earlier yelled. The rigging she had been tying down flapped in the wind as the sail went limp. Bolt and the man scrambled over to the flailing rigging and were joined by another man. The three of them managed to tie down the rigging and secure the sail. A moment later, the woman appeared again, thrown onto the deck of the ship, coughing up water. Bolt watched as Hikari crawled over the ship's railing. Her porcelain hidden mist hunter mask was orange in the lantern light, giving her a fearsome appearance. That was how their voyage continued for nearly 5 minutes. Rogue waves swept across the deck and raging winds tore at their bodies, threatening to send them overboard. Spires of rock and old shipwrecks emerged from the darkness of the night, proving the name of the island they were heading towards. The sound of a bell tolling louder and louder in the night heralded their arrival. Through the darkness, Bolt could make out the sandy beach of an island. "Land ho!" AG boomed, breaking into barking laughter. They had nearly beached their ship, sailing as blind as they were. The sailors jumped ship, landing atop the shallow water. Their feet glowed with chakra in the night as they ran ashore, eager to be on solid land once more. Bolt joined them, all too happy to get off the ocean. A large hand slammed into his back, knocking him face first into the sand. Bolt recoiled, spitting out clumps of sand from his mouth. "Nice job, brat. Fine pair of sea legs you got there," AG boomed, his voice carrying through the night. Bolt didn't think the man knew what quiet was. "Thanks," Bolt said half-heartedly. Hikari appeared out of thin air, nearly making him jump in surprise. "Come on, brat. Let me welcome you to the crew," AG said, pulling Bolt to his feet and dragging him towards the flickering candlelights in the distance. He guided him to a rickety old building with a sign hanging over the door. "The Rusty Kunai," it read. A large, red-brown colored kunai was hung under the sign, rusted beyond use. AG opened the door, with Bolt trailing behind him. Hikari followed behind Bolt, unnerving him. She was too quiet for his tastes. Always silent. Always observing. Bolt jumped to the side, years of training honing his instincts. 2 large, bare-chested men tumbled on the floor. The larger of the two had pinned the smaller man, and proceeded to beat his face in, feeding him his own teeth. AG cackled with mirth. "No place like the Rusty Kunai, brat. Finest tavern this side of the world," he boomed. Bolt didn't agree with that. At all. There were men brawling, beating each other half to death with bar stools or empty bottles of liquor. Scantily clad women served food and drink, causing Bolt's cheeks to turn crimson. Some wore more skin than cloth. He wondered why they even bothered to dress at all. AG pulled him towards a booth that had been quickly vacated the moment the Crimson Tide members walked in. Bolt, AG, and Hikari took a seat, and were joined by several other members of the mercenary company. The other members found their seats elsewhere in the tavern. AG held up his hand, signaling the bartender. The two of them shared a nod. A few moments later, a middle-aged woman dressed in dark leathers brought them a jug of sake and several small cups. AG quickly snatched up the bottle and poured everyone at the table a drink. Even Bolt. "I'm underaged," Bolt protested weakly. Everyone at the table, except Hikari, burst into laughter. "Not no more you ain't, brat. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink." AG barked, lifting his cup in cheers. The rest did the same. They waited for Bolt to join them. He did so, smiling weakly. To the new blood of the Crimson Tide, Eiji declared, before downing his drink. Cheers, the others echoed. Only Hikari left her cup on the table, untouched, her mask never moving from its place. Bolt watched the others for a moment, before throwing his cup back and downing the drink in a single gulp like they had. His throat burned and his eyes watered, causing him to cough and sputter. Eiji and the others laughed. One man was brought to tears. Bolt didn't think it was that funny as he choked on his saliva. Hikari sighed heavily at their antics. She placed the palm of her hand on Bolt's back, glowing in a soft, green light. The mystic palm instantly soothed the burning in his lungs and let him breathe easier. Thanks. Bolt beamed, turning to face whoever had helped him. Thank you, ma'am. Bolt added quickly, seeing that it had been Hikari. His master, according to Eiji. Hikari rolled her eyes. She thought he would have saluted had he not been seated. Eiji poured him another cup, sliding it across the table towards Bolt. He sipped this one, not wanting to appear rude or weak. It went down much easier, and he felt a warmth spread from his belly to his limbs. The others descended into conversation. Bolt sat and listened quietly, taking in the sounds and sights of the tavern. Bolt would never admit it, but it was nice in a way. Warm and loud, with an almost tangible cheer to the atmosphere. He flashed Hikari a smile, noticing that she was doing the same thing he was. Her drink remained untouched, and probably would remain so, Bolt thought. She remained motionless, ignoring him. The large man that Bolt helped on the ship raised his hand, flagging over one of the barmaids. She wore little more than a strip of cloth around her bodice and a skirt that was sinfully short. Bolt's eyes widened comically as the man groped her. The barmaid didn't even bat an eye. She reached for one of the beer bottles she carried and broke it over the man's skull. Bolt watched as his eyes rolled into the back of his head and was knocked unconscious. He was pretty sure he had a skull fracture too. Everyone in the tavern roared in laughter at the man's fate. Hikari rose, placing the palm of her hand on my man's head. Her hand glowed green for a moment as she ensured that he wouldn't die from his injuries or stupidity. Bolt watched in surprise as Hikari, who was only slightly taller than himself, and certainly weaker, hoisted the much larger, fully grown man out of his seat and slung him over her shoulder. She carried the man out of the tavern, and from what Bolt could see, headed back to their ship. Eiji wrapped an arm around Bolt's shoulders, causing him to wrinkle his nose as he was assaulted by the strong smell of alcohol. That's my girl. Eiji boomed, his compliment echoing through the room. Bolt's ears rang. Strong as an ox, best healer I've ever seen. And I've seen some medics in the war, kid. Bolt just nodded. Eiji pushed his cup towards him. Reluctantly, Bolt took a few small sips, which seemed to satisfy the middle-aged man. No, Eiji slurred. I didn't mean it. Well, I said, in the place. By your hands. Just scarred you. Why? Bolt asked. He didn't think he was lying. He seemed too innocent, almost, to lie. And too drunk. Far too drunk. Seen what your daddy can do, Eiji said, taking another sip of the strong alcohol. Strongest man I ever done seen. Some say he a god. You gon' be strong too. I can feel it in me bones. Eiji downed the rest of the drink, leaned back, and passed out. Bolt didn't know what he meant. Moving slowly, assuring himself with every movement that the drunken man wasn't going to suddenly wake, Bolt retreated, slipping out under the table. He easily weaved his way through two women, a barmaid, and another girl who were rolling around on the ground, scratching at each other's eyes and pulling their hair. He quickly made his way back to their ship and found his room. Bolt uttered a silent prayer that no one had stopped him. He hadn't seen a single member of the Crimson Tide, or Hikari. Grinning, he sat cross-legged on his bed and activated his Byakugan. Focusing, he peered through the walls. His range of vision was limited, perhaps only stretching 20 yards. But it was enough. He was alone. Bolt let the Byakugan fade, giddy excitement boiling up inside him. He held his arm out, displaying the sealing matrix on his forearm. The Crimson Tide had noticed it immediately, but had been unable to open it. Bolt smirked, knowing that it was locked to his own chakra. He pressed his index finger into the correct character, channeling chakra into it. The scroll he had received from the Uzumaki peeked out, the swirling silver caps at the end of the scroll visible. He deftly plucked the scroll from the seal, removing it. Unfurling it for the first time, Bolt began to read. The scroll was blank. Bolt frowned. After a moment of holding the scroll, inky characters spread across it. His beaming smile returned. I imagine you have many questions about what you'll be learning in this scroll, my brightest pupil, Bolt read, his mind supplying the voice of the Uzumaki as he read her words. What is contained in this scroll is the knowledge I myself have learned over the long years, and a compilation of techniques and wisdom gleaned from the scroll of secrets you yourself helped us recover, for which I and the rest of the clan will be forever in your debt. The first thing you must learn, before continuing your education, is exactly why the Uzumaki clan was feared as we were. Our strong vitality and skill with sealing techniques, of course. All of our clan know that. But it is why we had strong vitality, and why we were skilled with sealing techniques, that is the question. Bolt pondered that. He didn't really question why the Uzumaki had more vitality than normal people. He didn't really question why other clans had their unique traits, either. The Uzumaki clan have a strong yang chakra, the physical energy that governs life. This is our greatest weapon, and the source of our most powerful seals. To master them, you must learn to first knead your chakra into yang chakra. Bolt read the scroll late into the night, until the lone candle that lit his room had burnt out. Bolt awoke the next morning, sluggish and lethargic. Had fallen asleep with a pleasant warmth pulsing throughout his body, courtesy of the drinks Ag had given him. Now, he felt physically sick even though he wasn't. Groaning, he sat up in bed. Bolt yawned. He flailed as his door was practically kicked down. Hikari strode in, looking like a conquering general touring the battlefield. Get up. If I have to deal with one more drunken fool today, she threatened. Bolt dressed and made himself presentable faster than he ever had before in his life. Hikari stormed from his room, stalking down the halls of their ship. Bolt didn't need to be told to follow. He didn't want to imagine what drunken fool she had dealt with already this morning. He was probably dead. Hikari led Bolt down a gangplank and onto the sandy beach of Shipwreck Isle. In the daylight, without the raging storm, the island was nice. Tropical almost. They must have headed south from where Bolt had been. Perhaps an island somewhere in the Gulf south of the Land of Fire and east of the Land of Wind? It was possible. She led him away from the small rickety town and towards a cove barely visible in the distance from where they had docked. Bolt saw men and women passed out in the sand. The beach was littered with discarded bottles and articles of clothing. Eventually, they came upon a secluded cove. Crystal clear blue water pooled in the center, surrounded by white sand with black basalt rocks that loomed over them. A copse of palm trees prevented anyone from spying on them from above. Bolt found that a ragtag band of Crimson Tide members, including their leader, Ag, had gathered in the cove. Bolt saw Takeo, the rogue brute that was so prone to violence, and his partner, the technical fighter from the night he had been caught, Hiroki. There were a few others, people Bolt assumed were high-ranking members of the company. He didn't know their names. Bolt snickered under his breath as he came close enough to make out Ag's expression. He held his head between his hands, massaging his temples, and looking very unhappy to be awake. Hikari coughed, her hands on her hips. Despite the mask, Bolt could tell those hard green eyes were boring holes in the man. The drunken fool had been identified. Right. Ag yelled, his voice lacking its normal boom, for which Bolt was eternally thankful. Time to whip you whelps into shapes, fools. Our next job is a big one, and we can't have no stragglers. Our client has requested the best of the best, and you lot are it. New blood, you're up. Show us what you can do. Bolt looked around. Everyone was staring at him. He suddenly felt very nervous. Of course, he thought bitterly. New blood. That's you. Newest member. Right. Of course, he wasn't really going to show them what he could do. His Byakugan, gentle fist, and sealing techniques would remain shrouded. Instead, he quickly began weaving hand seals, going through the elemental jutsu he knew. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Lances of water hissed through the air, breaking against the stone walls of the cove. Laughter erupted. Bolt's cheeks turned a shade of crimson. One of the men, a portly man whose shirt was failing to contain his belly, was brought to his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks. Eiji wiped a tear from his eye. "Man, you really are from one of the big villages, ain't cha? Never seen war before. Never even been in a real fight, I reckon," he said. Bolt frowned thunderously at that. He had been in plenty of real fights. Ain't never fought a man that was tryin' to kill ya. Yellin' like that only makes his job easier. Gotta be real quiet like if he make him guess what the seals are for. Trick him into thinking you're using fire, then unleash water, Eiji lectured. "Hikari, get this brat up to the Crimson Tide standard," he boomed, his voice back to normal. "We leave in 1 week. Hidden Mist has a shipment of weapons-grade chakra metal coming in, and we're gonna liberate M of it." Sarada panted, her hands resting on her knees. They had searched every island between the Land of Water and Land of Lightning to the north. Every single one. They hadn't found a trace of Bolt. That left only one option, south. Past where they had circled up to the island where Bolt had been taken, into the gulf between the lands of fire and wind. There had been no word from the Hidden Mist. He had to be there. Masters existed in degrees, Bolt came to understand. Some, like his academy professor, Shino Aburame, were instructors. They stood in front of a class and shared their knowledge with the younger generations. Some, like Sarada's father, Sasuke, were more like mentors. They gave hints here and there, prodding their students in the right direction. Then there were masters like the Uzukichi. Strict, powerful, knowledgeable. Hikari was a master. She tore apart his style of fighting like a rabid dog tearing into a raw, bloody haunch of meat. Every little flaw. Every little imperfection. Nothing escaped her watchful eyes behind the Hidden Mist Hunter mask. They started with his form. He was too rigid, too formal, according to Hikari. This wasn't the classroom, it was the battlefield. He needed to be loose, fluid, flexible, unpredictable. Then came her assault upon his proficiency in jutsu. By the time Hikari had broken Bolt of his almost instinctual need to shout the name of his jutsu before unleashing it, he sported a number of black, yellow, and purple welts all over his body. That was another thing. Professor Aburame would have lectured him on his mistakes. Not Hikari. Hikari said that the body was better at remembering than the mind. After 3 days of having medical ninjutsu enhanced punches and kicks batter him, Bolt agreed. Like a child remembering that the burners of an oven were hot after touching them once, Bolt eventually quelled the need to verbalize his intent that the academy had driven into him. His techniques were weaker, but they were sudden and swift, no sign to warn his enemies. "It is a crutch," Hikari had told him. "A tool with which to ease those inexperienced in the control of their chakra. The hand seals and verbalization give them something to do, something to focus on, something to expect results from. A skilled ninja can reduce both. A master, do away with them entirely. For example, water release, water dragon. It requires 44 hand seals by default. Too many to be used in combat. But masters of the technique can cut that number down by more than half. The Mizukichi are infamous for this. In a way, Bolt had always known that. The Rasengan required no hand seals or verbalization. Merely intent, rotation, power, containment. It was simply a matter of learning and applying it to other aspects. Easier said than done. Then came the test. From the basics transformation to body replacement to the more intricate. Water walking, wall climbing, clones, and shuriken jutsu. To Bolt's immense pride, she had little to find in the way of flaws in those areas. Taijutsu the one place where he was her better. Even in the Land of Water, the gentle fist reigned supreme. He withheld from manifesting his Byakugan, but the fighting style of the Hyuga came to him naturally. A gentle prod here. A caress there. An open palm strike. That was all it took for her to admit defeat. She coaxed from him his nature affinities, water, lightning, and wind. Demonstrations of each, adhering to her expectations with hand seals and verbalization, earned him a reprieve from training. 1 day to rest. 2 days before they left to steal a shipment of chakra metal from the hidden mist. The ship's timbers groaned in protest as another rogue wave crashed upon it. The first time, it had alarmed Bolt. Now, it was just pleasant static. Something to listen to at night while he fell asleep. Something to focus the mind on, instead of his troubles in life. He sat, legs crossed, on his bed, reading late into the afternoon. Bolt didn't often have the opportunity to read from the Musica scroll, but he relished every chance he got. The first lesson of the scroll was to begin practicing the molding of yang chakra. Bolt simply couldn't figure it out, and it frustrated him to no end. The other elements came easy to him: the soft caress of the wind, the soothing touch of water, and the scorching bite of lightning. It was easy to picture what he wanted his chakra to transform into when it came to the elements. But yang chakra was different. It was life, the sun beating down upon his back, the strength of trees as they grew, the ache in his muscles after a long sparring session. How was one supposed to transform their chakra into that? He didn't even know any yang or yin techniques. Bolt knew that Chocho and the Akimichi clan used yang release for their multi-size techniques, but it was a secret they guarded closely. Now, he wished he had paid more attention to his classmates. Even knowing more about Shikadai's shadow techniques, which were based on yin release, would have helped him greatly. There was a light knock at his door. Bolt learned he didn't have any rights, especially the right to privacy. He moved faster than he thought his body capable, hiding the scroll away in the seal on his arm. He had successfully fooled any who asked that the seal was for weapons. Bolt hoped the day never came when he had to fish a shuriken out of it. Hikari entered, her eyes glinting with a hard light behind her mask. "We're mooring at an island to wait out the storm," she informed him with the familiar military efficiency he had come to associate with her. "Stretch your legs. We won't be stopping again until the mainland." Bolt favored her with a small smile and nodded his head. He figured if he was going to be working with her and the Crimson Tide, he might as well try to make friends. His time with the mercenary company would be much more bearable that way. She bowed to him, ever so slightly, and left him to his thoughts. She was strange, Bolt thought. Hikari seemed out of place among the riffraff that formed the ranks of the Crimson Tide. There were rogue ninja, men and women who had been either banished from their villages for their crimes, or chose to leave willingly before their punishment could be exacted. There were ninja who still swore allegiance to their homes, but who, for some reason, worked abroad for a mercenary company of all things. Much more common and numerous were common thugs and bandits. Actual ninja were rare. Bolt estimated them to number under 20, and they were all brutes who held little honor or class. They cared only for themselves and would do any task provided with the proper motivation, mainly coin. Hikari wasn't any of that, which begged the question, why was she there? Bolt felt the ship come to a stop as their anchor caught on the seafloor. He scampered across his cabin to the door and made his way above deck. They moored just off a small atoll. It was beautiful, really. Everything was this far south. The waters were crystal clear and so very blue. He could see white sand sparkling beneath its surface and coral reefs of every color of the rainbow. Exotic fish and aquatic animals he had never seen before swam just an arm's length beneath the waves. Jumping overboard, Bolt jogged at a comfortable pace for the beach. The atoll was a paradise. All white sand and dancing palm trees. The lagoon was a maze of rock that had been hollowed out by the tide. In the basin, there were deep tide pools with scurrying crabs and small fish. Mussels, starfish, and sea anemones coated the rocks. Bolt saw a turtle every once in a while. It was the perfect place to go exploring. He could get lost there and knew the ship wouldn't leave without him. And so, he explored. Sarada was lost in her thoughts as she ran. Their group had descended into silence during their long sprints across the vast expanse of water between islands. It hadn't always been that way. They had been away from their home for weeks, living off sparse meals and sleeping in the elements. It wore them down. But still, they continued on. It was their duty, their mission to the village. The Hokage had ordered them to find Bolt. It was an official mission. A-class. But more than that, Bolt was their friend. He was the prisoner of some group of brigands, possibly being sold to the highest bidder. He was an Uzumaki and a Hyuga, son of the Hokage. Sarada shivered at the thought of some monster buying him. Like Orochimaru. They had to find him. Overhead, the clouds changed. From snowy white to angry gray. In the distance, she could make out a light sprinkle of rain. Her eyes bled from black to red, her Sharingan whirling in both eyes. Far ahead, she could see the waves grow tumultuous. The waves ahead looked dangerous, she informed Yamato, who led them at the front. As an Umbu, he seemed to have an almost unnatural understanding of direction and the lay of the land. He was never lost. "We'll stop at the island, up ahead," he informed them. Next to her, Konohamaru sighed in relief. Mitsuki, silent as ever, brought up the rear of the group. Sarada turned her head to take in her teammate's condition. He looked bored but not tired. Mitsuki gave her a reassuring nod that made Sarada smile. It had begun to feel like she was the only one out here to save Bolt for Bolt. Konohamaru and Yamato had slowly descended into serious DSPLN. This had become a mission for them, nothing more, nothing less. Sarada knew their master cared for Bolt, just like he cared for each of them. She had to wonder why he had become so detached. Maybe that was his way of coping, she thought. Maybe it made the idea of never finding him more bearable. It certainly kept her awake at night. Ever since the old woman had told her that the Crimson Tide had dragged Bolt through the town, unconscious, a new fire had been lit within her. Sarada would find him and bring him home, safe. She swore it. "I'll scout the island," Yamato told them as they trudged up the beach. Everyone nodded, too tired to speak. Sarada slid down the trunk of a palm tree, basking in the comfortable warmth of the sand. "Here," Mitsuki said. He handed her a coconut. She smiled, taking out a kunai and poking holes in the small indentations of the shell. Sarada drank, savoring the slightly sweet, nutty taste of the water. She watched as Mitsuki extended his arm, dislocating his joints and lengthening it with chakra, and snatched another coconut from the tree she sat against. He did the same as she had, drinking from his coconut. The both of them watched as Konohamaru climbed a tree to fetch his own coconut. They laughed as he gathered several in his arms, before dropping them all. In his haste to not fall himself, he knocked loose a coconut that hit him on the head. Konohamaru dropped to the ground, swaying comically, putting on a show for his students. Sarada and Mitsuki laughed. Yamato burst through the foliage, startling them. "We're not alone." Single ship docked on the far side of the island. Numerous men and women on the beach, dressed in combat fatigues. Mostly thugs, handful of ninja. He briefed them, quick and to the point. They got the message. Prepare for a fight. Red headbands on the ninja suggest possible Crimson Tide mercenaries, based on intel from the hidden mist. Sarada's breath caught in her chest. This was it. She shared a quick glance with Mitsuki. He gave her a single, purposeful nod. They followed Yamato, hiding in the bushes and behind copses of palm trees. Their pace was quick and full of purpose as they came to kneel behind a rocky outcropping just inside the treeline. Sarada's eyes bled from black to red again. She could clearly see the faces of the men and women lingering on the beach. Four, in particular, caught her attention. One was a middle-aged man, with dark skin and pale blonde hair. He was bulky, but not hulking. From the way the others gathered around them, he appeared to be their leader. Definitely from the land of lightning. The other was a girl, dressed in baggy fatigues that wore a hidden mist hunter mask. The other two were complete opposites, one short and muscle-bound, the other tall and thin. All four had headbands, denoting them as ninja. Two, the leader and the muscle-bound man, had scratched their emblems. Rogues. They seemed to be having a conversation. Sarada focused, willing her eyes to read their lips. Her mouth parroted theirs, words spilling quietly to her group. "Where is he?" "Should have been. Back an hour ago," she whispered. "Big man," she added, so her team would know who was talking. They listened with rapt attention. "He's probably just exploring. Island is beautiful. Lagoon is nice," she repeated. "Thin man," she indicated. "Leader laughs," Sarada parroted. "Let him, we've got time in the world. Don't have to be at the drop point for another days." Sarada watched as the large man growled. Relax, she said. Thin man calming big man, Sarada clarified. We won't fail the job. Our reputation is solid. Crimson Tide. It's them. Sarada hissed. That was all the information they needed. Let's go, Yamato commanded. The four of them leapt from their hiding places, crossing the beach in an instant. The few unlucky souls who found themselves between their team and the four leaders of the Crimson Tide paid for their sins with great pain. As fast as they had been, the four had been faster. The big man and the thin man were back to back, covering each other's weaknesses. The middle-aged man from the land of lightning stood at the front, hands on his hips and an arrogant smirk on his face. The girl with the mask stood behind him, throwing needles held deftly between her fingers. They were ready for a fight. Yamato stepped forward. You are members of the mercenary company dubbed the Crimson Tide, are you not? He questioned. Yes, sir, the boss, as Sarada had dubbed him, said. That's me, us. He answered proudly. By order of the Mizukage, you are wanted men. However, this is not the territory of the Land of Water, he said, surprising Sarada. We have it on good authority that you have captured a comrade of ours. Return him to us, and we will let you walk free. Sarada smiled. Yamato did care. The boss' arrogance only seemed to increase at the challenge. Yeah, see, I don't really feel like handing over our biggest payday, he boasted. Sarada grit her teeth. He talked about Bolt like he was a walking suitcase of Rio. I'm of the mind to keep him. What you guys think? He asked, looking at his comrades. I still owe the little bee a thrashing, the large man growled. From the corner of her eye, Sarada's Sharingan picked up the distinct narrowing of Konohamaru's eyes. That was all the warning she got before the fighting broke out. Yamato weaved a few quick seals, slamming his hand to the ground. Great roots of wood erupted, seeking to ensnare their opponents. Holy shit! Sarada heard the thin man yelp. Takeo! Hiroki! You take care of the Jonin. Sarada heard the boss issue commands to the big and thin man. Kari, deal with the brats. The wood user is mine. Sarada's eyes snapped to the girl, who, she noticed, did not meet her gaze. Smart. Mitsuki! Let's go! Sarada called. He was right behind her. The girl Hikari launched a barrage of throwing needles at the two of them. Sarada dodged with ease. Her Sharingan tracked each projectile in slow motion, showing her the path they would take. It was child's play. Mitsuki followed his teammate, knowing she wouldn't be touched. And therefore, neither would he. They closed the gap in an instant. Sarada was distantly aware of Yamato and the boss fighting. Konohamaru fought the two men on the far side of the beach, giving Yamato plenty of room for his wood techniques. Sarada grit her teeth, channeling chakra into her fist. Just like her mother had taught her. She swung hard and fast. Hikari dipped backwards, evading her punch by a hair. The wind whooshed by her, shaking her mask. Sarada contorted her body as the girl retaliated. Her hand was coated in the distinctive green glow of medical ninjutsu. She wielded her hand like a knife, cutting at her. Sarada winced in discomfort as the fingertip of Hikari's middle finger grazed her shirt, cutting it and drawing a thin line of blood. Mitsuki was right behind her, flinging both arms forward. From the folds of his robe came 6 sinuous, white snakes. They hissed and slithered forward faster than the eye could follow, seeking to bind and ensnare their master's enemy. The snakes found their prey even as Sarada jumped back, weaving hand seals and bringing a fist to her mouth. She breathed fire as fierce as any dragon. Flames spewed forth, turning the sand a cherry red color, incinerating both Mitsuki's snakes and the girl they bound. As the heat and light died, Sarada could see the charred remains of the snakes wrapped around a small boulder. Heard the soft patter of feet running upon sand. Sarada turned. Hikari came at her swinging, her hands coated in a green chakra that made the air hiss in their wake. Mitsuki was fighting a copy of the girl, a lightning clone. Her Sharingan told her, "Mitsuki, don't touch the clone. It's made of lightning." Mitsuki stopped weaving seals for the earth jutsu he was about to use. Instead, he reached for a handful of shuriken and peppered the clone. The clone expertly dodged each one with ease that bespoke experience. She took a step forward and burst into electricity as a snake erupted from the sand and sank its fangs into her ankle. The snake was reduced to ash, but allowed its master to rejoin the fight against the original Hikari. Sarada was on the defensive again, trying everything to put some distance between her and the hunter ninja. Unfortunately for Hikari, Sarada was well experienced in fighting against taijutsu that she couldn't afford to be hit by. Bolt's gentle fist was much stronger and more dangerous than her medical ninjutsu. Her Sharingan made it even less fair. But all the same, Hikari stuck with her. Mitsuki placed his palms on the sand and channeled chakra into the stone far beneath the surface. A great earthen wall erupted behind Hikari the same moment 3 large spikes of rock shot towards her from beneath Sarada's feet. She had no choice but to leap backwards, trapped in the makeshift cage. A massive wooden root burst through their small battlefield, saplings growing from it even as it rumbled forward. The earthen wall Mitsuki had raised was reduced to rubble. Sarada saw Hikari barely evade the wooden projectile through the dust and sand. As the debris cleared, Sarada detected a large mass of chakra held by the root with her Sharingan. The man from the land of lightning, the one she thought was the leader, held the massive, growing root off with one arm. A thin sheen of chakra and lightning covered him, making his hair stand on end. Electricity arced between him, the ground, and the wood technique. With a sudden burst of strength, he destroyed the end of the root binding him, making it explode into splinters. "That's," Sarada whispered. "The 3rd and 4th Raikage's lightning armor, or a derivation of it," Mitsuki supplied for her, in the same calm and calculating manner he always did. The leader disappeared in a flash. Sarada's eyes could barely follow him. But not as powerful as the Raikage themselves. Perhaps self-taught from imitation, Mitsuki continued his evaluation, noting the man's clearly slower speed and the diminished intensity of the armor. The Raikage were renowned for the technique, their speed, strength, and reflexes matched only by the yellow flash. The Crimson Tide's leader's technique was a pale imitation compared to legend. Sarada pulled Mitsuki back as throwing needles rained down on them. The tips hissed as they sunk into the sand, causing black clumps of sand to bubble around the tips. "Poison!" Sarada weaved seals and unleashed a great ball of fire that cleared the clouds of sand obscuring her vision. "Fire release, fireball jutsu." Hikari came charging at them through the smoke of the fire, green chakra coating her hands. As she ran, it faded. Sarada smirked. She ran forward, seeking to meet her in hand-to-hand combat. Bolt was usually their melee fighter, relying on his gentle fist. But, in a pinch, her chakra-enhanced strength she learned from her mother made her a formidable and unsuspecting opponent. Hikari swung her fist. Sarada swung hers. They met in a collision that caused a blast of wind to explode outwards, leveling the sand of the beach and kicking up a cloud of debris. Sarada retreated, back to the safety of where she last saw Mitsuki. She cradled her right fist with her left hand. The knuckles were mangled, bloody mess, the bones out of place. Her wrist felt like it was broken in several places, and she couldn't feel her fingers. Sarada berated herself. She should have known. Chakra-enhanced strength was derived from medical ninjutsu. Her opponent made no effort in hiding her skills. She nearly collided with Mitsuki as he materialized out of the dust. He took one look at her hands and pulled her away from the battlefield. "You need to heal yourself," he instructed her. She couldn't even weave seals with her hands like that. Sarada shook her head. "No, you can't beat her on your own." "I can't beat her on my own," she said, shaking him off. Mitsuki surveyed the beach. Their Umbu escort, Yamato, was engaged in a fierce battle with a man cloaked in lightning armor, whilst their captain was fighting the one remaining man of the duo that had attacked him. Judging from Konohamaru's ragged breathing and tattered clothes, he was approaching his limit. "Retreat is the best option for now. We know what they look like and their mode of transportation, as well as range of activity. Hunting them down will be easier next time," he informed her. Sarada shook her head determinedly. "You must be his teammates," a disembodied voice spoke through the dust. "A pity." "A pity?" Mitsuki asked, his ears straining to detect the direction from which their opponent spoke. "A pity," Hikari said, from behind them. That you followed him here. Mitsuki lashed out at the girl as he felt a prick in his back. A white snake flew from the sleeve of his robe, hissing and snapping in the dust as she disappeared, like a ghost. He dropped to his knees as he lost feeling in his limbs. Mitsuki, are you all right? Sarada yelled, rushing to his side. Poison, he informed her, as calm as ever. Paralysis, not harmful. Be careful. His jaw went slack, though his eyes remained focused on her, trying to communicate some unspoken message. The dust cleared. Sarada's eyes snapped to her opponent in an instant. The knuckles of her right fist were bruised, an ugly purple-yellow, but she was otherwise unharmed from their previous clash. Sarada's eyes bled red, whirling. The two of them stared each other down. Sarada could see the disdain the hunter ninja held for them in her eyes, cold and hard behind her mask, as if they dared to come rescue their friend. Her Sharingan slowed, returning to normal, but they were not the same. Where once there had been one tomo in each eye, now there were two. Sarada's vision blurred as her visual acuity increased twofold. The world seemed clearer. Slower. Sarada held her lame right arm to her waist as she dropped her left to her side. She channeled chakra into it, a mass of blue-white energy that flickered in the wind like a flame. Then she willed it to transform. From energy to lightning. It was quiet at first, a high-pitched squeaking that the ear had to strain to hear. Then it was louder. Electricity arced between her and the sand. Everywhere it touched, the sand turned to molten glass, glowing a bright orange. The intensity of the sound increased, until it was deafening. As if standing in a storm of birds, all crying out at once. Sarada sprinted forward with a speed she didn't know she had, ignoring Mitsuki's feeble shaking of his head. She moved her hand forward like a knife, coated in arcing, screaming lightning. Chidori! Sarada screamed as she moved her hand at the girl's chest, right where her heart was. It was a technique that her father taught to her, partly in apology for not being present during her childhood. Sarada watched in grim fascination as the hunter ninja stumbled back, preparing to receive her attack. Her own hand came up, coated in chakra. Her fascination turned to disbelief, then horror as the girl caught her hand by the wrist, her forearm covered in lightning from her fingers to her elbow, effectively making her immune to Sarada's own lightning. She watched in painfully slow motion, thanks to her Sharingan as Hikari brought up her free hand, fist clenched in what was surely a crippling chakra-enhanced punch. A flash of black steel and white parchment cut between them, drawing their eyes. A kunai was embedded in the sand, a small tag of paper tied to the end by a string. The paper was covered in writing that glowed a fiery orange color. An explosive tag. Hikari leapt backwards, leaving Sarada to be blown to smithereens, rolling away from the inferno that she was sure would come. It never did. Stop! A distinctly young male voice echoed over the beach. Bolt appeared, standing atop the remains of one of Yamato's wood techniques. Enough! Bolt yelled. No more fighting! Sarada's breath caught in her chest. Bolt was taller than she remembered. Thinner, the result of a life on the run, living off rations. He held several kunai in his hands, each with an explosive tag on them. Her Sharingan pulled her eyes up, to his hairline. He wore his headband in the same style, but that was not what had caught her eye. It was the symbol. It was different. Instead of a leaf, it was the whirling emblem emblazoned on the back of the Hidden Leaf's Chunin and Jonin jackets. Sarada flinched as she felt a gentle hand pull her to her feet. Konohamaru had Mitsuki hanging over his shoulder. He used his free arm to pull her to her feet and push her behind him. Sarada saw Yamato nearby, both hands gripped in the snake seal. The two men Konohamaru had been fighting were sporting bruises, broken noses, and split lips. Sarada could tell their faces were going to swell up painfully in the next hour. The leader of the mercenaries had fared better. He appeared untouched, and lightning still crackled over his bronze skin. Yamato's jacket was scorched and torn in several places, but he was otherwise unharmed. Bolt leapt from the woody root he was standing on. The sand kicking up at his feet met the beach. He jogged over to them, but was intercepted by the leader. Sarada took a step forward, but was halted by Konohamaru's hand resting on her shoulder. The two of them shared a few words, but at the angle she was standing Sarada couldn't read their lips. The leader stepped aside in short order, a pleased smile on his lips. Bolt continued on his way, running up to them. His eyes flickered between the four of them. "You have to leave," he said. Sarada opened her mouth. "Absolutely not," Yamato said, beating her to the punch. "The Hokage has ordered us to rescue you from your captors and return you to the village." Bolt's expression turned thunderous. "Well, you can tell the Hokage if he wants me back, he should come get me himself. And they aren't my captors. I joined the Crimson Tide willingly." Yamato tried to reason with him, but Bolt cut him off. "I've managed to convince our leader to let you guys go as a favor." "Go, before he changes his mind," Bolt said, inclining his head to the treeline. Sarada could see the shadowy forms of moving bodies within the underbrush. Her Sharingan pulled her eyes to the ship anchored offshore. She knew that the reinforcements had arrived. The Crimson Tide were no slouches, and now they had the numerical advantage of superior forces. It was unlikely they would emerge victorious in a battle, even with Yamato and Konohamaru. "Here," Bolt said, catching her eyes. He held out his hand to Sarada and dropped a small length of wire with a screw attached to it into her hand. "Now go." Sarada looked up and saw that Bolt no longer wore his trademark necklace. "We can't let you stay, Bolt," Konohamaru said firmly. "It's only for 3 years. Think of it as an extended mission outside the village." "For training purposes," Bolt said cheerfully. Konohamaru was about to protest, but Yamato stopped him. "We need to retreat now while we can," Yamato whispered, nodding at the treeline of the atoll. The Crimson Tide mercenaries were now clearly visible, standing in bushes or trees. "Right?" Konohamaru said. "Let's go, Sarada," he whispered, pulling Mitsuki's paralyzed body into a more comfortable position. But Sarada protested. Bolt silenced her by flashing her a boyish smile. Then she knew. He was staying so they could retreat. Bolt watched as his friends sprinted out to sea. He was filled with a strange melancholy. One hand, they had offered him the perfect chance to escape the Crimson Tide and go back home. The other, he didn't really want to go home. Not yet anyway. Even if he had to spend the next 3 years working for the Crimson Tide. Eiji walked up behind him, patting him on the back. "You made the right choice to stay, kid," he boomed. "It'll cost you," Bolt said with a smirk. "Oh," Eiji said with a grin. "Yeah. I want you to teach me," Bolt said with a grin. "We can start with the Hidden Mist Jutsu. No one in the Hidden Leaf knew it, or no one who would teach me. It's a hidden mist technique, right?" Eiji barked in laughter. All right. I'll show you a few moves, kid." The Crimson Tide boarded their ship and continued on their way. The Night's Watch was doubled, just in case any more Hidden Leaf ninja decided to pay them a visit. Bolt yawned. Watch duty was boring. Blinking away his tiredness, he glanced at the clock. Only 2:39 in the morning. His shift wasn't over until 4, Bolt sighed. Eiji, apparently, had thought he had proved himself, somehow, during the brief clash with his friends. Therefore, as his reward, he was being given extra freedoms, which mostly consisted of extra duties. Watch duty during ungodly hours of the morning. Swabbing the deck. Running into town to buy food, most of which consisted of booze, all under the watchful eye of Hikari. They were moored just off the shore of the largest island in the land of water. It was home to the majority of the country's citizens, as well as the seat of power for the Water Lord and his government. The exact location of the Hidden Mist Village was unknown, but was rumored to be on the far east side of the island, which was constantly blanketed in a thick mist all year round. All Bolt knew for sure was that at some point in the next 1 to 3 days, a shipment of very valuable chakra metal was to be shipped to the Hidden Mist, and they were supposed to liberate the men delivering the metal of their cargo. Bolt yawned. He couldn't stay awake a minute longer if he was forced to stare out over the misty waves for a ship they didn't even know would be arriving tonight. Bolt stood and stretched, sighing in relief as the joints in his back popped. Taking a quick look around the bridge of the ship and noting that he was alone, Bolt allowed his chakra to flood his eyes. He felt the veins writhing in his temples, bulging with blood in the presence of so much chakra. The disorienting sensation of seeing everywhere at once assaulted Bolt's senses. After a few moments, the sensation passed. Looking at his feet, Bolt saw through the floorboards. If he focused, he could see the sleeping forms of men and women several decks below him. Their hammocks rocked with the sway of the ship, but all were accounted for. Even Eiji passed out with a bottle of rum in his hands. Satisfied that he was safe for the moment, Bolt resumed his seat before the ship's wheel and withdrew the scroll from the seal on his forearm. As he did, he caught his reflection in the glass that separated him from the harsh cold of the land of water and the spray of the sea. His eyes were so very alien, especially on him. The Byakugan had always been his mom's or sister's eyes. Never his. Now they were. Bolt smirked and opened the scroll. The scroll had advanced to the next lesson, somehow judging the amount of work he had done to mold Yang chakra to be sufficient even though Bolt couldn't make any. The elemental disturbance seal is, quite possibly, one of the most useful seals you will learn, Bolt read in the Uzukage's voice. It is one of the very few seals which can be used with little prior preparation, making it ideal for combat. The function of the seal is thus, to disturb the flow of an opponent's chakra, specifically, making it difficult, or impossible, for them to practice nature transformations. In the war with the land of water, this technique was widely feared. The lava and boil release bloodlines, common to the hidden mist, were easily defeated once their control of the basic 5 elements were no longer under their control. The one weakness of the seal is that the user must have prolonged, direct contact with the skin of their target. Be careful when applying to ninja who excel at taijutsu. The writing on the scroll blurred, changing to a series of diagrams and instructional passages. Bolt groaned when he saw the seal required nearly 15 hand seals to use. No one in their right mind would let him touch them for a prolonged period of time after he weaved 15 hand seals while he ran at them. The number of hand seals was apparently necessary, too. Each set of 3 seals corresponds to one of the elements: fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. In total, all 15 seals must be performed to cover every possible chakra nature. Thus, this seal was especially powerful in the hand of sensors, who could tell a person's chakra natures with a mere glance. Knowing which natures needed to be disturbed, a sensor could cut down the required number of seals to only those needed. Bolt sighed and began to go through the motions of weaving hand seals and memorizing their meaning and order. He was glad he had decided to keep his Byakugan activated. He didn't even need to look up to make sure no ship docked at the port they were moored in. Dog, horse, tiger, Bolt muttered under his breath as he weaved the seals, allowing chakra to travel to his fingertips. He gasped as his thumb caught fire, a brilliant azure flame of chakra. He could clearly see the lines of his chakra pathway system flaring to life, from his thumb, to his hand, up his forearm. Bolt smiled. He truly was glad he had awakened the Byakugan, like his sister. All right, what's next? Bolt mumbled, fumbling with the scroll to see the next series of hand seals. Ox bird. Bolt nearly jumped from his chair as he heard footsteps in the hallway. His concentration broken, the seal dissipated. Fumbling with the scroll, he managed to just re-roll and re-seal it when the door to the ship's bridge opened. His heart hammered his chest as Hikari entered the bridge, eyeing it warily as if there were enemies hiding in the shadows at 4 o'clock in the morning, already. Shift change. Bolt had lost track of time. What are you doing? Hikari demanded of him, though not impolitely. What? Bolt managed to squeak out. His master was wide awake, her eyes sharp as she focused on his face. She didn't look tired at all. Bolt thought she was secretly some sort of machine. That, or she had pure, liquefied military diaspin running through her veins instead of blood. Both were equally possible, in his opinion. Your eyes, Hikari said, her own eyes dancing across his temples. Bolt realized he hadn't deactivated his Byakugan. Oh, he said with a nervous chuckle. For the watch. Just to make sure. They didn't sneak by, he said lamely. Hikari seemed to look him up and down, judging him. A good idea, she said after a few moments. No sooner did she say the words did a ship part the mists and enter the bay from the sea. Hikari shoved him up against the glass without a word. What do you see? She hissed. Bolt felt a particularly large vein in his right temple bulge as his Byakugan's visual acuity increased. He could just make out the shapes of men on the deck of the ship. As the vessel drew closer, metal glinted on the men's foreheads in the moonlight. Bolt could just, ever so barely, make out the indistinct markings of the hidden cloud. Hidden cloud ninja on the deck, maybe 4 or 5 of them, Bolt informed Hikari. That's them, she said. I'll wake the men. Prepare for battle. Bolt swallowed nervously. They didn't say they were stealing from both the hidden mist and hidden cloud. Nor did they inform him they would be fighting ninja. Just some sailors who were transporting the metal. He left the confines of the ship's bridge, and the hallway was already filling up with grim-faced Crimson Tide mercenaries. They wore their standard-issue fatigues, with their trademark crimson-colored headbands. Together, the company made their way onto the deck. They crouched low, hiding behind the railing. A few men leapt into the sails and rigging, or held onto the masts. The hidden cloud ship bobbed in the water as it passed them slowly. By some unspoken agreement, the men in the sails and rigging leapt from their perches and crashed onto the deck of the enemy ship. Calls of alarm were sounded in an instant as the first mercenaries attacked the hidden cloud ninja. The men hiding behind the railing threw grappling hooks that caught in the ship's rigging and allowed them to swing over. Bolt jumped from the railing, pushing chakra into his feet. He cleared the distance and slid to a stop, nearly tumbling into the hold. Below he could see crates with row upon row of metal ingots. Bolt flinched backwards as a shuriken sailed from somewhere in the hold and nearly blinded him. Turning and wading into the chaos, Bolt drew a kunai. A large, burly sailor appeared from a nearby doorway. His face was slack with sleep, but upon seeing Bolt, his eyes widened in rage as he realized what was happening. Bellowing, the sailor drew a cutlass and charged, his sword held above his head. Bolt easily sidestepped the telegraphed attack and cut the man for trying to kill him, slashing a deep gash between the sailor's shoulder blades. The man howled in pain and fury, rounding on him with rage in his eyes. Bolt shrunk back, unable to quench the fear of fighting another man. The sailor went flying. Bolt watched as his body sailed through the air and came to a sudden stop as it collided with the mast of the ship in a sickening crunch. He looked over and saw Takeo scowling at him, his scratched headband glinting in the moonlight. The rogue gave him a quick nod and rushed off to find another opponent. Bolt felt the hair of his neck stand on end. He ducked, and a kick of arcing electricity sailed over his head. Bolt turned to face the man, a hidden cloud ninja. The man didn't wear any boots or shoes, instead walking barefoot. Lightning covered the soles of his feet, crackling and hissing. Bolt hurled his kunai at him, and the ninja easily dodged and sprinted forward. Evading a kick, Bolt reached up with 2 fingers and struck the man in the back of the knee. As the kick ended, the man staggered, unable to stand upright. Bolt struck him 3 more times with open-palmed fists. The hidden cloud ninja's eyes widened as he realized that Bolt's taijutsu was no ordinary taijutsu. The gentle fist's touch was light as a feather, but cut as deep as any kunai. Bolt's opponent reached for a fistful of shuriken. Bolt leaned forward, striking the man's arms. He dropped to the deck and floundered like a fish out of water. For good measure, Bolt struck him several more times. The man slipped into blissful unconsciousness. Bolt surveyed the small, chaotic deck. There were Crimson Tide mercenaries flooding the ship, fighting hidden cloud ninja and sailors alike. Bolt saw no more enemies above deck, so he moved below. It was cramped and dark, with crates, spare coils of rope, and hammocks hanging from every surface. Making sure to avoid tripping on the coils of rope, Bolt moved further below deck. A few lonely candles flickered inside metal and glass lanterns, providing the only light. Somewhere to Bolt's left, down a corridor, a man howled in pain. After a moment he was silenced. Bolt swallowed his fear and steeled his nerves. He had his chance to go home, and he chose not to. This was his life for the next 3 years. He needed to get used to it. Moving further below deck, Bolt stumbled in the darkness, tripping over a step in the stairs. He clumsily grabbed the nearest thing to him, a length of white fabric hanging. Nearby, the white fabric bellowed a battle cry and leapt at Bolt, pinning him to the ground. The man's hands found their way to his thin neck and squeezed. Bolt immediately raised his own hands and tore at the chokehold, trying desperately to get air into his lungs on instinct. His rational mind kicked in, and Bolt lowered his hands and struck the man in the chest with the gentle fist several times. He recoiled, coughing violently. In the twilight of the ship's small corridor, Bolt could see blood running down the man's chin in rivulets. Bolt kicked the man in the head as hard as he could. The sailor collapsed to the ground with labored, gurgling breathing. Not willing to risk being ambushed again, Bolt allowed his chakra to sear through his eyes. The darkness faded as his Byakugan manifested, parting to give way to the familiar washed-out blues Bolt had come to associated with the eyes of the Hyuga. With the Byakugan, he could easily see the sailor with the cutlass hiding in the closet a few feet from him. Taking a deep breath, he stilled and weaved a series of hand seals. He exhaled, and silently sent a lance of pressurized water through the wood that struck the man in the face. The sailor collapsed instantly, his body dropping like a marionette that had its strings cut. Smirking, Bolt turned his sight downwards. Below him was a mass of flaming chakra, men and women all standing around one stop in the cargo hold. Since Bolt hadn't seen any Crimson Tide mercenaries follow him below deck, he could only assume they were guards that had retreated below deck to protect the chakra metal they were supposed to steal. He stilled as his Byakugan saw a figure descend down the stairs he had came from. Hiding in the shadows, he waited. From the silhouette of the person, Bolt could tell it was a woman. She crept along the corridor in perfect silence, stopping when she encountered one of the sailors Bolt had incapacitated. Each time, she flicked her arm at them. Moments later, the ball of fire in their bellies dwindled and was extinguished. Bolt swallowed nervously as the woman who had killed the sailors crept closer to him. She was no more than a few feet away in the darkness when she spoke. "Good job with the sailors," Hikari whispered. Bolt sighed in relief. He had heard stories of ninja killing their own allies, either to put them out of their misery, or, and more commonly, to prevent their secrets from being extracted from them. He didn't know anything about the hidden cloud, but he wasn't about to risk meeting one of them again. "What do you see?" Hikari asked. "How can you even see my eyes?" "There's barely any light down here," Bolt whispered. Her attention for detail was disturbing. The only light this far below deck was the occasional lantern or the twilight rays of the rising sun filtering in between the boards and timbers of the ship's hull. "Soldier pills," Hikari answered curtly. "What do you see?" "There's a group of people below us, in the cargo hold. They're gathered around a spot in the center of the hold," Bolt informed her. 10 people in all," he added, quickly counting them. "But that should be all of them according to the intel we received," Hikari said. "Here, eat this," she commanded, handing him a small, round pill. Bolt hesitated. "What is it?" Hikari flashed him an annoyed, impatient look. "An antidote." "Eat it," she answered. Bolt quickly swallowed the pill, not needing to be told what it was for. Hikari reached into one of the pouches on her belt and withdrew a fistful of small spheres. "If any of them get up, inform me immediately," she ordered him. Bolt nodded swiftly. Hikari inched along the corridor, her back to the wall. When she came to the stairway that descended into the cargo hold, she peeked down the stairs. Seeing that there was no door, she hurled the spheres into the hold. In an instant, a thick, foul-smelling smoke filled the air. Bolt held his breath, but was forced to cough as the gas irritated the nose and throat, almost by design. Focusing below deck, he could see the 10 guards falling to the floor. The fire in them was not extinguished, so Bolt could only assume Hikari had used some form of sleeping gas. "All clear," Bolt said. Hikari nodded and quickly descended into the hold. Bolt followed her, wincing as she whistled loudly. The latticed gate of the deck high above them creaked open, and several men dropped down, including Eiji. Bolt blinked at the sudden burst of light. Eiji looked around at the unconscious guards and cackled. He stalked over to one of the several large wooden crates in the center of the hold. Bodily throwing a man from where he slumbered, he tore off the lid of one of the crates. Standing on his toes, Bolt could see the crate was filled with dull, gray-colored ingots of metal. Eiji held one up and channeled chakra into it. The ingot reacted by glowing blue. "This is what we came for, boys," he boomed. "Load 'em up." Bolt watched as thick rope nets and rigging were thrown into the hold. Burly mercenaries hefted the crates into the nets, which were then pulled above deck and presumably moved to their ship. Eiji turned to face Hikari, and at the same time, Bolt. He smiled at the two. "How'd he do, Lieutenant?" Eiji questioned. "He showed a reluctance to take life, but fought well considering the circumstances. The Hyuga's taijutsu and eyes make him a powerful and unpredictable opponent. You would have found the face the hidden cloud ninja made when he realized his chakra points were being sealed comical, I think," Hikari said, breaking down Bolt's performance during the theft. Bolt didn't even know she was watching him. Eiji barked in laughter as Hikari finished briefing him. "Not bad, kid. We'll make a merc out of you yet," he said, hitching a ride on the last crate as it was sent skyward. "Another successful mission, boys. Drinks on me." Bolt was in awe. The Hidden Leaf was a bastion of wealth and technology, but the level of opulence displayed in the mansion he, Hikari, and Eiji were being led through was something entirely different. The floors were wooden, made from a rich, dark red wood. The walls had ornate wooden trim running along the wall and ceiling. There were vases that Bolt could tell were antiques and clearly worth more than most people's houses. Occasionally, there would be a mural painted on the ceiling. The manservant opened a set of tall doors that led into a large room with a long dining table. A man sat at the far end of the table at the head. Flanking him were two guards, hulking, burly men that looked more like apes than men. "Bodyguards," Bolt noted. The man sitting in the chair, whom Bolt could only assume was their client, was horribly and disgustingly fat. His chin had somehow multiplied by 4, and the chair struggled to contain the man's sheer girth. Fat pooled and bulged between the armrests and the seat, making it appear as if the chair was much too small to seat him. Bolt thought it probably was, but he wasn't about to say anything. "Mr. Fukui," Eiji said, inclining his head in greetings. The fat man looked up, his chin wobbling. "Ah, my friends from the Crimson Tide. I trust my order was fulfilled." Eiji held up a metal ingot, allowing it to glow a bright blue color denoting that it was chakra metal. "Excellent. The man, Mr. Fukui," Bolt amended said. Mr. Fukui nodded to one of his hulking bodyguards, who left the room. He returned moments later, hoisting 4 large briefcases over his shoulders. "Your payment, as promised." "All 500,000 ryo," Mr. Fukui said. Eiji relieved the bodyguard of the money and opened each, quickly verifying the contents. Seeing that everything was in order, he bowed to Mr. Fukui. "A pleasure doing business with you again, sir," he said. He tossed the spare ingot to the bodyguard, who stared at it dumbly as it bounced off his skull and fell to the ground. Bolt had to bite his tongue in order to not giggle. The 3 of them swept out of the mansion as quickly as they had arrived. It was only a short run back to where they were docked at a nearby cove. As Bolt scampered over the railing and fell to the deck, Eiji hoisted him to his feet and shoved a fistful of ryo in his face. "You're cucked. Welcome to the crew," he said with a wide smile. Bolt's eyes widened as he began to count his cut. It was more money than he had ever held in his entire life. Ever seen of it? 200 notes of 100 ryo, 20,000 in all. Eiji smirked at his reaction. "Keep it up, kid. You'll be rich by the time you're done with us," he said, laughing. Bolt nodded. 3 years with a bunch of cutthroat thugs and mercenaries, where he got to learn new techniques and earn a bunch of money doing it. That he could do. Annoying his father was just an extra bonus. Winter in the land of water was harsh. Gales swept the spray of the sea inland, making a perpetual faux rain pour down upon the land ceaselessly. The weather wasn't the worst thing either. The Crimson Tide didn't believe in downtime. Even in the dead of winter, they took jobs. That was how he found himself as the eyes of Takeo and Hiroki. They alone were traveling to a small island far to the south of the mainland. It lay halfway between the land of water and the uncharted waters south of the land of fire. Few people called the island home, and of those that did, there were only one variety: pirates. Their job was simple, really. They Crimson Tide had received a request to eliminate a certain pirate captain that had been raiding and terrorizing the people of a small peninsula of the land of fire for the past 3 months. The hidden leaf had sent a team to investigate, but the pirates were cunning and never struck the same place twice, and never in a predictable time frame. There was nothing the ninja could do without an enemy to face. There was only one place the pirates gathered, and that was where Bolt, Takeo, and Hiroki found themselves. "This isn't worth it," Takeo grumbled, rubbing his arms in an attempt to keep himself warm. "It's only 50 grand. Don't know why the boss took the job." Hiroki slapped his partner on the back. "Some jobs aren't for the money, but the prestige. The Crimson Tide hasn't failed a job yet, and if we take down this pirate, it'll only add to our reputation," he said. Bolt didn't pay attention to them. His job was to make sure their target didn't slip out unnoticed. His Byakugan made his task simple. Instead, Bolt focused on the small planted pot he held between his hands. It was an idea that came to him one night when he couldn't sleep on their ship. His dad, whenever he used his fancy Nine Tails chakra, caused plants to grow at a rapid pace. He remembered hearing somewhere that it was because of its strong yang chakra. So, to practice making his own yang chakra, he just tried to make the plant grow. It was harder than Bolt thought it would be. His training mainly consisted of sitting and staring at the budding plant and straining his body and mind trying to will it to grow. "Oi, kid, you see anything?" Takeo grunted. Bolt felt his temper flare. "For the last time, no," he snapped. "Well, how'd you expect me to believe you if you keep playing with your little flower?" Takeo grumbled. The veins in Bolt's temple bulged, an eerily inhuman bodily function that was made more disturbing by the Byakugan. "I can see everything around us for nearly 100 feet, including through walls." "The guy is still there," Bolt informed him. Honestly, he was insulted. It was like these savages had never heard of multitasking. "And it's not a little flower, it's a sunflower," Bolt corrected him. They were his sister's favorite, and that made them his favorite. He would never admit that, though. Takeo scoffed and went back to trying to ward off the chill. The sun was beginning to set and their target had yet to leave the bar that he was known to frequent. Bolt ignored his surly teammates, and he used that term loosely and focused on trying to use his chakra to urge the sunflower sprout to grow. A flicker of movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention. The Byakugan snapped to focus, watching the door of the bar closely. A man stumbled out, nearly tripping on the steps as he exited the establishment. He was garbed in worn, threadbare sailor's garments with an old, beaten tricorn hat. At his waist was a long, curved cutlass, and opposite it was a bulging leather pouch, most likely for ninja tools, Bolt assumed. "That's him," Bolt said. He matched the pirate captain's description. Takeo and Hiroki sat up, instantly alert. "You sure?" Takeo whispered. Bolt nodded. "All right, remember, Bolt. No Byakugan. No gentle fist. Not unless you have to. Don't want prying eyes running off with that intel," Hiroki whispered as he dropped from the tree they were perched in. He landed on the ball of his feet, silent as the wind. Takeo followed him, and Bolt followed the pair as they crept forward. Takeo and Hiroki were bold. Bolt had come to understand. Takeo was a taijutsu master. Not trained in any one school, he had a style honed from years of drunken brawls and battlefield experience from the last war. Hiroki was a jack of all trades, and a master of none. He could do anything you asked him with some amount of skill, but not much more than that. His real strength came in reining in his violent, hot-headed friend and directing his rampages into something more productive. Something more profitable. The two men cut the pirate off while Bolt hid in the shadows of the treeline, ready to step in at a moment's notice. "Ichiro Ishikawa," Hiroki called out. The pirate stilled and seemed to shake off his drunken stupor as the two mercenaries appeared before him. "What do you want?" the pirate Ichiro slurred. His hand crept closer to the hilt of his sword. With his Byakugan, Bolt could clearly see Takeo and Hiroki smile. "You're a wanted man. We've come to collect," Takeo growled. Bolt tightened his grip on the kunai he had drawn. In a flash, Takeo had charged forward and descended upon the pirate. In truth, Bolt felt a little sorry for the man. He knew firsthand just how strong Takeo was. His neck still felt a little sore from where he had been strangled. The pirate drew his cutlass and swung at Takeo's chest. The rogue artfully dodged, rotation on his foot as he sent a wide kick at the pirate's head. The pirate managed to dodge, either by skill or stumbling in his stupor. Bolt would never know. The man managed to fish a kunai from the pouch at his waist and fling it vaguely in the direction of the hulking Takeo, while he turned to face the slower Hiroki who had entered the fray. Bolt's Byakugan caught the flare of an explosive tag at Takeo's feet. An explosion rocked the small dirt path they had chosen for their battlefield, sending up a cloud of dust and dirt. Bolt swore under his breath and let his Byakugan fade as he crept from his hiding spot. The pirate was busy clashing blades with Hiroki. He saw the flash of Hiroki's eyes, acknowledging him with silent agreement. Bolt stayed low as he stalked forward, his knuckles growing white from the strength of his grip on his kunai. A twig snapped beneath Bolt's boots. It was painfully loud, even with the clanging of metal. The pirate's head snapped behind him, catching sight of Bolt. His eyes went wide with panic as he violently lashed out at Hiroki and stumbled backwards, trying to find a defensible position against his new opponent. Bolt watched as the pirate brandished his cutlass at Hiroki as he continued to retreat. He walked backwards into the trunk of a tree and stuck his sword in the dirt. Before Bolt knew what was happening, the pirate had weaved a series of hand seals and spewed mist from his mouth. He expected the mist to be thick and obscure his vision. It didn't. Instead, the leaves that had fallen to the ground turned to a fine dust as the mist crawled over it. Oil release. Bolt quickly reached for an empty scroll he kept stored on one of the pouches on his waist while Hiroki began weaving hand seals. Bolt felt the hiss of the wind as his comrade unleashed a gale that blew the mist back at the pirate, whom the acidic vapor passed by harmlessly. Opening his scroll, Bolt quickly bit his index finger and drew the character for boil in the center of the scroll before channeling some chakra into it. The whole scroll glowed orange for a moment before fading. Bolt saw, out of the corner of his eye, that Hiroki was watching him intently, judging him, cataloging what he was seeing. No doubt for a mission report. AG's eyes only. "I'll make an opening, then you deal with him," Bolt whispered. Bolt charged forward, not waiting to see or hear Hiroki's reply. The pirate smirked at him and inhaled heavily, before unleashing another breath of acidic mist. Bolt skidded to a stop, whipped out the scroll, and absorbed the entire technique. The pirate gawked at him. Bolt ducked as he heard the familiar whir of metal cutting air. A shuriken sailed over his head and struck the pirate in the neck. Bolt felt something wet and warm slap across his forehead. Reaching up, his fingers came back crimson. The pirate grabbed at his throat with both hands as he slid to the ground, his back against the tree trunk where he had made his last stand. Hiroki strode past Bolt and stuck a kunai into the man's neck, ending his suffering. Bolt watched with wide eyes as the light in the man's eyes faded. He knew death was part of the ninja's line of work, but to see it so close, so impersonal, was something else entirely. Hiroki jogged back down the dirt path and found Takeo nursing a burnt right foot. Bolt followed after him, at a loss of what to do. "Just a flesh wound," Takeo assured the both of them. It sounded more like he was trying to convince himself. Hiroki sighed heavily and withdrew a few medical supplies he had brought with him. It was little more than first aid, but it was better than nothing. "Can you store a body in one of your scrolls?" Hiroki asked, as he bandaged Takeo's leg. Bolt swallowed. I've never tried. But I suppose I could," Bolt answered lamely. Hiroki nodded. "Good, do it. I don't really want to have to carry 2 dead weights all the way back to base," he quipped, shooting Takeo a scathing look. The rogue grumbled and looked away. Bolt felt a shiver run up his spine as he walked back to the lifeless body of the pirate. He found a blank scroll and began to quickly sketch out a sealing matrix using a length of charcoal he kept with him for improvising seals. Bolt cursed as his hand shook, causing him to snap the end of the charcoal. He could feel the pirate's empty gaze upon him as he worked. Reaching up, he closed the man's eyes and offered a silent prayer. Returning to his seal, he quickly finished. Luckily, the scroll took the pirate's body with ease. Sighing in relief, Bolt rolled up the scroll and stored it. He patted his newest addition, a scroll containing the boil release. That would be a nasty surprise for anyone he had to fight in the future. Hiroki had managed to get Takeo to his feet and had the larger man's arm resting over his shoulders as he helped him keep off his bad leg. Hiroki raised an eyebrow at Bolt in silent questioning. Bolt just patted the scroll containing the pirate's body, and Hiroki nodded in satisfaction. Well, Takeo said, as the three began to move back to where their tiny boat was moored. It wasn't a complete waste of time after all. I knew that guy's name from somewhere. Our friend Mr. Ishikawa fetches a nice price in the bingo book. Hidden Sand wants him, 250,000 ryo for his head. Hiroki smirked. I won't tell the boss if you don't, he said. Deal, Takeo agreed. What's the split? I'm thinking 100 for you and me, 50 for the brat. Hiroki turned to see Bolt listening to their conversation. I don't know, he said, flashing Bolt a smirk. I think the kid did more work than you. 100 for me and him, 50 for you. Takeo made an unmanly noise in the back of his throat, causing Bolt and Hiroki to laugh. The trip back to base took an extra day. Harsh seas, they had told Eiji. No one questioned why they were just a little more tan than normal, nor why they were each sporting heavier pockets. Bolt was quite happy with his newest payday. Bolt yawned, lazily stretching. He was laying on his side in bed, one hand cupped around the potted sunflower as he tried to transform his chakra into yang chakra and promote its growth. He wasn't making much progress. The little budding flower had begun to climb skyward, though that was more to do with the passage of time than any influence of chakra. Bolt felt his eyes grow heavy as he was tempted by sleep. The noon sun shone through a window, warming his back. It would be all too easy to catch a quick nap, but he knew that if Hikari found him lazing away that there would be hell to pay. He drifted in and out of a light, dreamless sleep, trying futilely to make the sunflower grow. He wasn't even really trying after a few minutes. He just did it on principle. The sunlight on his back made Bolt dream of warm summers in the hidden leaf. He and his sister would play with the other kids, or help their mother with chores, or sometimes visit their father at the Hokage's office. Sometimes they would bring sunflowers to Uncle Niji's grave. Bolt stood before the grave of the man who was his namesake, and cursed not being able to meet him. From what the history books said, he was the greatest prodigy of the Hyuga in centuries. A bit of an but, according to his dad, but after the Chunin exams he turned out to be a good friend. Bolt basked in the warmth of the summer's heat as he imagined how strong his uncle was before dying in the war. Bolt felt his arms grow hot, more so than the sun could warm them. He raised his head from the grave of his uncle and looked at his arms. They looked normal. Blinking his eyes, he found himself awake. His skin was glowing with a warm, orange-colored chakra that sang of life and growing things. The little budding sunflower was growing, even as Bolt watched in stupefied amazement. His amazement shattered his concentration, causing his chakra to flicker out and the sunflower to cease its growth. It had grown no more than a few millimeters, but it was enough for him. I did it! Bolt shouted. He thought back to what had triggered the change in his chakra. He had just felt warm, from both the sun on his back and the summer's heat in his dreams. He had unconsciously molded his chakra to reflect that warmth, and it had manifested as yang chakra. Picking up the sunflower, Bolt tried again. This time, knowing what he had to do, and with focus, Bolt felt his fingertips grow unnaturally warm as yang chakra flowed through them. A few tiny leaves sprouted on the sunflower stalk. Bolt set the pot down and jumped to his feet, excited beyond words. Now he could figure out why the scroll wanted him to learn yang release. What are you doing? Hikari asked, her voice cold. Bolt stopped his celebratory dancing. Nothing, just, exercising, Bolt lied. He could clearly see the girl's eyes roll behind her mask at his blatant lie. Whatever, Hikari dismissed him. We're docking at a small village to buy some supplies. You're free to look around, but don't go too far. Bolt felt his cheeks redden. She always had a way of sneaking up on him when he was doing something stupid. Thanks, he told her, but she was already gone. Bolt withdrew a scroll from under his mattress and unrolled it before applying a bit of his chakra to the characters on the parchment. It divulged a small stack of Ryo spending money. Bolt smiled as he counted his newfound wealth. Though the Hokage, his father, was well paid, and his mother, an heiress of the wealthy Hyuga clan, were both wealthy themselves, they had been adamant about giving their children a reasonable allowance. And nobody his age, heir to a clan or not, had an allowance as big as his was now. Of course, most people his age weren't collecting bounties and weren't thieves. Bolt shivered as he keenly felt the weight of one particular scroll on his waist. Hiroki had taken him aside and asked him to create a sealing scroll for bodies, in particular. Just in case, he had said. Since Eiji had him working with either Hiroki and Takeo, or Hikari, Bolt thought it was a reasonable, if macabre, request. They were essentially teammates now, though they would never replace Sarada and Mitsuki. So, with a heavy heart, he went through the motions of creating a scroll to store bodies. It was the least tasteful thing he had done with his newfound skill set. A bell tolled in the distance, and Bolt knew they were getting closer to port. If he strained his ears, he could just make out the dull roar of people going about their day-to-day lives. Looking out the porthole in his cabin, he saw men on dilapidated fishing boats hoisting nets of floundering fish aboard. A few stopped to look at their ship as they passed, some offering nods or waves of greetings to no one in particular. Locking up his room, Bolt quickly made his way above deck. The mercenaries of the Crimson Tide were furling the sails and tying up the rigging, making ready to dock. The port they were mooring at was larger than any other Bolt had seen so far, though that wasn't saying much. It seemed more of a trading hub than a fishing village, with districts filled with stalls and shops just past the docks. The mercenaries were all too happy to be on dry land once more. Their ship was a bygone of a forgotten age, rickety and wooden, relying on sails to power it. Newer metal, industrial ships operated on coal, and were much more comfortable. Bolt spied Hiroki helping Takeo limp into town, the larger rogue shooing him away. Their friendship was interesting, to say the least. Bolt meandered through the shopping districts, idly perusing wares. A few vendors scurried away from the mercenaries, but most were happy to have them as customers. It seemed the people neither feared nor cared that they were mercenaries. There were all kinds of vendors peddling their wares. Some sold food, others small knickknacks and trinkets. There were a few vendors that sold scavenged ninja tools and weapons from a bygone age. One such vendor, in particular, had a selection of ornamental scrolls used for sealing. They were similar to the scroll he had stored in his forearm, parchment as white as snow, capped at both ends with engraved metal. They weren't meant for battle, but for storing secrets and valuables. Bolt bought a handful of them and had plenty of money left over to spare. As he explored the port, Bolt ran across several other Crimson Tide members. Most ignored him, but a few gave him polite nods of recognition. After an hour and convinced that he had seen at least everything once, Bolt grew bored. Wandering through the winding streets, he worked his way back to their rickety ship for the evening. He'd probably have the place almost entirely to himself, as the older mercenaries tended to drink themselves into oblivion whenever they docked. Out of the corner of his eye, Bolt spied something. It was an older portly woman manning a stand halfway between the alleyway and the street. She had a small collection of sweets and cakes on display, casually fanning herself with a small handheld fan. Feeling the weight of his newly purchased scrolls, Bolt got an idea. A stupid one that would probably get him in trouble, but one he liked nonetheless. The baker was all too happy to part with one of her freshly made white cakes topped with strawberries. Her eyes were wide as Bolt placed a scroll on the counter and quickly sealed the cake into it. "Thanks," Bolt said with a smile as he darted back through the town towards the tallest building. He had seen hawks flying to and from the highest room of the building, and knew from his brief travels that it was probably the nearest rookery in the land of water. It only cost him a handful of Rio to have the hawk fly back to the hidden leaf. "Remember," Eiji chided, "we don't want it to seem like he was assassinated. The client was very specific about this. It has to look natural." Hikari sighed. "Yes, Eiji, I understand. I have done this before, you know," she said, vaguely pointing at her hunter mask she scarcely removed. I know," he said with a small chuckle. "I just worry, that's all." "About your money," Hikari quipped. Eiji boomed with laughter that was cut short as Hikari elbowed him in the ribs harder than was necessary. The older man hissed in pain, clutching his ribs. "Be quiet," Hikari commanded. "Do you want everyone in this hovel to know we are here?" A few patrons of the tea house they were seated in glared at Eiji for interrupting their afternoon tea. Most, however, were sending glares at a man seated at the rear of the tea house. Some were envious, some hateful. A tall man dressed in colorful silk robes sat in a large booth. On either side of him were two beautiful women that served him tea and made small talk. He was a successful merchant of some regard in the small port they were docked in. He owned a myriad of stalls and shops that sold supplies and tools vital to life in the land of water. Much of his success was attributed to buying out his competition. Unfortunately for the man, whenever that competition refused to sell, he resorted to more underhanded tactics. Apparently, he had angered one such competitor who had the money to strike back. Whilst the ninja villages no longer provided assassination contracts, as per their peace treaty following the end of the war, mercenaries did, and it was quite profitable. Hikari stood and deftly weaved between tables and customers alike as she headed to the kitchen. The door wasn't even barred on the other side. She came face to face with a startled serving girl who held a platter of tea in one hand and a platter of dumplings in the other. She flinched when she saw Hikari's mask, stumbling and dropping both platters. With lightning speed, Hikari snatched up both platters and placed them on a nearby counter without so much as a sound. Before the serving girl had realized what had happened, Hikari had pricked her with a needle. Instantly, the poison took effect and the girl fell asleep. Hikari caught her and hid her in a nearby pantry. After assuring herself that no one had seen her assault the waitress, Hikari reached up and removed her mask. She hid it with the unconscious girl and moved to examine herself in the reflection of a nearby piece of fine china. She removed her throwing needles she kept in her hair, allowing it to fall and frame her face naturally. Hikari weaved a few hand seals and watched as her appearance shifted. Her silky black hair faded and became a dull brown, while her skin naturally pale due to the lack of sun in the cloudy land of water, doubly so considering she always wore her mask darkened, and became pleasantly tanned. Her eyes, normally as green as the sea, turned a warm brown color. Satisfied that the transformation jutsu mirrored the waitress, Hikari nodded to herself. With a sigh of disdain, she unbuttoned her blouse to expose more pale cleavage than was proper. Turning on her heels, she stalked over to the platters of tea and dumplings. She withdrew a small vial of clear liquid and put a single drop in the cup nearest her hand. Stowing the poison, she took both platters and exited the kitchen. From there, it took her only moments to reach the merchant the Crimson Tide was hired to kill. Hikari felt the merchant's eyes on her before she saw them. She scowled inwardly as he examined her, but kept a small smile on her lips all the while. She bowed respectfully to him, and then placed both platters on the table. She dipped low as she served him and his escorts their tea and food, allowing him to see down her shirt ever so slightly. She made sure that the poison tea was set in front of the merchant. Straightening, Hikari almost flinched as the man held her by the wrist gently. "I knew you couldn't resist my charms for long," he whispered. Hikari felt the urge to scowl, but resisted. Mostly, she felt sorry for the poor girl whose place she had taken. Having to deal with this kind of scum was a cruel and unusual torture. Hikari allowed a small amount of blush to tinge her cheeks. "Come, drink with me," he said, flashing her a toothy, charming smile. The two escorts who had been sitting next to him stood and moved to the opposite side of the booth, allowing Hikari to sit next to their master. The merchant pushed a cup of tea across the table for her. Hikari made sure it wasn't poisoned, not that she was worried. No poison user used poisons they were not already immune to, but it would be exponentially more difficult to poison the man right in front of him if she had to drink the poison tea. Thankfully, it was one of the escort's cups. "So, tell me about yourself," he whispered to her as Hikari took a small sip of tea. She cursed, not thinking to get the girl's name earlier. She felt her pulse quicken the longer the silence dragged on. "Shy as ever, I see," the merchant sighed, shaking his head and chuckling under his breath. Hikari thanked whatever god of death was watching over her for her luck. "Tell me about yourself," she quipped, her voice purposely soft and quiet. It was a pale imitation of the brief scream of surprise that died in the waitress' throat. The merchant smiled and cleared his throat before taking a small sip of the tea Hikari had served him. She felt the corners of her lips twitch upwards in victory as the mission was completed. I'm surprised you haven't heard of me. There you are. A stout, portly man shouted, waddling over to Hikari. Your break isn't for another hour, girl. Back to work. Hikari muttered a quick apology to the merchant as she stood and bowed in apology to the owner of the tea house. She ducked back inside the kitchens and donned her mask, giving the waitress the antidote for the sleeping drag she had given her. Hikari slipped out into an alleyway through the back door. Eiji materialized in the shadow of a building next to her. Hikari gave him a single nod. Mission accomplished. For Sarada, the march back to the hidden leaf was long and tortuous. The small length of wire with a worn bolt attached to it weighed heavily on her as it swayed on her neck. She just knew, that Bolt had stayed behind so that the Crimson Tide didn't hurt them. Everything during their mission just seemed to go so wrong. She was one of the strongest ninjas her age, and she hadn't been able to defeat an opponent that couldn't have been much older than herself. The loss was even more crushing considering Bolt's freedom hinged on their victory. They had even been assigned an umbu by the Hokage, one who possessed the famed and extinct wood release, and they still had failed. But worst of all, was that Sarada thought she saw something else in Bolt's eyes when he told them to leave. They had known each other since they were young children, as their parents were close friends. After years of friendship, and being in the same team, she thought she knew him well. Well enough to know that Bolt didn't want to come home with them, even if he could. The Hokage thought that Bolt was throwing a childish tantrum. He wasn't. Bolt was seriously angry with his dad. Angry enough to run away from the village. Angry enough to take up the headband of another village even if it was one of their allies. Angry enough to leave his sister behind. The thought of having to see, let alone speak to, Himawari made Sarada feel sick. Bolt's sister had been inconsolable upon learning that Bolt had ran away because of what their father did during the Chunin exams. The only time she wasn't seen wallowing in sadness was when she trained, and even then, her face was one of fierce determination mixed with sorrow. In class, she was quiet and sullen. She didn't hang out with her friends as much anymore. Even the civilians in the village had taken note of their princess depression. Sarada shivered at the thought of crushing her hopes of seeing her brother again when she learned that their team had failed. That feeling of dread only compounded itself as the towering walls of the hidden leaf came into sight. Their journey took them through the winding forest paths that converged onto the main road. Ahead of them, several jonin were guarding the front gate. The two on duty nodded in respect to Yamato as he passed them. Kanomaru, Yamato said, drawing Sarada out of her dark thoughts. Come with me. We need to report to the Hokage immediately. Kanomaru glanced back at his two students. Sarada gave him a weak smile that assured him they would be fine and that he should see to his duties. The two of them quickly sped towards the Hokage's office with haste. I'm going home to rest, Mitsuki informed her. I still feel sluggish from that poison. Sarada nodded. Get well soon, she said in farewell. She decided that she would go home too. As she wandered the streets of the village, Sarada saw a handful of friends and acquaintances from the academy pass her. They waved and said quick greetings, which she replied to half-heartedly. By the time Sarada had found their new apartment, she had to drag herself up the stairs. In that moment, she regretted having angered her mother enough to destroy their house with her chakra-enhanced strength. Sarada fell against the door, pushing it open in the same motion. She blinked her bleary eyes as her mother seemed to materialize and pull her into a hug. You're back! Sakura yelled, squeezing her daughter tightly. Sarada felt her back pop. Mom, she hissed. Too tight. Sakura released her daughter immediately. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Here, let me look at you, Sakura said, her hands glowing green. Sarada shooed away her mother's advances. I'm fine, Mom, she sighed. She actually felt a little better, in a way. Sarada wasn't entirely convinced her mother hadn't used some sort of healing on her while the life had been squeezed from her body. The fatigue she felt was dulled greatly. Good, Sakura said with a smile. How did your mission go? Sarada's face fell. That bad, huh? Sakura whispered. Sarada nodded. Come on, let me tell you a story, Sakura said, pulling her daughter along after her. Sarada plopped down on their couch and her mother placed a cup of tea in front of her. I know Sasuke and I haven't been very forthcoming about his past, but that was to protect you. We didn't think you'd understand. Not until you were older, at least, Sakura began. Sarada listened intently, her tea forgotten. When we were young, Sasuke left the village, not quite in the same manner as Bolt, but I imagine it feels the same, she said, her gaze resting on her daughter. It hurts to know that someone you care for may never be in your life again. Sarada nodded wordlessly. Sasuke left the village for different reasons than Bolt. He wanted revenge and the power to achieve that vengeance. He left in pursuit of that power, and it took years before Naruto and I managed to bring him back. Bolt left because he's scared, and he's trying to teach Naruto a lesson. He'll come back, eventually. With or without you bringing him back, Sakura said sagely, nodding her head to herself. Sakura cleared her throat. What I'm trying to say is, don't beat yourself up over this. You didn't fail, you just haven't succeeded yet. You'll always have another chance, she said. The corners of Sarada's lips turned upwards. Her mother was right. She did have another chance. All she had to do was get stronger. And she knew right where to find Bolt and his cohort. Thanks, Mom, she said. Sarada stood and stretched, feeling much lighter than she had before. I think I'm going to take a walk. I'll be home tonight. Sakura smiled and waved as her daughter dashed out of the house. She watched as Sarada ran north, towards the forested training grounds. A very nervous Yamato and Konohamaru stood stiffly before their Hokage. Naruto had his head resting in his hands, staring at his desk. He had been that way for several minutes, and neither man had the courage to disturb him. A cup of ramen sat discarded. It had been steaming when the two had delivered their report. Now it sat cold. Suddenly, Naruto sat upright and quickly began to rummage through a pile of scrolls that were discarded. Finding the one he was looking for, he unrolled it and quickly began to skim its contents. Konohamaru could see the Uzumaki clan's seal emblazoned on the back of the parchment. Konohamaru flinched as Naruto violently slammed the scroll on his desk. I knew it, he hissed. He pushed the scroll towards the both of them. On it was a list of names, men and women. A census, perhaps, Konohamaru thought. At the very end was a single name, Mitsuki Uzumaki. When I met with the Yuzukage a few months ago, I asked if she had seen Bolt. She said she hadn't, but that they did find a few more Uzumaki clansmen. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but it was possible that Bolt stopped there under an assumed name, Naruto explained. Yamato and Konohamaru nodded. It's what I would do, Yamato said. They would never have questioned him once he revealed his surname. The seals protecting their island make them complacent. Konohamaru remained wisely silent. The knowledge of the Uzumaki clan and the rebuilding of the Hidden Eddy was a S-class secret, punishable by death. In his opinion, the less he knew, the better. So, he stops at the Hidden Eddy. Why take on their headband? Naruto pondered aloud. Yamato cleared his throat. If he planned to travel beyond the land of fire's borders, he would have known that, eventually, he would have to defend himself. Wearing our headband would make him easily identifiable on the wanted posters. Wearing the hidden eddies, on the other hand, would let him use ninjutsu without drawing the suspicion an unmarked ninja would, Konohamaru managed to squeak out. Yamato nodded. Right, he said. Then what? How does he go from being in the hidden eddy to part of a band of mercenaries and thugs? Naruto demanded. Yamato and Konohamaru shared a look of concern and unease. He said he joined them willingly, though it is certainly possible he was coerced into service, Yamato explained. It could be either. I didn't have long to analyze him, but elements of both were present in his speech patterns. Konohamaru was starting to understand more and more why the Umbu were so widely feared. Their training in every discipline of the ninja arts made them invaluable. Naruto sighed heavily. What do I do? He whispered. Konohamaru shifted on his feet uneasily. He hated to see his surrogate brother like this. Well, he did say he wouldn't come home unless you came and got him. Maybe. Konohamaru trailed off. Naruto took one look at the mountains of paperwork building up on both sides of his desk and shook his head. I can't leave, not right now. The village needs me. The Chunin exams just ended and the Alliance is having another Kage summit soon. I just can't, he said. Might I suggest that you leave him to his own devices, Yamato suggested. I do not think the mercenaries will harm Bolt. On the contrary, I think they mean to make him stronger. I don't know for what purpose, but I did not discern any ill intent from my banter with their leader during our battle. What about Sasuke? Konohamaru asked. Naruto sighed. Sasuke left for a mission while you were gone. As much as I hate to admit it, his mission is more important than Bolt, he said, before descending into contemplative silence. Konohamaru wondered what exactly could be more important than your missing son. Whatever the reason was, he hoped Naruto really believed it. You said he told you he was only joining for 3 years? Naruto asked. Yamato and Konohamaru nodded stiffly. Konohamaru could see Naruto's jaw working up and down as he tried to formulate the words of his decision. Fine, Naruto whispered, his voice hoarse. Bolt can stay with them. But I want an Umbu team stationed in the Land of Water. Their sole mission is to make sure nothing happens to him. Yamato nodded, his face serious. I'll reassign Sai and have him assemble his team, he assured the Hokage. Dismissed, Naruto uttered, his hand automatically reaching for another scroll to read and either sign or reject. Yamato and Konohamaru shared a brief look and a nod before quickly leaving their Hokage to his duties. As they walked down the hallway of the Hokage offices, they sighed. Why can't they just see that they both care for each other? Konohamaru groaned. Everything had just gotten so out of hand during the Chunin exams. Naruto took his duties as the Hokage too seriously, and Bolt wasn't understanding of his father's position, and too blinded by anger to see that he loved him and his sister. Yamato smirked. They're both more alike than they want to admit, he said. When Naruto was younger, he was thick-headed too. Bolt is the same way. Konohamaru scoffed. What do you mean when he was younger? He's still dull as a brick, he said. Both men laughed. Sarada weaved through the trees as she sprinted through the forest towards the third training ground. It had sort of become tradition. Their parents had been trained there, and Konohamaru taught them there as well. It was a nice place, Sarada thought. A small, slow river wound through the countryside, with forest in every direction for miles except for a small clearing on either side of the river. Further into the forest were several old-growth trees good for climbing and chakra control exercises. The clearings were well worn, the grass grew short from decades of boots treading on it. 3 stumps sat in the center, the bark worn down by countless punches and kicks. Sarada smiled as she leapt over a large pit in the forest floor. She recognized it as the aftermath of a powerful chakra-enhanced strike. The earth had shattered under the strength of her mother's attack and caved in upon itself. No one had bothered to patch it up. The entire series of training grounds bore the scars from decades upon decades of training by Hidden Leaf Ninja. Sarada began her training as she always did. Practice with shuriken and kunai, using tricks her dad taught her. Using one shuriken to deflect another into striking a tree she couldn't see. When she emptied her pouches, she moved on to ninjutsu. She breathed fire, sending waves of flames cascading over the flowing river. She sent blasts of fire into the air in rapid succession, decreasing the time between breaths as she went. When her lips were blistered from the heat, she began practicing her second element, lightning. She went through the motions of creating a chidori, coating her hands in chakra, and allowing it to transform from energy to raw lightning. Her fist crackled as she increased the intensity. Sarada's chest was heaving after forming and reforming the technique 3 times. Even then, she didn't allow herself a break. Next was taijutsu. Like those that came before her, she stood before the 3 stumps and began to batter them with punches and kicks. She went through the motions of her style, a combination of the classical Uchiha hand-to-hand combat and the brute strength she had learned from her mother. Bark was stripped from the tree, revealing a layer of white flesh underneath. Sarada fell into a daze. Her body moved on instinct as she let her mind wander. She planned and plotted, thinking of her task at hand. She was certain the girl she had fought was the second in command. The 2 men Konohamaru had fought were weaker than the masked girl had been, of that Sarada was fairly certain. That meant her task was doubly difficult. She had to be strong enough to beat the hunter ninja, and then face their leader, the man who possessed the Raikage's lightning armor. Or a variation of it, according to Mitsuki. One step at a time, Sarada reminded herself. The hunter ninja first, then the leader. She needed to find counters to her opponent's strengths. She was a master of throwing needles, a medic whose mystic palm was so honed that it could be used to cut flesh, and could use chakra-enhanced strength similar to her own. That wasn't even touching the other ninja disciplines. She displayed some proficiency in the manipulation of lightning chakra. Strong enough to block even her Chidori. Sarada needed to be faster. She needed to be able to avoid those throwing needles. They were poisoned, and it would be impossible to know which poisons she used to immunize herself. The best defense was to not be hit. She increased the speed of her punches and kicks. The wood cracked under her strength. Sarada didn't notice her knuckles begin to bruise. The counter to the mystic palm was to avoid it, or become as proficient in it as her opponent. Maybe she could ask her mom to teach her, or volunteer at the hospital. Sarada's speed doubled. She could work on her Chidori. There was still room for improvement. More chakra, higher density, higher voltage. Sarada's eyes bled red as her Sharingan manifested. Lightning coated her right hand in an instant. A high-pitched chirping echoed across the clearing as Sarada darted forward and moved her arm through the stump. Her arm caught in the wood. The Chidori raged inside the stump, burning it away from the inside out. Sarada placed her free hand on the stump and pushed with all her might, trying to free her hand. After a few seconds, she fell backwards as ash and charcoal billowed from the wound she had inflicted upon the old stump. Sarada lay there, panting heavily. The clearing was bathed in the warm, orange light of the setting sun. It really was quite beautiful. Once her breathing evened out and her heart ceased its racing, Sarada pushed herself to her feet. The stump seemed to glare at her for her act of defacing it. She simply stood there and stared back for a few minutes, lost in her thoughts. In a sudden bout of anger, Sarada raised both hands and screeched as she slammed them to the ground. Her chakra-enhanced strength caused the earth to shatter and explode, uprooting the three stumps and burying them under the rubble. Leaping away to safety, Sarada focused on calming herself. A twig snapped in the forest behind her, and Sarada rounded on it. Himawari stepped out from behind a tree. "Sorry," she apologized. "I didn't think anyone would be here this late." The one person Sarada didn't want to meet. She noticed that Himawari was dressed in clothing fit for training. "I was just letting off some steam," Sarada explained. Looking at the partially destroyed clearing, her explanation felt hollow. Himawari nodded. "I was going to do some gentle fist training. But since you've destroyed the dummies, I was wondering if you wanted to train together," she asked. Sarada felt her cheeks grow warm. "Sure," she quickly agreed. She quickly made her way to the center of the clearing, away from the ruined stumps. "Did you find my brother?" Himawari suddenly blurted. The hope in her voice made Sarada's chest tighten. We did, but we couldn't bring him back," Sarada answered nervously. "What happened?" "Dad won't tell me anything," Himawari asked. There was a slight pout to her voice that Sarada couldn't resist. With reluctance, she retold everything that had happened on their mission to the Land of Water. Strangely, Himawari didn't seem saddened by their failure. "You're not angry at us for failing?" Sarada asked with disbelief. Himawari shook her head. "My brother is going to be the strongest ninja in the village one day. If he chose to stay, he's not in any danger," Himawari said. "The only danger he is in is the beating I'm going to give him when he gets home for leaving me behind," she added, a slight smirk on her lips that said she meant it. "I don't know about that," Sarada said with a smile. Himawari's absolvement of her failure took a weight off her shoulders she didn't know was there. "I've beaten Bolt plenty of times when we've trained as a team. And besides, the strongest ninja in the village is the Hokage, and I'm going to be Hokage one day," she said. Himawari crossed her arms. "There's no way you're stronger than my brother," she stated defiantly as she looked Sarada up and down, judging her. Sarada stood taller at the challenge. "Why don't you be the judge of that? You said you wanted to train, right?" Himawari frowned seriously and slid into a gentle fist stance. lowering her center of gravity. Her eyes grew focused and Sarada could see the veins around her eyes pulsing, her Byakugan barely restrained. With unspoken agreement, the two leapt at each other. Himawari was a little over a year younger than Sarada, but she didn't move like it. Her movements were fast and precise, not the movements of an academy student. Bolt was just like that too, Sarada thought. Years of grooming with the Hyuga clan in their taijutsu style had that effect on people. Sarada expertly ducked and weaved as she felt the wind rush past her face from Himawari's open-palmed, gentle fist strikes. Sarada retaliated with careful punches and kicks, wary of being caught and having her chakra points blocked. Sarada stumbled on the uneven ground she had created earlier. Himawari lunged forward, index finger extended, as she gently prodded her in the abdomen. Sarada flinched and jumped backwards, but her stomach felt like it was tied in knots. The two of them stared each other down as both of their eyes began to change, Sarada's bleeding from black to red, and Himawari's from blue to a pale violet. Their second spar went to Sarada. With her Sharingan, she could follow the movements of the gentle fist more easily. If she couldn't be touched, the gentle fist wasn't dangerous at all. Sarada dodged a wide swing and kicked Himawari in the stomach, causing her to fall to her back. She leapt up instantly, the look in her eyes more determined than ever. It was kind of scary in a way. Himawari leaned back, inhaling deeply as she weaved hand seals. Sarada's eyes read the hand seals in slow motion as her body leapt for the river they fought next to. Just as she submerged, a wall of flame roared over the water's surface. She weaved her own hand seals underwater, and when she surfaced, she spat lances of flames that scorched the grass and lit up the clearing. Himawari danced, evading each one. Even with her back turned, she knew where each bolt of fire was. Sarada ducked back under the river as Himawari hurled a handful of shuriken at her. Sarada shot out of the water and broke into a sprint as Himawari breathed another wall of fire at her. She withdrew 2 kunai and channeled her chakra into them. The knives arced with lightning as she hurled them at Himawari. Himawari dodged them, as Sarada expected. But it forced her to stop breathing fire. Sarada created a shadow clone, and had it throw her at her opponent with her chakra-enhanced strength faster than she herself could run. With her Sharingan, Sarada saw Himawari's violet eyes widen in surprise. Sarada flipped herself midair, pushing her leg out for a kick. She watched as Himawari kneeled, weaving hand seals as she did. Both of her hands touched the ground, and an earthen wall was erected between her and Sarada. Sarada's kick pulverized the wall, turning it into a fine dust. Sarada coughed, her vision obscured. That was not the case for Himawari and her Byakugan. Sarada flinched as she felt 2 index fingers strike her, one at the waist, the other at her shoulder. 2 palms. She heard Himawari yell. An instant later, she felt 4 more gentle fist strikes connect. Her chakra felt heavy and unwieldy in her body. Sarada flailed backwards, her body not responding to her commands. Mercifully, the blows stopped. The dust cleared, and a very proud and arrogant Himawari looked down upon Sarada. "Told you," she gloated. "My brother is the strongest." Sarada hissed as she tried to stand and found her legs were weak. Himawari took pity on her, striking her in the places her chakra points had been closed, releasing her. "You got lucky," Sarada quipped. Himawari grinned. "Up for round 2?" she asked. Sarada nodded. As she dusted herself off, the two heard the cry of a hawk overhead. Looking up, a messenger hawk descended on them. The hawk flew straight to Himawari, landing on the ground before her. In its claws was a small box. The 2 girls shared a look with each other. Neither knew what to make of the hawk. The bird squawked, offering its foot with the box clutched within. He shaked it angrily at Himawari the longer she stared at him. "I think it's for you," Sarada commented. Himawari nodded and took the box. The hawk squawked happily and took to the skies, heading east. Opening the box, Himawari found an ornate scroll with parchment, a pleasant shade of yellow that reminded her of her namesake. Unfurling the scroll, Himawari flinched as it emitted a puff of white smoke. Sarada, with her Sharingan still activated, lurched forward and caught the object it spat out. A cake. Himawari caught a scrap of paper as it floated down. Sarada peered over her shoulder as she read it aloud. Since your last one was ruined. B. Himawari said. Himawari turned to see the cake Sarada held with both hands, a beaming smile on her face. Sarada couldn't help but smile too. Even in another country, Bolt was still the doting older brother. Bolt closed his eyes and sighed as he went through the motions once more. He felt the afternoon sun beating down upon him, and heard the birds chirp in their trees as they watched the intruder of their homes. He drew a vague swirl in the dirt of the forest floor to help guide him through the steps. Truthfully, he thought the Uzumaki taijutsu style was more of a dance than a fighting style. It certainly felt like it as he practiced. The scroll the Uzukage had given him had detailed all the steps for the basic forms, instructing him to use the symbol of their village as a guide and to hum a tune in order to get the pacing right. If he performed it correctly, his forms should vaguely resemble the whirlpools their country was named after. Fluid and flexible, yet powerful and unyielding. Bolt didn't need to learn it, of course, but he was interested. Kahaku's use of the style to deflect his gentle fist was an infuriating way to combat the style of taijutsu he had become accustomed to. While he would never use the Uzumaki style over the gentle fist, there was merit to incorporating the strongest stances and forms into the gentle fist to improve the style further. It didn't help that his own training in the gentle fist was woefully inadequate, on account of his fleeing of the leaf and his lack of Byakugan at an early age. His grandfather had taught both he and his sister, though Himawari had always received extra lessons since she had awakened their family's eyes. Bolt's ears twitched as he heard an almost imperceptible giggle. Opening his eyes, he found that Hikari had snuck up on him again. Not that Bolt was surprised. She was as silent as death itself most of the time. Her eyes betrayed no mirth, but there was no one else around to laugh at him. The sound was unnatural coming from the girl whom Bolt had come to associate with nothing but the utmost rigid military discipline, which did not include laughter. What? Bolt snapped. He had the distinct feeling that she was smirking under her mask. Why are you dancing in the middle of the forest? Hikari asked. Bolt felt the veins in his temples bulge. I'm not dancing. This is the ancestral taijutsu style of the Uzumaki clan. It is not a dance. Bolt yelled. He was not dancing. The slight sparkle of mirth in Hikari's eyes told Bolt that she didn't believe him. Lunch is served, she informed him. It would benefit you to return to camp before the barbarians devour it all. Bolt scowled but let her previous comment slide. He knew all too well that it was first come, first serve when it came to food among the mercenaries. Reluctantly, he followed Hikari back through the small animal trail he had used to find a secluded space to practice. Along the way, Hikari would stop every so often, kneeling and examining a flower, bush, or weed. Sometimes she would collect them, sometimes not. What are you doing? Bolt asked. Hikari revealed a small pouch on her waist that was bulging with various plants. Collecting ingredients, she said, placing a herb in the pouch. This island has many herbs and flowers that are useful for poisons and their antidotes. Ah, Bolt commented. It was a little scary how much Hikari knew about poisons and anatomy. He recalled an incident with one of the thugs, in which she had incapacitated him by applying pressure to a handful of nerves. The man still walked with a limp in his gait. 2 weeks later, when he challenged her authority the second time, she had slipped something in his food that prevented him from controlling his bowels. He died when he defecated on another mercenary's sleeping bag, who killed him in his anger. Don't worry, Hikari said, her tone almost playful. I won't poison you. Unless you do something stupid, that is. Bolt gave her a weak smile. It was of little assurance. Personally, he hoped that the cook, an older, gray-haired man who only had one leg, would prevent her from poisoning him. Bolt had quickly befriended the man shortly after joining. The cook was an old sailor who served in the Water Lord's personal armada, transporting the Lord and his family between the islands. He was a veritable library of stories, which Bolt listened to in order to pass the time on the ship. The old man was happy for the company, complaining that the young never respected their elders these days. Hikari suddenly kneeled, running her fingers through a small flowering plant. It was a shade of dark violet, reminding Bolt vaguely of the Byakugan, shaped like a bell. Aconite, Hikari said as she grasped the plant by the base and pulled it up. She withdrew a kunai, cutting off the roots. When ingested, causes numbing of the nerves and weakness in the limbs. Eventually, it leads to a rapid and irregular heartbeat and decreased blood pressure. If the antidote isn't taken, the victim dies of heart failure. Bolt wore a false smile and nodded his head in some small measure of acknowledgement and understanding. As Hikari stood, Bolt could tell she was amused by his discomfort. The two of them followed the animal trail back into the clearing in which they had made camp. Tents were erected around. Roaring campfires, the largest of which had a large metal pot that the old cook loomed over, stirring slowly. The Crimson Tide mercenaries stood in an orderly line holding bowls, waiting for the cook to give them their rations. Bolt laughed under his breath as some of the new recruits' common thugs, unable to use chakra, pushed their way to the head of the line and demanded to be served by the cook. The old man whipped a ladle across the first man's face, knocking him out. He exhaled fire, burning his two friends. If there was one thing Bolt had learned, it was that you didn't anger the person who prepared your food. That was a recipe for disaster. From the slight rise and fall of Hikari's shoulders, he could tell she found their misfortune to be amusing too. The two burning men rolled around on the ground, extinguishing the flames. They quickly grabbed their unconscious leader and retreated to their tent. Bolt doubted they would get food for a week, unless they foraged it themselves. The cook raised his hand, waving Hikari over as the two entered the camp. Perks of being a ranking officer. You ate first. Bolt separated, heading for the end of the line. With a sigh, he realized it would be a long wait. Bolt gagged as his shirt's collar was tugged from behind. Hikari beckoned for him to follow her. He followed her to the front of the line, where the cook served them happily with a toothy smile. Bolt tried to make himself invisible as the mercenaries in line scowled at him for the preferential treatment. Thankfully, they kept their mouths wisely shut. Why's the girl and her boyfriend get to eat first, huh? Or not? Bolt turned and watched as the wiser, older mercenaries parted, exposing the man who had made the comment. He looked around as if surprised at the sudden lack of friends. He opened his mouth to say something, probably something that would get him killed. Bolt guessed only to scream in pain as a throwing needle pierced his kneecap. The mercenary fell to the ground, holding his injured knee and wailing. The line reformed, stepping over the wounded man. No one offered him help. Hikari was already making her way to a small campfire near the edge of the camp. The man and woman who had been chatting around the fire quickly made themselves scarce as she approached. With great reluctance, Bolt followed and quietly sat opposite her. He hoped she didn't mind. The soup was good, at least. Bolt looked over the rim of his bowl at Hikari as she half removed her mask, allowing just her lips and chin to be exposed. It was a bit of a game the two of them played. She was always reluctant to remove her mask, and Bolt was curious about what she looked like. After his first few weeks, it had become apparent to Bolt that Hikari never removed her mask. Not to train. Not to eat. He wasn't daring enough to see if she slept with it, as he was sure being caught would entail his certain death, but if he had to bet, he would bet she slept with it too. All he had learned over the long 4 months was that she was pale with a sculpted chin and thin, red lips. Finishing their meals, Bolt and Hikari sat in silence, staring into the campfire. They weren't quite friends, Bolt would say, but they were each other's closest acquaintance within the ranks of the Crimson Tide, barring her relationship with Eiji, which Bolt still wasn't entirely sure what that exactly was. The awkwardness was unbearable. Without food to occupy Bolt's thoughts, the mercenary's words hung in the air. The longer he sat, the more uncomfortable he felt. Desperate to talk about something, anything, Bolt asked the first question in his mind. How did you get so good with your throwing needles? Hikari peered at him through the slits of her mask, and Bolt felt immediately less intelligent for having spoken. He was surprised, then, when Hikari actually deigned to answer him. I've always been good with throwing weapons, she said. Even in the academy. When I was 8, I was recruited into the Umbu. My chosen weapon became throwing needles, as many operatives specialized in. They are useful in many applications where kunai and shuriken are not. Bolt nodded, a little surprised that she had answered him and revealed so much. It was impressive to be recruited into the Umbu at all, let alone at the tender age of 8. That made her a genius in Bolt's mind, maybe even a prodigy. Hikari tilted her head. Would you like to learn? Hikari asked, holding out a fistful of throwing needles. Bolt looked at the tips of the needles intently. They're not poisoned, she assured him. Bolt didn't want his first experience with the weapon to end with him being poisoned and hoping Hikari had the antidote on her person. Gingerly, Bolt took the proffered needles. Hikari gestured to a tree near their edge of camp. Bolt didn't need more instruction than that. He stood, ped back his arm, and hurled the first needle forward. It traveled about 2 feet away before it sunk into the ground. Bolt heard a slight nasally exhale over the crackle of the campfire. His cheeks burned as he pocketed the needle. It's more of a slinging motion than a throwing one, Hikari said, taking pity on him. This time, the needle soared off into the forest. Better, she commented. Bolt slung, not threw, the next several needles. The more he practiced, the closer they got to hitting the tree. Bolt held his breath as he held the last needle between index and middle finger. Ever so carefully, he hurled the needle forward. He was rewarded with a satisfying thunk as steel met wood. Not bad, Hikari said. For an academy student. Go find my needles. Bolt swore under his breath as he tore the needle from the tree and moved to walk through the bushes. Night had begun to fall, and soon it would be dark, and finding the needles would be impossible. He was spared from his task as a mercenary sprinted up to them. Lieutenant, he said, saluting her. You and Bolt are wanted by Aegean. Command tent. Hikari sighed, gesturing for Bolt to follow her. Bolt thanked whatever deity was looking out for him. The command tent was the largest tent in their small encampment, home to a large table with maps, bingo books, and wanted posters spread all over it. Eiji loomed over the table, plotting out their company's next course of action. Takeo and Hiroki stood at attention to Eiji's left. They both were battered and bloody. What happened to you two idiots? Hikari drawled, storming into the tent as she swatted the flap open. Bolt had to bite his tongue in order to not laugh as both men's cheeks turned scarlet. These two idiots, Eiji spat the word, meaning every bit of it, managed to not only lose their bounty, but also get caught in a skirmish fighting her home village. Hikari's cold gaze bored into Takeo and Hiroki. Both men straightened and looked ahead resolutely, refusing to meet her gaze. And how did this happen? Hikari asked, fearing the answer. Eiji frowned thunderously. Dumb and Dumber thought the girl was actually interested in them. She caught them with their pants down and escaped in the night, he explained. Bolt snorted as Takeo and Hiroki's faces turned as red as the Uzumaki clan's hair. Hikari sighed deeply. I suppose Bolt and I are on damage control, she asked. Eiji nodded, handing her a flyer. Bolt peered over Hikari's shoulder to read the wanted poster. Tamako, female, 5 feet 6 inches, weighing between 110 and 130 pounds. No distinguishing characteristics, user of wind release. Jonin of Nadeshiko village. 2 million Ryo alive, 1 million dead, Eiji explained for them. What's she wanted for? Bolt pipped up. If someone earned a bounty of 1 million Ryo or higher, they weren't small fry. Eiji smirked. Our girl has quite the love for priceless shiny things, and isn't afraid to borrow them, he said. The thief, Bolt thought. We will depart in the morning, Hikari informed their leader. Eiji just nodded and waved them out. Take these two with you. Make them do dishes for a month, he said. Bolt felt genuinely bad for Takeo and Hiroki. There were a lot of dishes left over after each meal. The Crimson Tide wasn't a large organization by any definition, but it was still a sizable number of people. Bolt followed Hikari as she herded the two men towards a small stream at the far side of their camp. They lumbered forward with a massive tub of bowls, spoons, and cups held between them. The dishes clanged loudly as Takeo dropped his half of the tub and waded into the water. Wait, Hiroki hissed. Be quiet. Bolt turned to poke fun at Hiroki, but the words died in his throat at the serious look on the man's face as he peered over the creek and into the shadows of the forest. Hiroki straightened suddenly, his eyes widening in alarm. He yelled, before the hiss of metal cut him off. He dropped to the floor, a kunai lodged in his throat. Bolt heard Takeo roar and slosh forward through the stream as his Byakugan flared too. "Umbu! We're under attack!" Hikari shouted. Men barreled from their tents, weapons in their hands. A shadow leapt at Bolt from a branch above him. With his eyes, he dodged the attack without looking up. He could tell the man was surprised as she shoved his palm into his sternum. The Umbu's eyes widened comically behind his mask as Bolt showered him with gentle fist strikes, leaving him boneless on the river bank. Hikari was dealing with two masked Umbu a short distance away while Takeo brutally slammed another skull into a rock in the stream, cracking it like an egg. Bolt withdrew two shuriken and sent one flying into the forest. He loosed the second a moment later, chasing its twin. The second collided with the first, causing it to swerve and strike one of the Umbu that Hikari was fighting from behind. She capitalized on the man's pain as her hands glowed blue with chakra. A quick swipe, and her chakra scalpel slit the man's throat from ear to ear. Bolt saw Takeo grappling with three more masked Umbu in the stream. He had several shuriken embedded in his back, staining his shirt with blood. Bolt flashed through the hand seals. The stream rose up from its bed, forming a massive, raging dragon of water. The dragon descended upon the Umbu, swallowing them whole and keeping them submerged. One of them weaved seals, and the dragon exploded into rain as it was dispersed. By that time, Takeo had recovered, and his anger fueled his attacks. Bolt heard a roar as the rogue unleashed an arcing wave of lightning that caught the Umbu as they fell, electrocuting them. Takeo whirled around, looking for his next enemy. "There's no more here," Bolt shouted, running past Hikari as she dispatched her last opponent with a well-placed throwing needle that pierced the Umbu's eye through the slit in his mask. "They're attacking the camp." Bolt, Hikari, and Takeo sprinted back towards the camp, where all hell had broken loose. Umbu had descended upon them in droves, killing scores of mercenaries who were normal men and women that couldn't use chakra. The survivors were grouped together around the few ninja the Crimson Tide employed. Among them, Eiji was sending out bolts of lightning to keep their attackers at bay. Hikari threw a hail of throwing needles at their masked assailants as Takeo charged them like a bull. Bolt weaved a series of hand seals and sent a stream of water gushing from his lips that picked up an Umbu and flung him into the forest. As he passed overhead, a common bandit raised his sword and slashed the man's belly open. The Umbu turned to face the new threat, realizing that their comrades had failed the ambush. The veins in Bolt's Byakugan bulged as his eyes focused on every opponent at once. The first Umbu, a woman, whose mask resembled a rabbit, was incapacitated with a few well-placed gentle fist strikes. The second never managed to reach him, as Takeo picked the man up by the waist, hoisting him high and slamming him into the earth with as much strength as he could muster. Bolt heard every bone in the man's body shatter. The taijutsu style of the Land of Lightning shone through, brutal as it was. Bolt let Hikari and Takeo take the front lines, elegant assassin and brutal brawler clearing the path. He withdrew a handful of shuriken in both hands and let them fly. Most missed their mark, but several found their way into the backs of the Umbu fighting Eiji and his allies. Eiji capitalized on each shuriken, dispatching or crippling each opponent with startling efficiency. In a matter of moments, the small force of Umbu had dwindled to only 3 men. Their leader, Bolt presumed, was a tall, lean man with a head of blonde hair that wore a bull mask. "See," Bolt heard one of the other 2 survivors whisper, apparently addressing their leader. The Umbu with the bull mask nodded once and his hands were forming a seal before anyone could react. The man glowed with a blinding white light. All at once, the remaining Crimson Tide hurled whatever weapons they had at the Umbu. The light died, revealing 3 dead men. Eiji marched up to the nearest body and kicked the mask off, revealing a hidden cloud headband. He scoffed and turned to face his company. "Check for survivors, ours and theirs. Note any who have a bounty on their head," he commanded. The Crimson Tide limped away, going through the motions of checking the dead. Eiji began to walk away when Bolt caught a flicker of movement with his Byakugan. The Umbu with the bull mask stirred, and the shuriken embedded in him faded to nothing. Genjutsu, Bolt realized. The Umbu sprinted forward, a short sword in his hand, intending to impale AG from behind. Bolt's body moved with a speed he didn't know he had. His right hand sent a lance of chakra from his fingertips that disabled the man's wrist and sent the sword flying, and his left reached up and buried itself in his chest. The Umbu fell backwards, hacking up blood and clutching at his heart. After a few seconds, he dropped to the ground and did not rise. Bolt dropped to his knees and vomited. His stomach emptied of his contents, he began to cough and retch as the realization that he had just killed a man. With his Byakugan, he could see Hikari looming over him in his moment of weakness, ensuring no other Umbu took advantage of the lull in combat. Takeo caught the two other Umbu, killing them before they could escape using their leader's genjutsu. AG kneeled next to Bolt, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't lose sleep over this scum, kid. Everyone has to make their first kill at some point, better it be this guy than some no-name your village orders you to off, AG said. It did little to assuage the feelings of disgust and guilt Bolt felt welling up inside him. AG cleared his throat, patting Bolt on the back in an attempt to get his breathing under control. You saved my life, Bolt, he said. And I pay my debts. Anything you want. Name it and it's yours. You can be a free man if you want. Bolt wiped at his eyes, determined not to let anyone see him cry as his Byakugan faded. He really didn't have anywhere to go, and he wasn't ready to go home and face his parents just yet. Doing his best to ignore the dead man at his feet, there was one thing that Bolt wanted. He had only seen it once, ever so briefly, but he wanted it all the same. Lightning armor, Bolt managed to gasp out. Teach me how to use the lightning armor. AG's slight frown turned into a toothy smirk. You got it, kid, he said, patting him on the back and pulling Bolt to his feet. He managed to spin Bolt away from the body of the Umbu before he could look at it. AG passed him off to Hikari, giving her a single nod. Get some rest. When you get back from your mission, you start training, he instructed Bolt. Bolt nodded feebly and felt a small prick on his neck. He looked over to see Hikari withdrawing a needle. He only had a second to gasp in complaint before he fell unconscious. It'll wear off in 10 to 12 hours. You'll thank me later, Hikari assured Bolt's sleeping form as she dragged him to his tent. It was quite a feeling, the first time you killed someone. Bolt would never forget it. The way the Umbu's eyes widened and clouded beneath his mask. The sound of blood gurgling in the lungs as he breathed his last breath. The way he clutched at his chest in disbelief and horror. Everyone always talked about how they saw the faces of those they killed in their dreams. On more than one occasion, Bolt had eavesdropped on a few of the grizzled veterans of the Third War. It amazed him that they could remember the details so intimately after so much time. Now he didn't doubt them. Bolt would remember that night in the small forest clearing on the peninsula of the Land of Lightning until his dying day, that he knew. But what the veterans never talked about was the feeling of uncleanliness. His left hand felt like it didn't belong. His skin felt tight, as if it was worn incorrectly. Bolt's fingers twitched as he recalled the sensation of chakra leaving their tips and piercing the Umbu's chest. He felt the overwhelming need to wash his hands, but no amount of soap and water ever made them feel cleaner. The aftermath of the Umbu attack on their camp was dealt with swiftly and efficiently. When Bolt woke up late the next morning, the bodies had already been catalogued and piled. The Umbu who had prices on their heads were loaded onto the ship, and the rest burned in a great pile. Those that died from among the ranks of the Crimson Tide were given proper burials in the forest in unmarked graves, to prevent any grave robbers from disturbing their rest to collect their bounties. It was a somber feeling, Bolt decided. The very air felt depressing in the wake of so much death. Takeo had sulked around the camp, picking fights with whoever was stupid enough to anger him. Bolt couldn't find it in himself to blame him. He didn't know what he would do if Sarada or Mitsuki had been killed on a mission. He would probably go mad. Hikari had summarily shoved a plate of food in his face, giving him only minutes to eat, before dragging him out of the camp before Bolt could ask any questions or wallow in his own misery. They had a long journey ahead of them, made longer by the late hour of the day in which they found themselves. The island of Nadeshiko laid far to the south of where they had camped in the Land of Lightning. It was one of the largest islands in the Land of Water, yet remained its sovereignty due to its own fledgling ninja village. Whilst the hidden mist would no doubt emerge victorious in a war between the two, there had never been enough support to do so, especially with the Third and Fourth Wars, and Yagura's bloody purge of bloodlines. "Keep up," Hikari chided him. Bolt shook his head, trying to focus on the trees as they leapt through the forest. Hikari glanced back at Bolt as the forest thinned, giving way to rocky hills and gullies. He was taking it much harder than she herself did the first time. Given, he was born in an era of peace in a village that promoted non-violence, and she was recruited into the Umbu Hunter program before she had even graduated from the academy. No one was there to hold her hand and guide her through her own tumultuous emotions, so she didn't know what she could do to comfort her brother in arms. The two of them continued in a strained, awkward silence as they blitzed through the countryside. Blissfully, they encountered no foreign ninja. Rocky crags and gullies gave way to smooth, sandy plains as they reached the coast of the Land of Lightning. Both continued on, channeling chakra through their feet as they sprinted across the waves. Hikari kept her pace brisk yet subdued, always looking back to make sure Bolt followed her. He had withdrawn inwards, and no amount of prodding would bring him out of his shell for long. Hikari's training ate at her. A distracted mind in a potential combat situation never ended well, for him or his team. Slowing her pace, Bolt continued running on autopilot. Hikari weaved a few hand seals as she kneeled, placing the palm of her hand on the surface of the ocean. A small stream of water reared its head and slammed into Bolt's face before he could react. Hikari was rewarded with the sound of sputtering and yelping as Bolt was rudely awakened and sent sprawling below the waves. Bolt swam to the surface, his arms flailing for purchase on the water's surface with his chakra. He took in a great gasp of air as he hauled himself out of the water, now thoroughly soaked. He flashed his companion a murderous look, the veins in his temples writhing unnaturally. If Hikari hadn't been wearing her mask, Bolt was sure she would have an infuriating smirk plastered on her face. Hikari inclined her head, gesturing to continue their journey. Bolt grumbled under his breath and began to wring out his soaked clothes as they ran. After he had removed as much moisture as he could, there was little left to distract him from returning to his dark thoughts. He kept a sixth sense trained on Hikari, however, wary of being drenched again. The hidden mist jutsu is formed by the seals for ox, snake, and ram, Hikari said suddenly. The user gathers chakra in their lungs, using nature transformation to turn it into water vapor. Imbued with chakra, it is thicker than natural mist and obscures dojutsu to varying degrees. Bolt was startled upon hearing her speak. Yeah, I guess, he commented. Hiroki had taught him the jutsu shortly after he joined. It was a staple of all hidden mist ninjas, and an invaluable technique for stealth. Now you explain one, Hikari prompted, before Bolt could go back to torturing himself. Bolt's brows furrowed as he began explaining the water release, water bullet jutsu. For the remainder of their trip to Nadeshiko, the two went back and forth, explaining the hand seals required for each jutsu and how exactly it functioned. It became a sort of game, where each stretched their knowledge of techniques to the limit. Both were equally relieved as the shores of Nadeshiko came into sight. Bolt and Hikari had gone through their entire repertoire of techniques and were struggling to improvise new techniques from their brief battles with other ninja and what they remembered from their time in the academy. Bolt hid a small smile as he realized Hikari had played the game to distract him from his sorrow. Sarada's eyes flickered back and forth as her Sharingan tracked Himawari's fists. She ducked and weaved, evading each strike of the gentle fist. The air hissed as the younger girl's hands expelled chakra. Even a single touch would be debilitating, especially when they weren't holding anything back. She grabbed Himawari's wrist as an open-palmed fist swung wide. Heaving, she threw Himawari across the training grounds like a rag doll. Sarada heard her yelp in surprise and began to weave hand seals. Himawari recovered, chakra glowing as her feet touched the ground and anchored her there against the force of Sarada's grapple. She darted forward, using the chakra in her legs to give her a burst of speed. With her Byakugan, she saw Sarada's eyes widen in surprise as she appeared inside her guard. 2 palms! Himawari yelled, striking her friend in the sternum and abdomen. She hesitated as the strikes felt wrong. Sarada seemed to bulge as smoke leaked from her mouth and ears. Himawari leapt backwards, her hands flashing through hand seals. An earthen dome erupted and covered her as the clone of Sarada burst into flames, incinerating the grass for several tens of feet in every direction. She could feel the heat through her earthen defense. Had she not blocked the fire clone's explosion, she was sure Sarada would be rushing her to the hospital. But that was the cost of power. Both girls had agreed to hold nothing back when they started training together several months ago. A result, both improved markedly. With her Byakugan, Himawari could see Sarada standing behind her, inhaling a great breath of air. Himawari bit her thumb and slammed her palm on the ground. A large toad burst forth, shattering the earthen dome. Without Himawari having to speak her intent, the toad spewed forth a wave of water that countered Sarada's fire technique. The training grounds were covered in a thick steam, but that didn't hinder Himawari's vision. The toad leapt into the air as Himawari inhaled. Gamami needed no instruction as she felt her summoner's fire chakra flare. She spit a globule of oil at the same time Himawari breathed fire. A roaring inferno descended over the training grounds, thoroughly scorching and charring the earth beyond what a normal fire technique could do. As the toad and her summoner fell to the earth, the ground rumbled under their weight. Sarada chose then to emerge from her hiding spot behind a tree trunk at the far edge of the clearing. She unleashed a wave of arcing lightning that moved faster than the eye could follow. With her Sharingan, Sarada saw the muscles in Himawari's back go rigid as the lightning approached. No doubt her Byakugan could see the attack coming, but her body wasn't fast enough to react to it. The toad burst into smoke as it was electrocuted, leaving Himawari to fall to the ground as her muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Sprinting forward, Sarada was at her opponent's throat in a moment. She held a kunai to Himawari's neck with a pleased smile on her face. "Give up?" Sarada asked. Himawari nodded feebly as Sarada put the knife back in its pouch. Her hands glowed green with the mystic palm as she soothed Himawari's pains away. "That was a good one," Himawari managed to gasp out as her muscles stopped spasming. "Thanks," Sarada quipped. "I couldn't afford to hold back with you using toad oil. That stuff is nasty. My mom had to throw out the last shirt that got stained with the stuff." Himawari giggled at the thought of Sakura scrubbing futilely at the toad oil. According to Gamami, it was a highly flammable variant of the oil the toads bathed in on Mount Myaboku. Whilst the original couldn't be taken from the toad's ancestral home, the flammable oil used for combat could. After a quick demonstration on its properties, Himawari had demanded her summon to always carry some. The heat from the combination of toad oil and fire was enough to blister her own skin, even at a distance. The green chakra surrounding Sarada's hands faded as the treatment ended. "Better?" Sarada asked, helping her opponent to her feet. Himawari nodded several times. "Up for round 2? Himawari shook her head. "No, I was going to go bother my dad after we finished," she said. Sarada had to stifle a giggle. "Your dad has it rough. First Bolt, then you pick up his bad habits," she said. Himawari just smirked. "He'll give in and train me eventually," she said. "Or he will just go insane and retire at an early age," Sarada countered. "That's fine too," Himawari declared. "You know," Sarada said as the two of them walked back to the village. "You could always ask Konohamaru to teach you. He taught the Rasengan to Bolt. I'm sure he'd be happy to teach you if you asked." Himawari made a small noise that told Sarada she hadn't really thought of that. "Plus," Sarada continued on, "imagine the Hokage's face when you bust into his office with a Rasengan in your hand." Himawari stopped walking, causing Sarada to stop as well. She watched as an evil grin spread across her friend's face. In that moment, Sarada felt sorry for her teacher and the leader of their village. Himawari began to skip happily through the woods as they headed not for the Hokage's office, but for the Sarutobi clan district and, presumably, Konohamaru's house. Sarada shook her head and pushed her glasses up as she followed her friend. She knew how demanding Himawari could be, and if she was going to torture her teacher, she wanted to be there to watch. And learn, of course. She was still determined to be the next Hokage. Nadeshiko was an interesting place, Bolt decided. There was no towns or villages on the island, save for one, Nadeshiko itself. Nestled on the tops of two towering mountains of stone, the village was connected by a large bridge that spanned a ravine between the two mountains. The entire island was covered in a dense forest, crawling with wild animals. There was no clear path through the forest, leaving him and Hikari to wade through the dense underbrush, cutting and hacking their way through. "Can we go back yet?" Bolt asked as his sword caught in a thick vine for the 100th time. He was infinitely glad Hikari had revealed a small ceiling tag that contained a handful of spare weaponry, among which were two swords they used as machetes. "No!" Hikari snapped, swinging at a bush violently. "The Crimson Tide has never failed a mission before, and we won't start now. Especially after last night's raid." Bolt sighed and allowed his Byakugan to manifest. Focusing his chakra in his eyes, Bolt's vision swam as he scoured the forest for an easier path. His gaze was drawn to the mountains upon which Nadeshiko sat. They were two faces of sheer rock, with no discernible path up. That meant they would either be looking for another path, or using chakra to scale the mountain. Both were equally exhausting, considering the difficulty in which they navigated the forest. "See anything?" Hikari asked, as she violently cut down a sapling with ruthless precision. Bolt shook his head, even though she couldn't see him. "No, nothing. Looks like we'll have to scale the mountain," he said. He could hear her audibly sigh. Bolt was beginning to question whether the 2 million Rio bounty was worth it for the trouble they were going through. Both he and Hikari had agreed they would be claiming the bounty for their target alive, not dead. It was more for the reputation than the extra million Rio. The money was just a bonus. Hikari barreled into Bolt, knocking him to the ground. Before he could even sputter an indignified response, she was already hauling him to his feet and throwing him behind a tree. With his Byakugan, Bolt saw a flash of pale skin dart into the underbrush. Looking at the tree he was hiding behind, Bolt saw that there was a dart sticking out of the bark right where he had been standing. "Pay attention," Hikari hissed at him. "Or I'll pluck those eyes out and sell them to someone who will actually use them." Bolt mentally reprimanded himself before he set about looking for their would-be assailant. The world became a blue monochrome as the trees and bushes became incorporeal, marked only by a faint, gray outline. Whoever had attacked them didn't anticipate facing a Hyuga. Bolt saw their chakra pathway system as clear as day, hiding in the branches of a tree not 20 paces away. Bolt fished a handful of shuriken out of the leather pouch on his waist and hurled them at their attacker. The disembodied chakra of the person leapt out of the way at the last moment. Bolt could see their chakra points flare as they leapt from branch to branch deeper into the forest. "This way," Bolt called, jumping after their target. Hikari followed him, a handful of throwing needles in each hand. Bolt's eyes noticed an irregularity with their attacker's chakra as they chased them through the forest. "I think I managed to hit him with 1 or 2 shuriken back there," he informed Hikari, who only grunted in acknowledgement. The chase lasted for nearly half an hour. After the first 10 minutes, Bolt wanted to laugh as their target became increasingly desperate as they realized Bolt's eyes couldn't be fooled. Finally, their target gave up. Too tired to continue on, they stopped in a small clearing and made their final stand. Bolt and Hikari stopped, perched on a tree limb that loomed over the clearing. Their target was a man wearing a headband emblazoned with a stylized flower, the symbol of Nadeshiko. He didn't look particularly strong, but nor did he appear weak. Bolt estimated him to be a chunin. Hikari dropped to the forest floor. "Why did you attack us?" she questioned. The Nadeshiko ninja remained silent as he gripped a kunai tightly. "How do we enter Nadeshiko village?" Hikari asked. Bolt scanned the surrounding area with his Byakugan, ensuring no one caught them unawares again. The man hurled his kunai at Hikari, who dodged it and threw a fistful of throwing needles in return. The man cried out in pain as they pierced his legs, causing him to drop to the ground. Bolt sighed and dropped to the ground, seeing no other enemies in sight. Hikari strode up to the man, kneeled, and stabbed him with a needle. Bolt watched as his pupils dilated and his muscles slackened. "Why did you attack us?" Hikari asked. The ninja opened his jaw and began to lazily drawl out the answer to her question. "Red-colored band, He slurred. Enemies. Takan. Sight. Hikari fingered the fabric of her headband, the standard color of those in the mercenary company. She slipped it off her neck and deposited it in a pouch on her waist. How do we enter Nadeshiko village? The man's head lolled as he drooled. Hikari slapped him, causing his eyes to flutter. Hidden entrance, he slurred. Base of mountain. Rock-like tree. She stabbed him with another needle, and the man passed into blissful unconsciousness. Can you find it? Hikari asked Bolt. Bolt nodded and placed his hands into the ram seal before channeling more chakra into his eyes. The veins in his temples bulged and writhed as his Byakugan's visual acuity increased twofold. He scoured the mountainside, looking for the secret entrance to the village. He found nothing, but eventually came to a rock formation that vaguely resembled a dead, leafless tree. I think I found the marker to the entrance, Bolt said, jogging through the trees towards the base of the mountain. Hikari followed closely behind. The marker was little more than a cropping of rock formed from cracks in the face of the mountain. If Bolt wasn't looking for it, specifically, he would have never found it even with his Byakugan. With a little imagination, the cracks appeared to take the form of a dead, leafless tree. Once their attention was drawn to it, Bolt and Hikari didn't think the Nadeshiko ninja could have been speaking of anything else. What now? Bolt asked as he fumbled with the cracks in the stone. He didn't find anything that looked remotely like a hidden passage. Hikari drew back her arm and slammed her fist into the stone, causing Bolt to yelp in surprise. The rock gave way and revealed a dark cavern. I guess that works, Bolt commented as he trailed behind her. Looking around, Bolt could see numerous tags stuck to the stone with sealing matrices on them. That was why his Byakugan didn't find the passageway. A ruined mechanical door lay next to the cavern entrance where Hikari had broken it. Shouldn't we, be more quiet? Bolt asked as they ventured further into the cave. Bolt saw her pop a soldier pill probably to help her see in the dark. Not for the first time, Bolt thanked the gods that he had been born with the Byakugan. Probably, Hikari whispered. They came upon what appeared to be an old mineshaft hewn into the rock that led upwards. At the very top, they could see a warm, yellow-orange light. A wooden floor sat at the bottom of with two sets of wires anchored to the center. A complicated-looking series of mechanical gears attached the wires to the wood. Hikari gingerly stepped on the wood. No traps activated, she reached out and tugged on the wires. They held. Bolt followed her, watching as she gripped the wires tightly and pulled. The wooden platform moved up ever so slightly. It was a very crude, manual elevator. Moving to the wire opposite her, Bolt pulled down. The platform moved up, again. The two of them fell into a rhythm. Bolt pulled his wire down, and Hikari pulled hers up. In a matter of minutes they had reached the apex, without using any chakra. They emerged into what appeared to be a utilitarian warehouse with bare, metal walls. A single lantern burned in the corner, sitting upon a small, worn wooden stool. Security is lax, Hikari commented. What do you see? The veins in Bolt's temples writhed as he scanned the area. We're in some sort of industrial district, he said. Lots of empty warehouses. Not many people. I can't see any civilians, so we must be several hundred feet away from the village proper. Bolt sighed audibly, wishing his eyesight was as good as his mother's. She could see for miles in every direction. Stay low and stick to the shadows. Keep your eyes open and actually pay attention to what you see, Hikari commanded. Bolt nodded several times to assure that he would, in fact, keep his eyes peeled. Together, they crept through the series of warehouses and made their way deeper into the village. Soon enough, Bolt was close enough to the village to see with his Byakugan. We're near the village now, Bolt informed his companion. Transform into one of the women, Hikari instructed him. Bolt did so reluctantly. Hikari immediately copied his appearance and bid him to pick a man to masquerade as. The two of them emerged from an alleyway as a nondescript pair of civilians. Together, Bolt and Hikari scoured the village for any sign of their target. Tamako was a ninja of some renown within her village and would no doubt be in hiding or well protected after her near capture. A sudden commotion ahead drew Bolt's attention. The crowd of civilians he had been navigating had begun to thin and part, making way for some sort of procession. Bolt and Hikari stepped to the side, mirroring the citizens of Nadeshiko. A woman strode through the streets, tall and proud. She had her black hair held up in a ponytail, proudly displaying her headband with the stylized flower on it. Her eyes were a piercing shade of dark green that Bolt hadn't seen in anyone. She wore a flowing gown of white that reminded Bolt of the ceremonial robes his father wore, minus the gaudy hat. Behind the woman trailed another, younger woman who couldn't have been much older than Bolt himself. Hikari elbowed him discreetly. Sharing a look, both nodded. The girl appeared to be a younger version of the older woman, but she fit the description of Tamako's wanted poster perfectly. Hikari trailed the two women and their comrades, with Bolt following close behind. They weaved through the throngs, keeping their target within eyesight. Tamako and, who Bolt assumed to be her mother, traveled through the village until they came to the tallest building in the village. They entered through a small door, with two of their guards taking their posts outside. In wordless agreement, Bolt activated his Byakugan. He watched as the pair ascended a stairway that led to a sprawling complex of offices and what appeared to be barracks. "I think Tamako might be the daughter of their Kage," Bolt informed Hikari. He heard her curse under her breath. "We'll have to take her at night then." "I'm not risking a fight with a village leader," Hikari decided. Bolt's eyes drifted to a small house outside the Kage's office. "That house is abandoned," he said, pointing it out. "We can wait there until night." They didn't have to wait long. Day came and went, and then the cover of darkness descended. A small guard of ninja remained behind, but their number was vastly reduced from earlier that afternoon. No doubt they felt safe enough to not warrant the extreme security measures the larger villages had. There was no war, and Nadeshiko was too small to be considered a threat by any of the 5 great nations. Bolt and Hikari stealthily crept from the abandoned house they had hidden in, scaling the walls of the office and sneaking past the guards. Channeling chakra into their feet, they sprinted and ran up the walls, vertically. "Fourth room from the top," Bolt informed Hikari. His eyes began to ache from the continued use of his dojutsu. Hikari picked the lock on the window with quiet ease, and the two of them slipped into a small bedroom. A bed lay on the far side of the room, with a body occupying it. With his Byakugan, Bolt could see the chakra pathway system of a human clearly. He nodded to Hikari, who withdrew a single throwing needle whose tip was a shade of purple. Before she could throw the needle, Bolt saw the person's chakra points in their arms flare to life. He opened his mouth to warn Hikari, but was stopped by a gust of wind that threw him into the wall with enough force to knock the wind from his lungs. Nadeshiko style, gale fist. He heard a feminine voice in tone. The next sound he heard was the sound of stone shattering, as Hikari got to her feet and delivered a punch that missed and destroyed an entire wall. Bolt staggered to his feet as Tamako danced across the room, evading every swing Hikari made. The second gale fist came, and this time, Bolt made sure not to get hit. He rolled out of the way, using an evasive maneuver from the Uzumaki taijutsu style. In the same motion, he withdrew a kunai and hurled it at the girl's right leg. Tamako kicked the knife away, causing it to sink deep into the stone wall behind Bolt. The enclosed space didn't allow Bolt to use any ninjutsu without potentially hurting Hikari, so he darted forward, hands raised for open-palmed gentle fist strikes. Tamako was not limited so. She unleashed 2 gale fists in quick succession, causing gusts of wind to buffet Bolt and Hikari. The pair were forced to channel chakra into their feet in order to stay anchored to the ground in the face of the powerful wind. The winds subsided, and the fight spilled into the hallway. A guard from the lower levels must have heard the fighting, for a man rushed out of a nearby stairwell with a kunai in his hand. Hikari's fist met his face in an echoing crunch that sent the ninja to the ground, where he lay sprawled. Bolt attacked Tamako, chakra lancing from his fingers and piercing her chakra points as they did battle. She quickly realized a taijutsu battle with Bolt would be a fight she would not win, and quickly retreated further down the hall. Tamako came to an intersection, where one hall met another. There was a breeze and a flash of black fabric as Bolt was roughly thrown into the wall once more. His Byakugan saw a woman appear, her leg being brought down in a vicious kick upon Hikari. Hikari raised both arms to block, but was sent through the floor by the strength of the woman's kick. A gust of wind rushed down the hallway in the wake of the attack. "Hikari!" Bolt yelled. He did not receive an answer. "Naruto?" a voice called. Bolt turned and came face to face with the woman he assumed to be the village's Kage. He jumped backwards, slipping into a defensive gentle fist stance. "Who are you?" Bolt questioned, slightly annoyed that he had been mistaken for his dad. Honestly, Naruto was the Hokage, and much taller than Bolt. Who could mistake them? "Shizuka," the woman said, taking in his appearance in the dim light. "You must be Bolt. You look so much like your father, you know. Your wanted poster doesn't do you justice." Bolt darted forward, intending to block her chakra points before he had to fight a Kage on even footing. He was rewarded with Shizuka exhaling a gust of wind that swept Bolt off his feet and sent him careening into the wall. Bolt flipped himself and used his legs to prevent himself from crashing into a wall for the second time. Weaving hand seals, he sent a bolt of lightning arcing from the tips of his fingers down the hall. Shizuka waved her hand, sending a gust of wind that tore the lightning to pieces. Bolt was already weaving another set of hand seals before the wind had even faded. He spewed forth a wave of water that rushed down the hall and dissipated harmlessly well before it reached Shizuka and Tamako. Bolt smirked as Shizuka raised a lone eyebrow at his antics. She went rigid as lightning coursed through the water, electrocuting both her and Tamako. Hikari climbed back up through the hole in the floor where Shizuka had kicked her, lightning arcing from her arm. Another benefit of the Byakugan: you always knew where your allies were. "Grab her!" Hikari yelled. Bolt didn't need to be told twice. He ran down the hall, his footsteps sending great splashes of water skyward. Bolt scooped up Tamako as Hikari led him to the far end of the hall. Hikari sent a chakra-enhanced punch at the wall, creating their own door. Bolt grunted as he felt a fist connect with his sternum, sending a gust of wind into his chest that made him see stars. When his vision cleared, he was laying on his back with the water of his own technique soaking his shirt. He saw Hikari grappling with Tamako near the hole in the wall and struggled to get to his feet. Bolt gagged as his shirt was pulled taut against his neck from behind. He felt a strong arm wrap around his chest and the cold touch of metal under his chin. He didn't even have to use his Byakugan to know that Shizuka had a kunai to his throat. "Stop!" Shizuka commanded. Hikari and Tamako ceased their squabble long enough to see Bolt's predicament. Hikari huffed audibly as she withdrew the fist she had been about to pummel Tamako with. "Why did you come here?" Shizuka questioned both of them. "This girl is a wanted woman in the land of lightning for theft," Hikari informed her. "You are not authorized to detain us for lawful bounty hunting," she added with anger. "She is my daughter," Shizuka quipped. "I don't care about the law. And she hasn't stolen anything." Bolt could see Tamako's face grow red. The Lightning Lord would disagree. "I think you'll find that she has several artifacts from his country that your daughter has acquired," Hikari snapped. Shizuka looked from Hikari to Tamako, then back again. "I don't care," she said. Bolt essayed in a breath as he felt the edge of the kunai press against his neck. "Release her and leave." Hikari and Shizuka stared each other down, neither willing to submit. Bolt frantically locked eyes with Hikari, trying to convey some unspoken message. Peering through the slits of her hunter mask, he imperceptibly shook his head. "Don't release her," he said. Taking a deep breath, Bolt closed his eyes and thought back to all the lessons his grandfather Hayashi put him and his sister through. He saw the technique clearly in his mind, never performed by him, only practiced by his sister, their grandfather, and some of the other elite Hyuga clansmen. Steeling his resolve, Bolt felt for the chakra points in his own body. He felt the disturbing sensation of being stretched in every direction at once as he tapped into them. All at once, in a burst of motion, he expelled chakra from as many of the points as he could and spun on his heel. Bolt heard a grunt of pain as the air was forcibly expelled from Shizuka's lungs as the woman was sent flying backwards and crashing into the wall. He heard the stone crack under the pressure of the chakra he was expelling, and if it weren't for his Byakugan, he was certain he would be incapacitated by a fit of dizziness from rotations of the 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Bolt fell to his knees as the technique ended, leaving him drained of chakra and breathless from exertion. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Hikari pricking Tamako with a needle. The girl promptly collapsed into an unconscious heap. Bolt was pulling himself to his feet when Hikari slid to her knees next to him. "Don't move," she commanded. Bolt stilled as she raised her hands to his neck. They glowed with the green chakra of the mystic palm, and that was when Bolt felt a warm liquid running down his chest. Panic set in. "Oh God," he exhaled. "How bad is it?" Hikari looked from Bolt to the gaping gash that ran from his ear to his shoulder. "Not bad," she lied. "Just a flesh wound. Shut up and let me heal it." Her chakra flowed through his neck, stimulating the cells to knit themselves back together. Personally, she was amazed his carotid artery hadn't been cut wide open. After a few minutes of intense anxiety, Hikari removed her hands. Bolt gingerly reached up and felt a long line of sensitive skin running from just below the lobe of his ear to the crook of his neck and shoulder. His eyes went wide. "Just a flesh wound," Hikari reiterated. "Next time, don't do something so stupid." Bolt nodded as Hikari pulled him to his feet. A handful of guards arrived as the two of them hoisted Tamako off the floor. They received a bone-shattering kick from Hikari as a parting gift as the two of them jumped from the makeshift door Hikari had made earlier. It was a long night as the two of them sprinted through Nadeshiko, avoiding ninja and civilians alike as they made off with their 2 million Ryo bounty. It was a rainy afternoon several weeks after he and Hikari returned from turning in the bounty of Tamako that AG finally cracked and began teaching Bolt how to use the lightning armor the Raikage were famed for. Bolt was bouncing on the ball of his feet, despite the poor weather. He had seen firsthand how powerful the technique was, and the history books had plenty of information about the Fourth Raikage and his battles with Madara and Sasuke Uchiha. But in his opinion, the coolest was the Third Raikage, whose lightning armor was so powerful it allowed him to go toe-to-toe with the Eight Tails. AG sighed heavily at how enthusiastic his young student was. Hikari was lounging under a nearby tree, out of the light drizzle that was slowly soaking the leader of the Crimson Tide and Bolt. "The first thing you gotta know, kid, is that you've gotta be careful with this technique." "You specifically," AG warned. "Why?" Bolt demanded. AG tapped his temples. "When someone thinks of the Hyuga, they always think of them eyes. Most people ain't considering their second bloodline, the ability to expel chakra from every one of their chakra points," he said. "The lightning armor functions by expelling chakra from these points and using nature transformation to transform it into lightning. That's actually its greatest weakness and greatest strength," AG elaborated. "Few ninja can control their chakra points outside of their hands and feet. Those that do can only use a handful of others. The more chakra points you use, the stronger the armor is, the more likely you electrocute yourself. That's why Hikari is here," he said, nodding at the masked girl. "If you're successful, the armor will make you faster and stronger than any normal person. It'll increase your reaction speed by STMLTNG your nervous system." Bolt nodded. "Good," AG said, a growing smirk marring his features. "Tell you the truth, I'm pretty excited myself. Ain't nobody seen what a Hyuga could do with this kinda technique before. Either you gonna kill yourself spectacularly or you gonna surpass the Raikage." Bolt paled at that. "Don't worry, brat. We'll start slow and small. Baby steps," AG reassured him. The larger man held out his fist. "Use your Byakugan," he commanded. With his dojutsu activated, Bolt could see chakra leaking from the chakra points in AG's forearm. Nearly every point in his hand was expelling chakra, but only a handful on his arm were. "Believe it or not, I've actually got pretty good chakra control. Nowhere near the Raikage's level, but enough that I can imitate the technique," AG said. "You wrap your chakra around your body, insulating it almost. You try." Bolt held out his own fist and began to methodically expel chakra from every chakra point from his hand to his elbow. He could see the looks of interest AG and Hikari showed as a faint blue glow began to surround his arm. Unlike AG, Bolt's chakra was so potent it could be seen with the naked eye when expelled in such quantities. Good, good, AG boomed, his laughter echoing through the clearing. Now the hard part. You've got to transform it into lightning, just like any regular jutsu, but without hand seals. And don't electrocute yourself. Easier said than done, Bolt thought. His brows furrowed as he attempted to will his chakra to transform. All the while, he continued to leak chakra from his forearm. After 10 minutes, Bolt gasped and wiped away the thin sheen of sweat coating his forehead. He had done nothing but waste chakra. There hadn't even been a single arc of electricity. Don't sweat it, kid, AG said, laughing a bit at his own joke. Nobody gets it on their first try. Hell, it took me months to even get a spark. Bolt straightened and flexed, expelling chakra from his arm once more. His fingernails bit into his palm as he clenched his fist and forced his chakra to transform its nature. From the tips of his fingers to his shoulder, Bolt's arm was aflame with blue chakra. His chakra was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. It was 10 minutes later when the smallest arc of lightning leapt between Bolt's thumb and index finger. Yes! Bolt yelled, cutting off the chakra to his arm. He immediately felt his body burn from exertion, but he was too excited to care. He had succeeded in some small way. I'm impressed, AG said. This isn't a technique you learn in a day, or even a week. Bolt beamed and puffed out his chest proudly. You're looking at the person who learned the Rasengan in only 3 days. And that was nearly 2 years ago. This is nothing. Bolt boasted. Pace yourself, kid, AG warned. You don't want to learn this in 3 days. You'll end up killing yourself if you aren't careful. He decided not to share the fact that he was impressed that Bolt had learned the ultimate shape manipulation jutsu in 3 days. Bolt had a big enough head as it was. Bolt ignored him and shifted into a more comfortable stance as he expelled chakra from his arm again. Now that he knew what it felt like, nature transformation came more easily to him. It started with the smallest arcing bolts around his fingers, but spread up his arm before dissipating. Bolt grit his teeth and forced the lightning to be contained around his body, using his experience with shape manipulation from the Rasengan to aid himself. He focused on his index finger, forcing his chakra to wrap around itself and keep the lightning held in place. He was rewarded with a single finger wreathed in arcing, chirping lightning. He moved on to his middle finger next. What originally took him nearly half an hour to do, he eventually narrowed down to mere minutes. Before AG knew what had happened, Bolt's arm was covered in a passable attempt at the lightning release armor. A true prodigy, Hikari whispered to AG as she appeared next to him. Yeah, AG muttered. Talent like Bolt's only appeared once in a century. AG was born and raised in the land of lightning. He went to school there and trained to be a ninja in their academy. History had been a favorite subject of his. The tale of how the Third Raikage had fought the Eight Tails to a draw, only to face 10,000 enemy soldiers and later perish, was one of his favorites. But the Third Raikage, powerful as he was, didn't learn the technique he would later become famed for in a day. So lost in their thoughts were AG and Hikari, neither noticed as Bolt leapt headfirst into the shallow end of the pool. He expelled chakra from every point on his body and allowed his chakra to mirror that on his arm. Bolt screamed, startling AG and Hikari. Lightning danced across his chest, burning his shirt and charring his skin. AG darted forward, lightning coating his arm as he prepared to act as a lightning rod. Hikari was right behind him, her hands glowing green with the light of the mystic palm. Bolt fell to his knees as the technique went out of his control. He grit his teeth as the lightning began to cook him from the inside out. He wrestled for control of his own chakra. A disturbing feeling, almost like someone or something else was controlling his body. He methodically went through the motions of taking control of the chakra points in his body, forcing his rampaging chakra to return to his control. Even as control of his chakra returned to him, Bolt felt like he was moving in slow motion. Each chakra point felt as if it took more time to wrest control of than the last. After what felt to be a lifetime of pain, the lightning coating his body no longer pained him. Instead, it wrapped around him protectively, giving off a sensation that was both warm and cold at the same time. He felt goosebumps ripple across his skin, despite being pleasantly warm. Bolt opened his eyes and saw Itachi rushing at him, his hand outstretched to, what he assumed, was to cancel the technique. Hikari was right behind him, fists aflame with the mystic palm. "No need to worry, guys. I got it," Bolt declared, loudly as he pushed himself to his feet. He opened and closed his fists, trying to get used to the sensation. It was very different, he decided. Bolt looked up when neither Itachi nor Hikari answered him. They hadn't moved. "Guys?" Bolt asked, a hint of worry coloring his tone. That was when Bolt noticed other irregularities. The rain, a light drizzle, had stopped. Not stopped raining, but that the rain had stopped mid-air. Bolt reached out for a raindrop near his eye. Gingerly, he extended his index finger and pushed the drop. He was rewarded by slightly altering its path. As he watched it, the raindrop continued its descent ever so painfully slowly. Bolt realized, then, what was happening to him. As Itachi had told him, the lightning release armor functioned by augmenting his nervous system. Lightning chakra was coursing through his muscles, making him faster, stronger. His neural synapses were sped up several-fold, augmented by the lightning SMG his brain. That was why everything seemed so painfully slow. Bolt smirked as he realized he had succeeded. He looked around, trying to find something to test his newfound technique on. He saw a leaf falling from a tree at the far end of the clearing he was training in. Bolt ran forward frowning, as he didn't appear to be any faster than he normally was, and struck the leaf with a simple gentle fist strike. The leaf burst into dust, obliterated. Bolt walked back to the only other people in the clearing, a smile on his face. He allowed his chakra points to close, canceling the technique and dispelling the lightning. The disorienting feeling of the world speeding up made Bolt dizzy as he returned to the world of the present. He was empty with exhaustion and his body burned from exertion. Combined with the pain from the brief failure to control the technique, Bolt collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Itachi and Hikari skid to a stop as their vision was obscured by a blue light. Where Bolt had been kneeling in agony, now he was laying face down. Itachi blinked, not believing his eyes, whilst Hikari kneeled and removed the tattered remains of Bolt's shirt and began to heal his burns. "I don't believe it," Itachi muttered after several minutes. "Is he going to be okay?" Hikari nodded. "He will be in time," she said. "But no more of this training for several weeks." Itachi nodded absent-mindedly. "I didn't see anything but a bolt of blue lightning," he commented. Hikari laughed lightly as the glow around her hands began to fade. "Lightning bolt. In Azuma," she said. In a jail cell in the land of lightning, Tamako sat on her very stiff mattress and contemplated the choices that had led her to this point in her life. She had a very tough decision to make when she got out of jail and paid the fine for stealing from the Lightning Lord. Does she marry Bolt, or the masked girl? Bolt sighed. The land of steam was a nice country. Of all the places he had been in his short life, the lands of fire, water, lightning, frost, and unnamed islands dotting the oceans, it was the most beautiful. Towering crags of beautiful white stone with verdant green forests. Half the land of steam was mountainous, rocky terrain. The other half was thick with vegetation. But none of that was why it was Bolt's favorite. It was the hot springs. Towards the north of the land of steam, deep in the mountains, there was a large volcano. The biggest on the continent by far. Lava tubes snaked underneath the entire country, filled with bubbling magma. They heated large underground reservoirs of water, which bubbled to the surface in the forms of hot springs. And they were heavenly. Bolt was tempted to purchase one. He had the money. Bounty hunting for the Crimson Tide had treated him well, and turned him into one of the wealthiest people he personally knew. Of course, with the village's lack of bounty hunting, combined with his last year and a half of constant hunting, he was bound to make a small fortune. Bolt wiggled his toes, enjoying the feel of the hot stone under them. The Hidden Steam was the single largest resort on the continent, and their hot springs were of the highest quality in all the land. Bolt thanked the gods that they were not a ninja village anymore, or he would never have been able to experience them. The Hidden Steam had disbanded their military sometime after the Third War, becoming the village that had forgotten war, as some said. Instead, they promoted themselves as a tourist destination, and after tales of their hot springs spread, they become even wealthier than when they had a functioning ninja village. Unfortunately, Bolt wasn't in the land of steam for pleasure. He was there for business. And nobody liked when the Crimson Tide was visiting you for business and business was booming. The world was beginning to forget the horrors of the Fourth War and return to their old habits. Murder. That meant lots of work. Including Bolt's current mission, finding a psychopathic, sadistic murderer that has been plaguing the land of steam for months. 3 solid months of scouring the country, and all he had to go on was vague eyewitness reports and crime scenes that were weeks old by the time he got to them. It was frustrating, to say the least. "How long are you going to stew?" Hikari asked, looming over Bolt as his head lolled backwards. Opening one eye, he saw her looking down at him with the same cold, impatient eyes as always. "It's not like we're going to find this guy anyway," Bolt chirped, closing his eyes and enjoying the hot spring. "We definitely won't if you keep lazing about," Hikari countered. Bolt made a small noise of disagreement. Hikari pointed her finger at the water and let a bolt of lightning arc between them. The water crackled with electricity, but Bolt didn't even seem fazed. "That actually felt pretty good," Bolt commented, sinking lower into the water. Hikari made a noise of disappointment in the back of her throat. She hadn't expected him to be hurt, let alone injured by her lightning, but it still annoyed her that he shrugged it off so easily. The nickname she made for him on impulse, half a pun on his name, had turned out to be surprisingly fitting. Inazuma, Lightning Bolt. "Just hurry up," she commanded. Bolt hummed and nodded. It was a few weeks after his 15th birthday, and given that he hadn't been able to celebrate at the time, annoying Cloud Ninjas, Bolt was milking their current mission for all it was worth. Bolt had to bite his tongue to stifle a laugh as other customers filtered in, bewildered-looking men with wide eyes in the wake of having a woman in their half of the hot spring. Bolt huffed and got out of the hot spring, making sure to dissipate the electrical charge in the pool. Didn't want some unsuspecting civilian to get the shock of their life. He dressed in common, worn clothes. Neither he nor Hikari dressed in their combat fatigues or wore their headbands. On-the-run murderers were usually on the watch for ninjas. They never expected the man and woman dressed like they had just finished a hard day's work. The rough fabric never ceased to irritate Bolt. It wasn't high-quality, designer fabric like the clothes he had become accustomed to wearing, and it didn't allow the freedom of movement his combat fatigues offered. In a word, annoying. Hikari seemed to know he'd be along shortly, as she was waiting for him outside the dressing room. "All right," Bolt sighed. "Let's go." She practically dragged him out of the bathhouse before Bolt could change his mind. The two of them wandered the streets of the hidden steam, keeping their ears open for any ill-spoken gossip. They frequented bars and tea houses and small food vendors. It was amazing how much you could learn from the common people's gossip. They might not know they were talking about sensitive information, but to a ninja, even the smallest hint was enough to track their prey. Ironically, the information came to them. A short, balding man approached them in the street, blocking their path. He eyed Bolt and Hikari warily, his beady eyes flickering between them. Judging them to be the pair he was looking for, he handed them a sealed scroll and bowed respectfully before scurrying off. Bolt handed the scroll to Hikari, who read as they continued to roam the streets. "This way," Hikari called, tugging at the sleeve of Bolt's shirt. Bolt watched as she scrutinized the map and weaved between alleys and worn dirt paths that led deeper into the city, away from the tourist trap and into the suburbs. They eventually found their way to a house with broken windows that was surrounded by men in uniform. The men wore a band around their upper arms with the character for Steam emblazoned in red stitching. The land of Steam's secret police, who answered only to the Steam Lord himself. At their approach, one of them stiffened and saluted. "Lieutenants Hikari, Inazuma," he greeted respectfully. Bolt instantly liked the man. Addressing him by rank? Good first impression. He used his nickname in lieu of his given name. Too many wanted posters with his real name had been spread around the continent. Pretty much everyone knew the Hokage's errant son was somewhere in the Land of Water's vicinity. It was the worst-kept secret in the East. "What's the situation?" Hikari asked, nodding in her own small recognition of who Bolt assumed was the captain of this squad. 5 victims. Fits the descriptions of the other crime scenes. We were just informed hours ago by a report. The neighbors hadn't seen them for days, the captain recited. Bolt sniffed the air and could smell the metallic tang of blood. Hikari nodded and strode forward. The police guarding the house parted, allowing them entrance. Bolt followed close behind, and even after 2 years of grizzled service with the Crimson Tide, he still balked as he entered the bloody, ransacked home. A middle-aged man and woman were on display prominently in the center of the living room. Both had been stripped naked and systematically dissected. The man's chest was wide open. A cut from both shoulders meeting in the center of his chest before heading south had opened his chest cavity wide. His innards had pooled on the ground before him, his face locked in a horrific expression of agony and terror. The woman was worse. Her belly was mangled and sliced in so many places there was nothing but a meaty pulp left. Her intestines had been roughly thrown to the side of her body, sliced in two almost as if someone had been digging through her. A meaty sack was left lying on the ground before the woman's knees. Bolt didn't want to think of what it was. Bolt swore. Hikari was nodding slowly next to him. That isn't all, the captain said, from behind them. Bolt hadn't even heard the man follow them. And still it got worse. The captain had said there were 5 victims. And so there were 3 small bodies, hardly recognizable as human, were huddled in a corner of the kitchen. Children. No older than 6 or 7. Bolt felt something vile bubble in his gut. He held a hand to his stomach and willed it to settle. Wouldn't do any good to vomit on the crime scene. It was at times like these, rare as they were, that Bolt thanked the gods his partner was Hikari. She had a way of taking command of hard situations that sheltered him from some of the more gruesome facets of their work. Blood trail leads from the living room to the kitchen, indicating the parents were killed first, she said, following the practical river of dried blood on the floor. Children hid in the corner. Assailant killed them in a single swing, she continued on, pointing to the single, long gash in the wood of the cabinets that matched up, roughly, with the bisected corpses. Stayed only long enough to brutally mutilate the bodies, Hikari said, turning away from the children. Returned to the living room, she said, following the fresh trail of blood. Could indicate the parents were alive, merely wounded. He returned to finish the job. Probably silenced the kids, the captain offered. Their crying could have annoyed him or drawn attention from the neighbors. That was a disturbing thought. Hikari nodded as she knelt to inspect the bodies of the man and woman. The woman was killed first. Rest of the body is in relatively good condition. Assailant cut his way through her abdomen and intestines before removing her uterus, she said. The man was killed last. His expression could be from watching his wife be killed. These cuts are similar to the ones used for autopsies. Could indicate a degree of medical knowledge. Judging by the degree of decomposition and the appearance of the blood, these killings could have been performed anywhere between 7 and 10 days ago, Hikari summarized. Bolt shivered, a combination of the gruesome nature of the civilian deaths and at the blatant display of the Mist's hunter ninja training. Why the Mist needed such thorough training in an era of peace was beyond Bolt's understanding. Hikari couldn't have been older than him by a year or 2, 3 if he was really pushing it, and she knew things no one his age should ever know. The captain nodded slowly, his eyes roaming the room but never settling on the bodies. Can you find him? The Steam Lord grows weary of these killings, as I'm sure you can understand, the captain asked. Hikari nodded. This is the first crime scene we've managed to catch in such a small time frame between killings, she said. He couldn't have gotten far. We'll find him. The captain looked relieved and quickly showed them out. Just as they were about to close the door, Bolt saw something out of the corner of his eye. Wait, Bolt said, walking back to the living room. He crouched, resting on the ball of his feet. Look, he said, pointing at the floor. Hikari crouched next to him, bowing her head to look at the correct angle. It was faint, barely recognizable, but it was there. Underneath the blood, or perhaps in the blood, was a crudely drawn symbol. A circle with an upside-down triangle? Bolt half stated, half questioned. Correct, Hikari confirmed. Good eyes. This hasn't been at any of the other crime scenes. That, or we didn't notice it. Which was fair. There was a lot of blood. A symbol drawn in the blood would have been hard to find. What do you think it is? Bolt asked. That is what we were paid to find out, Hikari told him, both quickly leaving the house. While they had investigated the bodies, more police had arrived. A squadron of men filtered into the house with body bags and copious amounts of water and soap. Bolt didn't envy their job. Bolt sighed heavily. I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight, he commented. That kind of cruelty had a way of burning itself into your mind, whether you wanted it to or not. Hikari grabbed his sleeve and pulled him down the street opposite the way they came. Behind us, she whispered. Alley between the two houses. 8 o'clock. Bolt's cerulean eyes faded to a pale violet as his Byakugan manifested. In an instant they had found their target. A man stood in the shadows between the two houses, watching the police go about their work with a wide smile adorning his features. Male, aged between 20 and 30. Brown eyes, dull gray hair. Died, possibly, or chakra mutation, Bolt whispered. Chakra pathway system indicates he has some form of training. 3 serrated knives, 1 in his boot, 1 on his waist, and 1 in his jacket sleeve. Hikari's eyes narrowed. On 3, she whispered back. On the third count, both of them turned on their heels and thundered down the street. The stone beneath their boots cracked from the force of their chakra-enhanced speed. Bolt saw the man's eyes widen in surprise before he turned and fled down the alleyway. Bolt leapt to the rooftops, with Hikari not far behind. Like a cat stalking a mouse in the grass, they hunted the man. He wove through the hidden steam with familiar ease at a pace that even ninjas would have trouble matching. But, before Bolt's eyes, there was no escape. Bolt could hear the man's furious panting as he gasped for breath. The man must have realized that escape was futile, for he kept looking skyward. Each time he saw Bolt on the rooftop, not even a few feet behind him, his eyes were wide with fear. Eventually, his path began to take him to the outskirts of the village. Hikari leapt through the air and sent a barrage of throwing needles hissing through the alleyway, cutting off his path of escape. In a desperate attempt to flee, the man leapt through a window and burst through the front door of a couple's home. He sprinted through the streets and found himself cornered on a rocky crag overlooking the forest far, far below. A low fence was all that separated him from certain death. Surrender, Hikari barked, 3 needles in both hands. Bolt had worked with her long enough to know they would paralyze the man in an instant with their toxins. The gray-haired man turned to face them, a look of wild bloodlust in his eyes. He reached for the knives in his sleeve and at his waist, drawing them. Hikari's eyes narrowed as she threw her needles. Surprisingly, the man weaved through all 6 without a scratch and charged at them, screaming maniacally. For Lord Jashin, he howled. Bolt was a blur as he darted forward. He struck the man in the chest 4 times before he could blink, blocking the first and second coronary chakra points as well as the 2 primary pulmonary chakra points. The man dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. He laid on the ground, face down, struggling to even breathe. The way his heart struggled to beat probably didn't help things much. When you combined the gentle fist with the utilitarian medical knowledge taught to Mist Hunter ninjas, it was a deadly combination. Those lessons had been particularly helpful in advancing and refining Bolt's taijutsu. Bolt grinned in satisfaction as Hikari knelt and plunged a number of needles into the man's pressure points. He howled in pain for a moment before descending into mad, raving laughter and then, "Pleasure? Who are you? Did you kill those people? Do you know who did?" Hikari hissed. The man continued to cackle, not answering the question, despite the copious amounts of drags flowing through his system. Hikari withdrew another needle and stabbed him in the neck. The man's cackling turned to a gurgling as he drooled and struggled to form conscious thoughts. "Who are you? Did you kill those people? Do you know who did?" Hikari repeated. "Lord Jashin, I give you these sacrifices," the man managed to slur. Bolt grabbed Hikari by the collar and hurled her backwards as he leapt away from the man. His body exploded in a thunderous boom of light and heat that scorched Bolt's skin. The only thing left was a charred lump of flesh and scorch marks on the stone. "Dim en," Bolt swore. "Swallowed explosive tags." Hikari appeared next to him and helped Bolt to his feet. It wasn't a complete loss. That man was either the killer or knew the killer. Now we have a new avenue to investigate, she said. Bolt raised an eyebrow in askance. Who this Lord Jashin is? She answered the unspoken question. Naruto suppressed the urge to fidget in his seat. He sat next to a very stony-faced Gaara and opposite of an emotionless Sasuke. Neither was acknowledging the other. Hell, they refused to even admit they were in the same room together. Just one of the many things that annual Kage summits were good for. Easing the tension, especially when skirmishes over borders were involved. Naruto didn't even know why either country cared. The border between the land of wind and earth was nothing but rugged mountains. There were no places to farm or settle, and the only worth in the land itself was in mines that had long ago been stripped and stripped again. The 5 great nations may have been young, but people had been living on the continent for thousands of years. The mines were practically dry that far up in the mountains. It started with a few heated words between border patrols, before descending into small fights between a squad or two. When word reached their respective leaders, both Gaara and Kuratsuchi had sent more men to reinforce the border. That only escalated things. That wasn't the worst part either. There had been many summits over the years, but not once had any of the Kage brought bodyguards. This year they had. It spoke volumes of the current state of peace. A tense Kankuro and Temari stood behind Gaara, their backs straight and their gazes boring into the wall. Akatsuchi and another Jonin from the hidden rock stood behind Kuratsuchi. Of course, when everyone had learned that the Kazekage and Tsuchikage were feuding, the rest also brought their own guards. That was how Naruto found himself seated in a small room at an even smaller table with a tense atmosphere with his and Sasuke's daughters looming behind him. Both had practically demanded to be allowed to guard him. And when your angry daughter kicks down your office door, Byakugan piercing your soul and a Rasengan clutched in the palm of her hand, you acquiesced. Naruto had been regretting his decision to train Himawari and Sarada, but he just couldn't get work done with the two of them pestering him all day. Then they started to get violent. The first time Himawari had slipped and knocked his mountain of papers over, it had been accident. The second time? A coincidence. The third and fourth times? Naruto knew when to surrender, begrudgingly teaching them both a few things here and there. His paperwork was blissfully undisturbed from that day forward. So, Darui said, breaking the ice. Can you two kids play nice? Or not, Naruto thought. Gaara was as stony-faced as ever, but Kuratsuchi scowled. Watch your tongue, Rakage, she snapped. Now, Naruto tried. It only served to have the anger of the entire room focus on him. He quickly shut his loud mouth before it could get him in trouble. It didn't help that everyone knew he was on Gaara's side. The two of them were close friends and their countries were staunch allies ever since the end of the Fourth War. We've had peace for nearly 20 years and you two are going to ruin it over a bunch of rocks? Darui questioned the two of them. Even Gaara frowned at that. His country might be a desert wasteland, but still, it was his country. He loved it. The sand invaded our territory, we responded in kind, Kuratsuchi declared. The rock attacked our border patrol, unprovoked, Gaara countered. And whose fault is that? Kuratsuchi asked. You received the same mission report I did. The sand taunted my men. I hardly call that unprovoked. They can't be blamed for their actions. We are not strangers to pre-battle banter, Gaara chided. That is not an excuse to attack my men. Both looked ready to jump the table and do battle right there. Naruto decided to nip that conflict in the bud. He allowed the smallest fraction of Kurama's chakra to flood his system, a few incorporeal flickers of orange-yellow chakra drifting off him. We can settle this peacefully, he stated. It wasn't a question or an option. He wouldn't let them fight. It was too soon for the peace he and everyone had fought and bled for and Gaara settled into his usual stony mask and Kuratsuchi scowled, but neither continued trading verbal blows. Naruto felt a little bad about playing the Kurama card, but if it prevented wars, he'd use it. He didn't like to loom over the other nations with his power. The only other country who had a tailed beast was the Cloud, and even then, the Eight Tails was weaker than him alone. With Sasuke, there wasn't a force alive who could match the Leaf. Looking between the two, Naruto could tell they wouldn't be able to hash it out on their own. He sighed. Why don't both of you start? By withdrawing your reinforcements from the border and telling your men to stand down, he suggested. Neither of you want a war, I know that. Gaara nodded after a few moments of consideration. The Tsuchikage rolled her eyes but agreed. See, that wasn't so hard? Naruto said with a bright smile, trying to lighten the tension. Darui made a quiet noise that Naruto thought might have been a scoff. We have other problems as well, Chojuro spoke up. The mercenaries are running rampant, not just in the land of water, but every country. Our stance on missions is driving people to them in droves. If we don't do something, we'll begin to face mercenary companies whose strength rivals our own. Darui nodded. I've had my umbu hunting down any who trespass into the land of lightning, but we've met with little success, he said. This subject, in particular, set Naruto on edge. Technically, Bolt was missing. He had forgotten to inform his allies that he was, in fact, no missing, but part of one of the same mercenary groups that were causing trouble. So far, Sai and his team had managed to keep him relatively safe by throwing off the other umbu tracking him. But there was only so much he could do. We can't start taking those kinds of requests again, Gaara said, cutting off the Mizukage. When we formed the Shinobi Union, we decided that they promoted war, he reminded everyone. War between us, yes, Darui stated. But not war between us and upstart mercenaries and smaller villages. You know as well as I do that grass, waterfall, sound, and frost are all rebuilding and recruiting for their own ninja corps. Naruto sighed. I don't think we should consider taking assassination and espionage missions, he said firmly. Everyone listened when the Hokage talked. But we can make a show of force. Show the world that the 5 great nations aren't resting on their laurels. What do you have in mind? Kuratsuchi asked. Naruto grinned. You see, it's like the Chunin exams, except for every nation. Instead of competing for ranks, we compete simply to see who is better, he said. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu. All the ninja arts. Only the best are recognized. It's a competition, Gaara stated. Only the winners get global recognition, and by extension, their village. Interesting. It could work, Chojuro thought aloud. And it will let our men blow off some steam, Kuratsuchi said. Everyone nodded. Ninja were born and bred for war. The extended peace was starting to make them restless. Restless men and women who could burn houses down by exhaling was never a good thing. All in favor? Naruto asked. Everyone raised their hand.